Okay, you both been given the rules. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourself at all times. If I tell you to break pain, do you understand? Okay, touch gloves. Have a great fight.
The winner of this Bellator quarterfinal will face the Brazilian Wilson Reis in the semifinal round of Bellator's featherweight tournament. The other semifinal will be Georgi Karakhanyan versus 2006 Greco-Roman Wrestling World Champion Joe Warren. Neither man thinking about Wilson Reis or Karakhanyan or Warren, but the champion Joe Soto, they're thinking about each other. They fell in round number one.
They have to stay focused on what's in front of them.
Romero in the white trunks, the Brazilian Patrício Pitbull Freire in the black trunks.
The first few minutes of this fight are going to tell us a lot. Does Pitbull want to trade, or is he going to go where he's the better fighter, which is on the ground? I think he's going to want to trade, Sean.
Kevin Mulhall, the referee.
Both guys very light on the feet, a lot of head movement. They look like kickboxers.
Swing and a miss with the right hand by Freire. Romero said he wants to keep this standing. He'd like to finish with a head kick knockout. Freire, BJJ black belt.
Oh, good left hook.
Says that he's looking for a knockout, but gets the slam there.
Now here's where he has the definite advantage over Romero. He's the Brasileiro champion. That's the Brazilian Nationals. A lot of times that tournament is harder than the Worlds. The best in Brazil a lot of times can't travel to the Worlds, but they can travel to the Nationals, and he was a national champion in 2003. That means he has great jiu-jitsu, going for a leg lock.
Pitbull taking his time, up kick by Romero.
Now I like what Pitbull's doing here. He's crowding Romero, not letting it back to his feet, going for the toe hold now.
Toe hold ankle lock.
Oh, that is tight, rolling hard for it.
Romero's in trouble. Trying to spin out of this is Will Romero. Patrício Pitbull Freire looking for the quick finish in his Bellator debut.
Transitioning to the heel hook. You see he has that left leg of Romero's trapped, going for the heel hook. Looking back at it, he's turning that leg hard.
Cranking on it is Pitbull.
Now this is a dangerous move. If you don't tap, it can tear the entire knee. Very difficult to get out of this one.
Romero, no panic in his face. Looks calm.
Switching to the inverted heel hook now. This is even more dangerous.
There's the tap, and that's it. Just like that, game, set, match. Pitbull Freire.
Beautiful, technical, outstanding job by Patrício Pitbull. Once he was on top where he's dominant on the ground, it was just a matter of time. Beautiful heel hook by Patrício Pitbull.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time inside the cage at 2:01 of round number one. The tap out due to the heel hook. Your winner by submission, and now the fourth semi-finalist in the Bellator Featherweight Tournament, Patrício Pitbull Freire.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There are no final questions from you, Blue. No final questions from you, Red. Let's get ready to fight.
The winner of this Bellator featherweight semifinal will face Joe Soto in the featherweight final.
And that is Antonio Minotauro Nogueira. He's in the corner of Pitbull. Outstanding submission grappler. He was the Pride and UFC heavyweight champion. One of the best fighters in the history of MMA.
Round number one, two Brazilians, two Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts. Wilson Reis in the white trunks, Patrício Pitbull Freire in the black and yellow trunks. Jason Herzog, the referee.
This first couple minutes is going to tell us a lot. I think this is where Patrício Pitbull has the advantage. Can he use it, or will Wilson Reis come in and take him down right off the bat? What I like about Patricio's style is that he doesn't rush into anything. He finds his opening, and when he does, he is deadly. Very, very accurate with his strikes.
Reis, the only Elite XC bantamweight champion, missing with that kick. He's missing with that left. Good bounce in the step of Pitbull Freire. Clever on the turn by Reis, back to his feet.
See where Wilson wants this, even willing to scoot and get in half guard in order to get this on the ground.
Reis suffering the only loss of his career. Enters with a record of 10 wins, 1 loss. That occurring in the semifinal round of Bellator's inaugural featherweight tournament. To reigning champion Joe Soto, that by way of unanimous decision. Pitbull Friday entering 13 victories without a loss or draw.
Pitbull has not really thrown anything. You can tell he is just sizing up. I think he's getting ready to use that right hand. There it is.
Nice left though on the inside by Reis on the counter.
Wilson Reis in that southpaw stance, vulnerable to the right straight. That's the kryptonite of the southpaw, Sean.
He's standing much flatter, much wider. Real bounce in the step of Pitbull Friday. Kick by Reis. Swing and a miss with the right by Friday.
You can tell both guys were waiting for what they wanted. Pitbull waiting for that big right hand. Wilson Reis waiting for the right hand to get the takedown.
Reis told us in the fighter meetings, Jimmy, he believes he can submit Pitbull. Pitbull Friday said, I think my best chance is to win by knockout, not by submission.
I agree. When you see guys at this high of a level, you know, you're going to see a super fight between two black belts. A takedown is huge. Passing the guard is so rare. It's so hard to score on guys at this level. So to have guys like this submit is really rare. It's very hard to do. I have to agree with Pitbull. I think his best chance is on the feet.
Half butterfly guard there held by Pitbull Friday. Just the second time fighting outside of his native Brazil for Patrício Pitbull.
I mean, you saw against Chad Lyerly, as soon as Wilson Reis was in this position, he was passing, sliding beautifully to mount. And here he's having a lot of trouble passing Patricio's guard.
Left hand not quite getting through by Reis. Friday now holding half guard. Bit of no-gi jiu-jitsu here, Jimmy.
You see the pressure here, right on the head, that left arm around the head. That's where you get the pressure to pass half guarded. Wilson Reis is so good at applying that pressure. That's how he was able to pass every time against Chad Lyerly. But Patricio able to keep his hips moving, not letting Wilson Reis really go anywhere.
Both fighters telling us that they felt that there was a lot of buzz about this fight in Brazil. They feel that they're representing their home nation of Brazil. Pitbull back to his feet.
Great reversal by Pitbull.
Pushing Reis against the cage.
We see both of these guys, no matter who you would give the slight advantage to, it isn't a huge advantage. Both guys so well schooled on the ground. Wilson Reis trying to come out the back door with that half guard. Both guys popping to their feet.
Reis with the single leg.
Wilson, I don't think he's going to let go of that strategy. He wants to wrestle. He does not want to stand up with Patrício Pitbull.
Reis said that he was really focusing on his wrestling and on his boxing in preparation for this fight. Pitbull looking over to his corner. Knee by Wilson Reis.
If Minotauro were in my corner, I'd look over there too. Great guy to have in your corner. There's nothing, no position he hasn't seen.
Friday holding the north-south. He's posturing from his hip down to the sitting position. Both men so fluid on the ground.
But you see here, it's basically stalling each other out. No one has a really clear advantage. Their jiu-jitsu is just too top shelf. I mean, we're talking about guys where a sweep or a reversal is just huge, let alone a submission.
He's just powering to his feet. Closing seconds of our opening round.
You see the strategies, though, in this first round. Wilson wants us on the ground. Patrício wants to stand up.
We're headed to round number 2. Wilson Reis in the white trunks. Patrício Pitbull Friday in the black and yellow trunks. Round number 2. Jimmy, how do you have round 1 scored on your unofficial card?
Very close. I would give it 10-9 to Wilson Reis. He got the takedown. He spent more time on top. You know, it's a tough line Patrício Pitbull is walking. He doesn't want to give up a takedown by being too aggressive, but he wants to stay busy and do damage while he's on top, while they're on the feet.
See Reis out of that southpaw stance, but not closing his fist with the left hand, just keeping an open palm.
I think he's just trying to feel it out and get Patrício Pitbull to commit to something so he can drop in and take him down. I really don't think he has that much interest in boxing with Pitbull. You see, Patrício Pitbull has, oh, nice flying knee.
Then caught by Wilson Reis.
You see, Pitbull has great takedown defense, excellent balance.
Pitbull holding the guillotine, not sinking it in. Reis holding the single leg. Bit of a stalemate right now.
You know, both these guys are very strong, 145 pounders, but Wilson Reis a little bit stockier. I think he's a little bit stronger than Patrício Pitbull in these clinch situations. That's such a powerful build.
He's not working for a trip, just holding that single leg.
But one thing about the wrestling when you're taking on jiu-jitsu guys at this level is you don't want to, you know, go really hard. Oh, nice knee.
That's a really nice knee. Another one by Pitbull Freire.
You don't want to do a wild takedown and leave something exposed for the other guy to submit you. That's why, partially, Wilson Reis is being so cautious with this single leg.
Short little stinging left by Pitbull. He's finally lets go of the single leg.
Problem is that's really fatiguing, holding on to a leg that long.
Freire trying to walk down Wilson Reis, who's on his bicycle.
Freire so far being very efficient, hands high, not over moving, not using up a lot of energy.
Simultaneous kicks, neither landed. Pitbull Freire trying to let go with the hands. Good inside thigh kick there by Pitbull.
Actually, I think he ended up hitting the ribs with that one. That'd be the fight on most people. We gotta remember these 145 pounders.
1-2. The 2, the left landed by Freire.
You know, Freire locking up that guillotine position, but really just using it defensively, trying to control the head of Wilson Reis to not give up the takedown.
Pitbull Freire spinning out of that.
I think Pitbull's growing in confidence here. I think he stuffed a couple takedowns. You see him getting aggressive with the strikes a little bit. I think he knows that, hey, maybe I can fight off this takedown. I can let it go a little bit with my hands and feet.
Pitbull Freire just fainted with the right a moment ago.
But you really see the respect here that both these guys have for one another's game. They're not being reckless. Pitbull being very cautious. I think they know how dangerous each other is in this fight.
Thigh kick barely landed by Reis.
Set uppercut. He's trying to catch Wilson Reis coming in with that right uppercut.
Flying knee by Pitbull Freire.
That's 3 knees landed by Freire in this round. Doing much better job this time around of stopping the takedown. Takedowns take a lot of energy. They're much easier to get in the first round than they are in the second and third.
The composure for both fighters is really special.
I think Wilson Reis might be cut under the left eye.
That was a really nice knee by Pitbull.
I see a little bit of blood in the corner of the eye. I think Wilson Reis might be cut.
Reis most definitely cut. Blood coming out of the corner of the left eye.
You know, everybody leading up to this fight was talking about the jiu-jitsu battle, but I think on the feet is where this fight's going to be decided, either with the wrestling or with the kickboxing of Patrício Pitbull.
Reis again trying to wipe the blood out of the corner of his eye. That's the concern, obviously, with blood, is you lose vision. The blood pockets and pools in that eye, and you just can't see out of it.
Wilson getting inside a lot, but not being successful with those takedowns. Ended up holding on to a leg. That costs a lot of energy.
Freire had a little slick inside trip. Rather Reis did than Freire, sprawling right out of it.
I think Patrício is starting to get a lot more confidence in his takedown offense as this fight's going forward.
Dying seconds of round number 2. We are headed to a third and final round in Bellator.
You see those knees in that second round by Patrício Pitbull from that single leg position, just hopping off that left foot, knees straight to the face. Later on in that round, again landing with that knee. I think this one opened up the cut. That right knee, bang, right on the eye, and you see the blood coming right after that. I think that's the shot that opened it up, Sean.
Third and final round of this second featherweight semifinal. The winner to face Joe Soto in Bellator's second season featherweight tournament final. The winner of that bout will get a title shot versus Bellator's reigning 145-pound champion, Joe Soto. Wilson Reis in the white trunks. His Brazilian countryman, fellow BJJ black belt, Patrício Pitbull Freire in the black and yellow trunks. Jimmy, how do you have this on your unofficial card?
I would have this one round apiece, very close, but I'll give Wilson Reis that first round, Patrício Pitbull the second.
3 judges scoring cage side for the state of Louisiana. And a big question really is how much do they know about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? How much can they appreciate the finer points of this bout?
That is a very good point, but anyone could see. I don't see it as much of a Jiu-Jitsu battle because we're not seeing a lot of submission attempts, not a lot of sweeps, but Wilson Reis, when he was on top in that, when he was getting the takedown, he was staying on top in that first round, and you don't need to know Jiu-Jitsu to see that. Oh, beautiful takedown by Patrício.
Belly to belly suplex by Pitbull Freire.
Now that's a lot to do with the evolution of Jiu-Jitsu. When it first started, a lot of the takedowns for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu were not that good, but a lot of them now work with American wrestlers, Greco-Roman guys, and their takedowns have really developed.
Somewhere Joe Warren is watching and thought that was pretty clever.
Nice guard pass by Patrício Pitbull. That's not an easy thing to do against Wilson Reis.
Side control held by Pitbull.
Against guys at this level, a guard pass is huge. It's so hard to do.
See Pitbull Freire trying to step over.
Patrício Pitbull now trying to come out. Wilson Reis trying to come out the back door with that half guard. He did that a lot against Shad Lyerly. He would elevate with the legs and get a sweep or come out the back.
Standing up is Pitbull Freire. He's looking for the up kick. Pitbull looking to land the right hand. Now lets his countryman up.
That's a smart move by Patrício, because Wilson Reis is very dangerous on the ground.
Great refereeing in this bout by Jason Herzog. He has stayed out of the way and let the action flow.
Hey, the best referee is the one you don't notice. In this fight, I have not noticed Jason Herzog at all.
Waist cinch held by Pitbull Freire.
But you see Pitbull, he's not committing to anything in terms of the takedown or the grappling. He's light. When he feels he's in trouble, he just lets it go.
Body kick there from Freire.
Oh, good right hand. Patrício Pitbull growing in confidence now.
Outside thigh kick by Reis. But again, you see it as Pitbull walking down Reis. The shoot, then the sprawl.
Man, beautiful takedown defense by Patrício Pitbull.
Freire in the north-south. Controlling Reis. Punch to the body by Pitbull Freire. And again, telling Reis to stand up.
It's hard to work that half guard game against someone who just wants to stand up, who isn't interested in engaging in a grappling match with you. Because you're not, you just don't have a whole lot to keep your opponent down with. You only have half guard.
Not great success landing with the kicks or with the punches there for Reis.
Good movement by Patrício. He's just out of range, and when he knows he's in range, he lands that right hand. Good counter punching.
Freire just missing with that right.
Wilson Reis just doesn't have a whole lot of answers on the feet, other than to try and get the takedown and get it to the mat.
Body kick caught there by Reis. Again, holding the single leg. And driving his man down. That was just power over technique.
Oh, it certainly was. Now what can he do on top? There's only a minute left in this fight.
Into the 15th and final minute of this bout. Wilson Reis versus Patrício Pitbull Freire. This for a place in the finals.
Wow, great job by Pitbull hopping back to his feet.
Another knee by Pitbull. Jimmy, this is going to come down to how the judges have scored. What have the judges scored?
That's an excellent point.
Reis closing guard.
Neither guy dominant by any means. I would say Patrício Pitbull has controlled this round, landed the better strikes. He's now finishing it on top. I would give him this third and final round. By my scorecard, that's 2-1, but we'll have to see.
Again, Freire telling Reis to stand. Closing seconds of this fight. Big ovation from the fans here in Monroe, Louisiana. The end of the fight.
Wow, great job by both guys, but I think Patrício Pitbull stuck to his game, was able to keep this fight standing for a lot of it, and landed the better strikes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to the judges' scorecards. All three judges, Stan McLandish, Justin Cox, and Todd Singletary, all scored about exactly the same at 29-28. All for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the second finalist in the Bellator Tournament Featherweight Division, Patrício Pitbull Friday.
Jimmy, your inner circle.
Well, could Georgie's strength be his weakness? Karakhanyan is known for his aggressive style, but he walked into a lot of takedowns against Joe Warren. Will he temper that aggression against the submission specialist? Inside job, Pitbull knows he has to get inside of Karakhanyan's range to be effective. Look for him to crowd the taller Karakhanyan throughout the fight. Not an easy first round. Both these guys could be considered favorites to reach the finals. They are meeting in the first round. The winner has to be considered the tournament favorite.
Bellator Fighting Championships on MTV2 from Lucky Star Casino in Concho, Oklahoma. Now present the final fight in the featherweight tournament quarterfinal round, brought to you by Everlast. Greatness is within. Inside the cage now, 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing first the red corner at 5'8", weighing in at 146 pounds. As a professional, he brings 14 victories, 2 defeats with 1 draw. The Armenian fighter out of Riverside, California, introducing Georgie Karakhanyan. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the blue corner at 5'5", weighing in the same at 146 pounds. Tonight, he stands with a near-perfect professional record of 14-1 from Natal, Brazil, presenting Patrício Pitbull. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Jason Herzog.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There are no final questions from you, Red. No final questions from you, Blue. Touch gloves, come out ready to fight.
Kenny Foster, Daniel Straus, and Wilson Reis are through to the semifinals. The winner of this 4th Bellator Featherweight Tournament quarterfinal joins them. Georgie Karakhanyan is in the black trunks. Patrício Pitbull is in the purple trunks. Jason Herzog is the referee. Round number 1. Our Bellator clock is presented by PSP. Step your game up. PSP now just 129.
You see already Georgie Karakhanyan very light on his feet, trying to angle, trying to give angles to the submission specialist. He doesn't want to get taken down.
Georgie moves forward real well. He jabs twice, moves forward, and throws a hard right knee. But Patrício Pitbull's boxing is high level, so we'll see what happens when they get into that clinch.
Patrício Pitbull holds the rank of black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. The Russian-born California-raised Georgie Karakhanyan holds the rank of brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
But it's things like that that have gotten him in trouble. He's so aggressive, he walks right into that body lock.
Well, you got to give everything you have to win out there. You hold something back, you get submitted, or you go down.
But do you think that cost him against you? He walked into a lot of grips, and you took him down over and over off that aggression, that aggressiveness.
Well, the thing I think...
To support the humanitarian relief efforts currently underway in Japan, text the word Red Cross to 90999 to make a $10 donation.
I think what you're talking about, Jimmy, is moving forward. I don't care who it is. If you take a step forward, I'll take you down. It doesn't mean he wasn't good. That's what I'm good at. You know, they're good at submissions. I'm good at taking people down. Good
combination by Pitbull.
Leg kick there by Pitbull.
Nice leg kick. Georgie Karakhanyan's size is going to be a definitely different factor here in this fight.
Karakhanyan, very interesting, very candidly telling us, Jimmy, in our fighter meeting, there is a, quote, 95% chance that I will win this fight by decision.
Well, Patrício Pitbull has only lost once, has never been finished. Good double leg, and Karakhanyan going for the guillotine.
Karakhanyan scooped up on the double leg by Pitbull, went for the jump guard guillotine, could not pull it off.
Jimmy, I know you think Patricio's jiu-jitsu is better, so we'll see what happens right now.
I rolled with him last week. He has phenomenal jiu-jitsu, but Karakhanyan back to his feet.
Like I said, during my fight, Georgie went for 3-4 different hard submissions when he was in trouble. Pitbull didn't have that opportunity.
Karakhanyan told us, Jimmy, that he feels that the MMA community believes that Patrício Pitbull is the clear favorite in this fight, and he is really, really motivated by that.
Well, he's one of those guys, when you saw the opening round, I was surprised, honestly, that these guys were scheduled to fight in the first round. He said, I was excited. I want to fight the best. They bring out the best in me.
Well, you know, you got to get one of these guys out. I beat both of them.
How did I know you'd say something like that, Joe?
Hey, I just like reading on the bottom of the screen, only lost, Joe Ward, sorry.
I'm glad we brought our extra-sized headphones for you.
Hey, it's okay.
We keep them in the truck for a reason.
It's okay with me. I'm lighter now.
Both men a bit tentative now in the stand-up. Both looking to get off first, and it's Karakhanyan, a 1-2, then the leg kick.
Remember, I talked about the size of Karakhanyan's hands, remember?
Jump knee there by the Russian Karakhanyan.
But none of those landing that cleanly. Patricio's throwing, his combinations are a little bit tighter. Karakhanyan's a little wild right now.
Patrício Pitbull scooping his man down with the double leg.
Second takedown this round.
Taking a page out of your book, using that aggression to take him down.
You got to win a round, buddy.
And what's good is he's doing it when his opponent is against the fence. He's got nowhere to go. That's when he changes level. Doesn't try it in the middle of the cage. That takes a lot of energy.
He's being really smart, actually.
Oh, nice shoulder strike.
It's exactly what Patrício Pitbull is doing. Left, right with his shoulder strikes.
Now, when I grappled against Patrício last week, I was underneath him with X-guard just in this position. He's impossible to sweep. He has such heavy hips.
Let's see if this wrestling paid off.
Karakhanyan going for the single leg. Karakhanyan still committed to the single leg. Patrício Pitbull keeping his balance. Final minute of round number 1, our 4th and final Bellator Featherweight Tournament quarterfinal.
Now, Joe, for a second, talk about that. How fatiguing is it to be that deep in and on takedown? You don't get it, you come back out. That must take a lot of gas.
I'm a huge believer in if you don't get the takedown instantly, you need to pull back out and get your hands up.
That's more of a veteran move. You can train a little bit, but it's those top-level guys that know when it's done.
You keep that leg, or you hold on to that double leg, you use a lot of excess, you use a lot of your strength and your conditioning there if you don't bring them directly to the mat instantly.
Good thigh kick, another one by Patrício Pitbull, then the 1-2, just missed with the right. Straight shot there by Karakhanyan. Dying seconds of round number 1, Georgi Karakhanyan versus Patrício Pitbull, and we will go to round number 2.
You can see here, Patrício may be thinking, hey, it worked for Joe Warren. He went in, beautiful double leg takedown on Karakhanyan. Karakhanyan hopped back up, and you saw it again. Another double leg, very powerful takedowns by the Brazilian.
Round number 2 of this 4th and final featherweight tournament quarterfinal. These two fighters trying to get one step closer towards a world title shot with Bellator's reigning 145-pound champion Joe Warren, who joins Jimmy Smith and myself, Sean Wheelock, live on commentary cage side.
I made a little mistake earlier. I want to correct. Jared Weiner and Brad Daddis are Wilson Hayes' coaches. I had written it on the wrong side of my paper. They're Wilson Hayes' coaches, and congratulations to them.
Georgi Karakhanyan is in the black trunks. Patrício Pitbull is in the purple trunks. Jimmy, on your unofficial scorecard.
I have it 10-9. Patrício Pitbull, he was a little more efficient and got those 2 takedowns.
And Joe Warren on your unofficial scorecard.
Same here, 10-9. We saw those takedowns. I think Georgi definitely had better on his feet, but, you know, scorecard comes down. The takedowns are going to win it.
You see here in the opening part of this round, a leaping left hook by Pitbull. I think he sees the value in moving forward, and it was a nice shot, but move forward against the taller guy.
Well, Georgi also, remember, he threw those knees at me when I was taking those takedowns, cut my head. He needs to time Patrício here and drop one right in his grill here and put him down.
Patrício Pitbull is, of course, the younger brother of Patricky Pitbull, who defeated Razor Rob McCullough by way of 3rd-round TKO last Saturday night in the quarterfinal round of Bellator's 155-pound tournament. Patricky is here with his younger brother, and Patrício Pitbull said, I want to match exactly what Patricky did.
Now, in positions like this, certain guys are strong, other guys feel strong. You clinch up with them, you're like, man, this guy's unbelievably strong. Who felt stronger when you fought these two guys, Pitbull or Georgi?
I think Georgi, just because he was taller and he was just a little bigger bone structure than Patrício. He's a little shorter, a little more compact, easier to control for a wrestler.
Karakhanyan, 3 inches taller than Patrício Pitbull, standing 5'8". Karakhanyan walks at 165 pounds. When he played professional indoor soccer for the San Diego Sockers of the old MISL, his playing weight was 180 pounds.
Karakhanyan both guys trading wild kicks. Karakhanyan going for a lot of leaping moves, a lot of flying moves.
Which putting him in desperation, like you said, Jimmy, from in the beginning. Patrício's going right back to the body. Right back to body, not those legs, so he's going to get caught in a submission. Smart move.
Good knee just above the belt line, then on the thigh on the right side by Georgi Karakhanyan. The answering back on the inside of the right thigh by Patrício Pitbull.
No, you're fine.
Great fans here today, huh, Jimmy? They're loud and excited.
They love these fights. They're a little impatient right now.
Well, he's winning this round, Patricio. Getting through the first round.
2 good knees there by Patrício Pitbull.
Those knees,
turning his man.
Those knees, those body shots, you feel those. Third round, it's hard to get a full breath. They really pay dividends in the later rounds.
And he's getting really fatigued here, Georgie, by holding on to this. He needs to let go back to his feet where he's been scoring points.
You know, he hasn't gotten a takedown out of any of these positions, and like you were saying, takes a lot out of the gas tank.
Let go and get busy here. Throw some punches and knees.
A slap on the back. 2 more slaps on the back by Patrício Pitbull.
I think he's just making a point there. Great balance. Karakhanyan trying to drive through, just not successful. Oh, good body shot.
Right hand to the body. Karakhanyan answering back.
Patricio's hands are very low. Good right hand.
A reminder that you can watch this broadcast of Bellator 37 in its entirety later tonight right here on MTV2. We will begin at 1 a.m. Eastern Time, midnight Central.
You can see it right here. He's breathing deep through that stomach. That's because he's wrestling with some freestyle wrestlers.
Now, Joe, a quick question. When guys train and I'm working on my wrestling, they haven't been doing it 20 years. Is it a case of trying something he's not, you can tell his takedown isn't quite at that high level. Does he have a little too much faith in it?
No, what he's doing, he's got his back taken right now.
One hook in.
Patrício Pitbull looking for the rear naked choke with 1 hook in. Karakhanyan playing defense at the moment, trying to turn, trying to posture onto his right hip.
He worked with a lot of freestyle wrestlers. You can tell the double leg trying to cut across. He needs to work with a Greco wrestler, attack the body, more of a fist fight.
Both hooks in now. This is not where he wants to be. Pitbull tenacious on the back. I discovered that last week. He has phenomenal jiu-jitsu.
I almost discovered that too, saved by the bell first round, baby.
Karakhanyan posturing on his left hip.
5 more
right hands.
5 more seconds and it would be Pitbull sitting here.
Yeah, well, that's why I can count to 8.
We will go to a 3rd and final round. There you see the older of the 2 Pitbull brothers, Patrício Pitbull. He is a semi-finalist in Bellator's lightweight tournament. His younger brother, Patrício Pitbull, trying to become a semi-finalist in Bellator's featherweight tournament. Round number 3. Georgie Karakhanyan is in the black trunks, Patrício Pitbull in the purple trunks. This, again, our 4th and final Bellator featherweight tournament quarterfinal. Jimmy, on your scorecard.
I have it 2 rounds to none for Patrício Pitbull, 20-18. I want to be careful not to say Patricky. 20-18. I think he took the first 2 rounds.
I'm on the same page here, Jimmy. I think it's 2 rounds to 0. I think if he puts his foot on the gas tank, on the gas right now, he wins this fight hands down.
I'd like to.
Big overhand right miss there by Karakhanyan.
Good left hook.
Side kick.
You noticed at the end of your fight, Joe, when he was in desperation mode, Karakhanyan let it all hang out, but it leaves him vulnerable. You see Patricio still picking a good left hand.
Now looking to finish it, Patrício Pitbull. The end could be near. And that is it. Just like that, Patrício Pitbull scores the TKO. He is through to the semifinals.
Well, it looks like he's going to be making it at least to the semis, but he has your name written all over him, Joe. Bang, right hand right over the eye. Karakhanyan kept coming. It's a left hook right on the chin that dropped him. And Patricio, outstanding finishing instincts all over Karakhanyan, lefts and rights, and that right hand up, he could not protect himself. I think that's a good stoppage, Joe.
Well, he's the better fighter tonight. I think his hands are a little crisper like we talked. He was more methodical, body attacks, double legs, made sure he won the rounds and then put it away in the 3rd.
Yeah, well, you know, it's one of those things where he was ahead, but he didn't leave it to the judges.
Yeah.
He put a mark on this fight and said, hey, this is not going the distance.
See what happens when he gets a little piece of the war machine.
CO.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sudden end comes at 56 seconds into round number 3. The winner by TKO, and now the 4th semifinalist in the featherweight tournament, Patrício Pitbull. Wrestling Championships on MTV2 along with Everlast. Greatness is Within now presents semifinal number 2 in the Bellator Featherweight Tournament, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds here at Cocopa Resort Casino. We first introduce the red corner at 5'3", weighing in at 145 1/2 pounds. Tonight, he enters the cage with 12 wins, only 2 losses, from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Wilson Reis. And across the cage, his adversary out of the blue corner at 5'5", weighing in at 145 3/4 pounds. As a professional, his record an impressive 15-1 from Natal, Brazil, Patrício Pitbull. And the referee for this contest, Jason Herzog.
Friend versus friend, Brazilian versus Brazilian. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt versus Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. The winner of this second Bellator Featherweight Tournament semifinal joins Daniel Straus in the final. The bell in round number 1. Tonight's Bellator Fight Clock is sponsored by Dylan Dog, Dead of Night, in theaters April 29th.
The biggest advantage Pitbull had in their first fight was in the stand-up. How much has Wilson Reis improved?
Wilson Reis is in the red trunks. Patrício Pitbull is in the black trunks.
Before in the past, Wilson Reis has a tendency to get wild. He swings wide punches. Pitbull very accurate against Karakhanyan.
Wilson Reis accepts defeat, says, I definitely lost that decision versus Patrício Pitbull last May. That was in the semifinal round of Bellator's Season 2 Featherweight Tournament.
See Wilson trying to clinch there, and Pitbull so strong. I trained with Pitbull about a month ago. He rolled a little bit. He is phenomenally strong. Great jiu-jitsu.
Reis, interestingly enough, Jimmy, told us that he felt he now has the psychological advantage, even though he lost their first bout, because he believes he has seen the best that Patrício Pitbull has to offer.
Well, I think the best Patrício has looked was against Karakhanyan. Dominant throughout that entire fight, accurate, and finished it.
Patrício Pitbull said that I'm not even thinking about this as a rematch. I feel like this is a new fight and a new opponent. What happened last May happened, but it makes no difference to me in this fight.
Wilson using good head movement, a lot of movement. But Patrício so far a little bit more accurate with his punches.
He's supplying the pressure.
Now this is where Wilson wants to be, is up against the fence, using that upper body, but Pitbull so strong.
Underhooks held by Patrício Pitbull.
You know, you said in the beginning, black belt versus black belt. Well, there are black belts, and then there are black belts. These are 2 elite, world-class black belts. Wilson Reis, a former world champion. Patrício Pitbull, Brazilian national champion. These guys know their jiu-jitsu. I mean, they're outstanding.
Patrício Pitbull said, I think Wilson Reis has excellent jiu-jitsu. I just think that mine's a little better. Reis said that Pitbull's jiu-jitsu was definitely better in their first fight, but he thinks that his will be better in this fight.
Well, they have very different styles. Pitbull is very top-oriented, very strong. Wilson Reis has one of the trickiest half guards in all of MMA.
Reis holding the single leg. See the big wide base from Patrício Pitbull. Reis said that he wanted to get this fight to the ground, and he believed that it would be him who went for the first takedown.
I talked to some guys that have been training with him in San Diego, and they said that was his game plan. Get him against the fence, use that upper body clinch. But like I said, I think he's a little surprised with the strength of Pitbull.
That was a big knee there, and Patrício Pitbull, through his Portuguese translator, said, I think that's a weak spot on Wilson Reis, his midsection. I want a knee, I want a kick, and I want a punch to the body of Reis. I saw a knee there.
He said, I hurt Reis's body last time we fought, but it was at the end of the fight. I couldn't really capitalize on it.
He's centering at 12-2. Both losses in the semifinal round of Bellator Featherweight Tournament.
Wow, you knew that was coming. Wilson Reis kept dipping to his left. I was about to say, I think Pitbull's going to throw that kick, and he did.
In Season 1, Reis lost a decision to Joe Soto in the semis. In Season 2, as we mentioned, lost a decision versus Patrício Pitbull in the semis. Pitbull entering 15-1. His loss, of course, his only loss coming last June versus Joe Warren in that Season 2 145-pound tournament final, that by way of split decision, which Patrício Pitbull, by the way, thinks that he won.
That was one of the gutsiest performances I have ever seen by anyone. is Joe Warren against Patrício Pitbull. Patrício laid a beating on him in that first round.
Takedown from Patrício Pitbull.
That's another thing that's really impressed me is Patricio's takedown is outstanding. He has a great short double leg. He drops very well, extremely powerful. Once he gets in, it's hard to stop.
Good explosion by Reis back to his feet, but he ate a knee to the midsection from Patrício Pitbull.
One thing about Reis, he has an iron chin. We saw Joe Soto hit him with some incredible shots, never knocked him out.
Bounce in the step of Reis, who's really been working on his boxing and on his Muay Thai.
Patrício playing the role of the counterpuncher. You see here, waiting for him to come in, timing that left hook.
Straight right hand, then the wide left by Pitbull. Spinning back kick, really a feint there from Reis.
One thing Wilson Reis kept talking about, he says, I'm in better shape than I was in the first fight. You see he's using a lot of movement, a lot of feints. He says, I have the gas to keep this up this time.
Friend versus friend, and it is all business. Both men looking for one more big shot.
It's an excellent rear tie kick, bang, right to the head. A little more foot than shin, or that could have dropped Wilson Reis, but he has a great chin.
Round number 2 of this second featherweight tournament semifinal. The winner through to face Daniel Straus in the final. Brazilian versus Brazilian, and Jimmy, on your unofficial scorecard.
Well, I have it 10-9 Patrício Pitbull. A little more accurate with the strikes. Wilson not able to get his takedown going, but one takedown by Pitbull. I think it's 10-9 for Patrício Pitbull.
As you just saw there, Wilson Reis is in the red trunks and Patrício Pitbull is in the black trunks.
I think we've established the pacing so far. Wilson Reis moving forward, trying to get something going, and Pitbull content to counterpunch, moving forward a little bit better in this round.
Big step in knee there. Shades of his brother versus Toby Amada in the 155-pound tournament semifinals. Jump knee then from Reis. Patricky, the older brother of Patrício Pitbull, is in his corner. Those two inseparable this season. Jimmy, both fighters looked absolutely excellent in the quarterfinal round. Wilson Reis, a first-round submission victory versus Zach George. Patrício Pitbull in the quarterfinals, a third-round TKO versus Georgi Karakhanyan.
That was a nice 1-2 by Patrício.
Reis driving his man back with the body lock. Changing levels, going for a single leg.
And that's a difference in their takedown philosophies. Pitbull generally goes for the double leg, not a lot of single leg takedowns. You see here, exactly, he goes right for the hips, doesn't really stay with the single leg. We can waste a lot of energy. He likes to be around the hips. With the double leg and the waist cinch, you either get it or you don't. You can waste a lot of energy trying to get a single leg to the ground. Patrício now in triangle position. Reis a little too slick for that.
Live next Saturday night, right here on MTV2, it's Bellator 42, which will feature both light heavyweight tournament semifinals, plus Bellator's heavyweight world champion Cole Conrad versus UFC veteran Paul Bointello. The broadcast will begin at our regular Bellator starting time, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Good left hand by Reis.
You see, Reis stepped over the guard. Patrício gets it back. You know it's going to be a technical battle on the ground with these guys.
Patrício Pitbull trying to sit up and through. Reis, look how sticky he's staying. Good knee to the inside of the thigh by Reis. That was clever. Knee to the body by Wilson Reis.
Patrício back to his feet. That's the thing about Jiu-Jitsu black belts. It's very hard for either guy to get an advantage at this level. Hard to pass the guard, hard to get a dominant position.
Warning from referee Jason Herzog to Wilson Reis for holding the cage. Reis undaunted, continuing to throw the knees to the inside of the thighs of Patrício Pitbull. More knees to the thighs, inside, outside for Reis.
Let's go, guys, we're working here.
Call for action from referee Jason Herzog. There's the takedown.
Patrício tried to jump there for the guillotine, but Wilson Reis jumping around his guard. That was a very slick move.
Reis was going for the single leg, and Pitbull just jumped into it for that guillotine attempt.
It's going to be really hard to finish a guillotine on a guy at Wilson Reis' level in Jiu-Jitsu. But if anyone can do it, it's Pitbull.
Reis driving his man back. Pitbull holding that guillotine position.
I'm telling you, Pitbull is so powerful. I had both his legs when we were grappling. Single leg to a double leg. He was literally standing on his hands like rolling for knee bars. He is incredibly strong. Great flexibility, great balance.
Reis again, they're soft, but continuing to knee the thighs of Patrício Pitbull.
Well, he's trying to win back the round in this position. I think Patrício was winning up until this point.
Good turn there from Pitbull.
So you can turn it on and win this last minute. I think this round's up for grabs.
Final minute, round number 2 of this featherweight tournament, semifinal number 2. Daniel Straus sitting about 4 feet behind me, watching intently. He is through to the final, will face the winner.
Wilson staying tight this time. Man, see what I mean about the balance of Pitbull.
Now it's Patrício Pitbull coming forward, trying to walk down his countryman Wilson Reis. Jump knee there to the body by Pitbull. Pitbull continuing to apply pressure. Daniel Straus is through to Bellator Season 4 Featherweight Tournament Final. The winner of this bout, Wilson Reis versus Patrício Pitbull, will be his opponent. Round number 3 of this second Featherweight Tournament semifinal.
Both guys have a lot of bounce in their steps.
Wilson Reis is in the red trunks. Patrício Pitbull is in the black trunks. Jimmy, on your scorecard.
Well, I have it all knotted up 1 round apiece. Very, very close second round, but Wilson Reis a little bit more aggressive at the end. I gave him that round. It's whoever takes this round, in my opinion. Pitbull can't get trapped up against the fence in this round. He has to stay in the center where he has been effective.
He's just missing with that right hand. Pitbull landing
Another
his
good right
hand.
See, Reis a little bit wilder with his punches. Pitbull tighter, more accurate, doing a little bit more damage.
Reis feinting with the head kick. Body shot with the left by Wilson Reis. Dipped his head through to the stomach.
Wilson has certainly picked up a lot more tricks in his boxing arsenal, but I think Pitbull getting a little bit better of the stand-up. Like that one, too, very accurate.
Patrício Pitbull told us, Jimmy, through his Portuguese translator, so often in MMA, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt versus Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, they cancel out each other's grappling in Jiu-Jitsu, and it's all stand-up. It's really what we're seeing in this bout.
And so far, yeah. And Pitbull, once again, has just been a little bit more accurate.
Straight right hand by Pitbull. Another right hand, counter left, and a big right hand by Patrício Pitbull. That's his best punch of this round.
Wilson Reis just has a head like made of concrete. I mean, none of these super duper hard shots, but he doesn't even move back. He just keeps coming forward.
He's just missing with the left.
But Patricio's catching him with that right straight, which is the money punch against a southpaw.
See, it's Pitbull trying to slightly walk down his man, but Reis exploding forward there and again.
The problem with that rear tie kick from Wilson Reis is that it's coming from a long distance. It's very easy to see. That's why Pitbull's able to get his hands up, even though his hands are pretty low. He's blocking that kick every time.
Pitbull just missing with the uppercut.
One thing Patricio's not showing is a lot of respect for Wilson Reis' power. His hands are very low. Doesn't even really seem interested in having his hands up. I don't think he thinks that Wilson Reis can hurt him.
Left hand, then a counter left by Reis. Straight right hand by Pitbull.
Pitbull now switching southpaw, hitting with that lead right hook. Another good combination by Pitbull.
Straight right hand.
Reis is backing up.
In trouble.
He's in big trouble.
Patrício Pitbull looking to finish.
Move, Wilson. There we go.
But Pitbull still has a lot of respect for Wilson Reis' grappling, but now he's teeing off.
Reis is in big trouble. The edge of the air, and that is it! Patricio Pitbull with the third round TKO is through to the final.
You know, we've said a lot about the chin of Wilson Reis, but no chin on the planet could take those punches. Beautiful job by Pitbull. You see here, rights, lefts, man, everything hitting right on the button. That left hand on the chin, that was the beginning of the end. Not big, huge bombs, but they were just so accurate right on the jaw. No one can take those. And man, that last shot, Jason Herzog jumps in, beautiful stoppage.
3 minutes, 29 seconds of round 3. The final is now set. Patricio Pitbull is through to face Daniel Straus in the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 3 minutes, 29 seconds of round number 3. The winner by knockout, and now the second finalist in the Bellator Featherweight Tournament, Patricio Pitbull.
He's just 23 years old. He is now 16-1 in his pro MMA career. Patricio Pitbull, the winner, is with Jimmy Smith.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There are no final questions from you, Blue. No final questions from you, Red. Touch gloves, come out ready to fight.
Sitting cage side is Daniel Straus's mom, a nervous look on Marty's face. This Bellator Tournament Championship bout is under the unified rules of MMA. It is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Elbows to the head are allowed both standing and on the ground.
First round, fight you ready.
No kicking or
Fight
knee
you
in the
ready.
head of a grounded opponent. The bell in round number 1.
Now, it's hard to believe when you look at them that they're even in the same weight class. Straus is just huge.
He's just a taller athlete, a little bigger bone structure.
The American Daniel Straus is in the white trunks with that beautiful throw. The Brazilian Patricio Pitbull is in the black trunks. $100,000 and a title fight versus Bellator's reigning featherweight world champion Joe Warren is what the winner of this bout will receive. And
Good luck.
Joe Warren is joining us live on commentary for this fight.
Now, if you see here, Straus, you know, that second effort on the throw, went for a takedown, didn't get it, and then shifted right to a throw. He doesn't give up. He keeps pressing, keeps pushing, but right now it's Pitbull has him up against the fence.
But you watch Pitbull hit his back and pop right back up into a wrestling position. You can see he's been working on his wrestling line. Daniels needs to put that extra strength, that weight onto him today and hurt him.
Joe, Daniel Straus, outside of fighting, is really your polar opposite. He always talks about, I don't feel like I'm ready, I don't feel like my cardio is good enough. You know, I could get knocked out in 15 seconds. He is always downplaying his accomplishments. It's almost as though he gets ready the opposite of what you do. Instead of saying I'm the baddest man on the planet, he's almost saying, you know, I'm the worst fighter on the planet.
Well, you know, these are new wins for him. You know, he's this new being in the spotlight. I'm used to that. I'm excited, ready for that, you know. Sometimes I talk a lot of trash because I need it. Push harder, baby.
Daniel Straus started his pro MMA career 0-1 and then was 1-2. Since then, he has won 15 of 16 fights, including a dozen straight, coming into this featherweight tournament championship.
Now, here's where Pitbull's hard to deal with. Up against the fence, he's shorter, he's stockier, he's smaller. You're a Greco-Roman wrestler. It's very hard to get inside on a guy like that who's short and powerful.
Well, yeah, if you don't get underneath his hips. You know, right now Daniel's standing straight up and down and overhooking him. You know, and this is exactly what Pitbull wants, to slow this fight down and try to get control.
Patricio Pitbull enters this bout 16-1. His lone loss occurred last June via split decision versus Joe Warren in Bellator's Season 2 Featherweight Tournament Championship. This is the Featherweight Tournament Championship of Season number 4. Daniel Straus versus Patricio Pitbull. Joe, if you recall in our fighter meeting last June, you told Jimmy and myself, if I'm going to beat Patricio Pitbull, I'm probably going to win by decision. Daniel Straus told us the exact same thing coming into this fight. Realist,
you know what I mean? We're both warriors. You got to understand, two guys going in that ring at the level we're at, you know, understanding that one guy's not going to lose, so sometimes it's going to have to be a decision.
9 of his 16 career wins for Daniel Straus coming by way of decision, and he is very proud of that. He loves being a grinder. He's the proudest non-finisher I've ever met in this sport. He says there is something about dominating an opponent for the distance of a fight.
Now, I have been in Patricio's guillotine. It is fast, fast, and he is strong. No room once you're underneath that guy's armpit, but not able to get it.
No worries for Daniel Straus, and now he gets the Brazilian's back now to a waist cinch.
And Pitbull pops right back up. Joe, how hard is that to take a guy down and he just pops right back to his feet? It's a big waste of energy.
Well, the way he did it was right. He attacked the body instead of trying to waste with the upper body, so he didn't use a lot of energy to get to his back. But once again, Pitbull shows his wrestling skills, pops right back to his feet, and pretty much negates that takedown.
Patrício Pitbull so determined to get through Daniel Straus, but really, Joe, he is looking to get back to you.
He's looking for that second round.
Since the quarterfinal round, his fight versus Georgi Karakhanyan, Joe, he has been talking about a rematch with you for your title.
Yeah, I'm honored to give him that opportunity if he wins this fight. You know, it'll be a great fight for Bellator and also for me. I'm excited to show my improvements with him.
Referee Jason Herzog letting the action flow.
Now, one thing about facing a better wrestler, a guy with better takedowns, it tends to shut strikers down. They don't want to throw because they don't want to commit with their hips and get taken down. You see Pitbull not really throwing a whole lot out here in the center.
Good body shot there by Daniel. Real good.
Ooh, oh, good
leg kick by Pitbull.
Both guys very cautious with the strikes. A little bit of a leaping left hook there.
Straus listed at 5'7" to Patrício Pitbull's 5'5", but two really different body types. He looks so much bigger than just a 2-inch height advantage in the cage.
And this is what Patrício wants right here. He wants to keep him at his distance, let him move him, create angles, and land those punches in his chin. You have him on his knees, hurting.
He wants him in the center of the cage the entire time. Good wrist control by Straus.
Nicely done by Straus, back to his feet. Left hand by Daniel Straus, just misses the mark. Two men going full speed.
Oh, good knee.
The winner claims $100,000 and a title shot versus Joe Warren later this year. Jimmy, on your scorecard.
I got to go with Pitbull on that 10-9, an extremely close round. I think he landed a couple more strikes, and striking damage is the #1 criteria in the fight. I got to go with Pitbull, but not by a whole lot.
And Joe, on your scorecard.
Also, Patrício Pitbull gets that win by me. He was more precise, and he finished the round the aggressor.
But Straus did get a couple takedowns. Wasn't able to utilize them, wasn't able to use them very effectively, but got a couple takedowns. It depends on how the judges see it.
Daniel Straus is in the white trunks. Patrício Pitbull is in the black trunks.
Pitbull with the takedown, but I don't know if he's going to be able to hold Straus down.
Straus did tell us, Jimmy, that he would be comfortable fighting off of his back, but when do you ever see Daniel Straus on his back?
That is the worst place to be against Pitbull. You learned that. When he was on top of you in that first round of that fight, he had great control and good ground and pound.
Yeah, I won, saved by the bell on that one, but thank God the bell was there. But he's got his back right now. This is a great position for him. He needs to keep that pressure on Daniel right now.
When I rolled with Pitbull, he is so
You got him in the face. You got him in the face. You got him in the face. You got him in the face.
Time called by referee Jason Herzog.
Herzog saying that knee was to the face. I thought it was to the body. We have to get another look at that, maybe.
You have a little bit of time. You need to break. Okay, it was an accent. Okay.
Straus saying he needs a
little time to recover. You can't be in your corner.
Let's see if we get another look at it. Up against the fence. Oh, that looked directly to the body to me. I did not see any of that hitting him in the face. It looked like it was to the gut.
You ready?
Now again, we are under the unified rules of MMA. So knees to the body of a grounded opponent are legal. Knees to the head of a grounded opponent are illegal.
Yeah, that's a bad call by Jason Herzog. That was straight to the ribs.
Look at Pitbull's face, smiling. He's moving. You can see the flow. At this point in a fight, if you see a boxer moving like that, you better get your hands on him as quick as possible.
Yeah, and he's got good confidence. You see he's moving forward. I think he's having a lot more confidence in his striking and his ability to stop Straus's takedown.
Yeah, and I see, they say the best champion is the best actor, but I don't see that right now in Daniel.
TNA Impact is now called Impact Wrestling. This week, Kurt Angle goes one-on-one with Rob Van Dam for the first time ever on Impact. And will Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff succeed in eliminating the X Division once and for all? Impact Wrestling, Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, only on Spike.
Hope we see some flying elbows today in honor of Randy Macho Man Savage.
Yeah.
One of my favorites, man. Rest in peace.
Sadly passed away yesterday at the age of 58. His feud when I was a kid with George the Animal Steel was one of the greatest in the history of pro wrestling.
Now this feud right here that we're seeing here is going Pitbull's way. Very aggressive. I think he's got that swagger. He's got that confidence. I think.
Yeah, but look at Daniel, man. Don't count this man out. He's on his toes. His head's moving. His hands are up.
Oh, he's still very much in it. As far as the confidence momentum, I gotta go.
But you see it. You see it. I see the flow right now, like you were talking about. He's moving. His body's flowing. That's a scary position to be standing in front of a guy like that.
Patrício Pitbull, through his Portuguese interpreter, told us that he felt that his semifinal round opponent, Wilson Reis, was much stronger than Daniel Straus. And he also said, if Straus is stronger than Reis, well, I guess I'm in big trouble.
Well, Wilson, a really strong dude, but strong in a jiu-jitsu kind of way. Great positioning, really able to hold you, but didn't have that wrestling background like Daniel Straus. But you see Straus on the outside. I think he wants to press and get close and stuff these punches.
He's playing his game. Daniel's paying Pitbull's game, standing out there. He needs to put that aggression on him. You know, if Pitbull's saying that about the power, he's in for a big, rough time. July coming.
I think Straus's best bet is like Nazareno Malagari. He was always in Malagari's face, always pushing forward, always keeping him against the fence. Pitbull is going to win this fight, in my opinion, in the center of the cage. That's where he's best.
He needs to push the pace, but, you know, he's giving him a little too much respect.
Yeah, I certainly agree.
It's because we're, again, about the power of Pitbull's hands. You know, they're called heavy hands for a reason.
Body lock by Straus.
Time. Right here.
Patrício Pitbull complaining of a low blow there. Time called again by referee Jason
He just
Herzog.
came straight up through the center. I think his foot caught him in the cup.
Keep it clean, okay?
Accidents, you know.
Yeah? All right, guys, back up.
Good show of sportsmanship from both fighters. Time in immediately.
Well, neither one of these guys are dirty fighters. They have a lot of respect for one another. They're just, you know, you're throwing, that's what happens.
See, just straight left right there. You gotta watch out still for Danny. He needs to push that pace.
You see he's trying to counterpunch. He's trying to catch Pitbull coming in.
It's because, you know, you watch Pitbull and you scout him, he's a counterpuncher. So you think you counterpuncher against him. You need to put that aggression in. Wrestling.
Head kick there by Straus did not find the mark.
Now, speaking of low blows, his brother Patricky, a victim of 3 of those last week.
Big swing and a miss by Pitbull.
That's Michael Chandler.
He needs to get his hands on Pitbull.
Good knee to the body, then the counter on the single leg by Pitbull. Great. Oh, beautiful hip toss by Straus.
You see here the end of that round, Pitbull using his wrestling and a great counter throw, almost judo, stepping across. But Pitbull, once again, right back to his feet. Straus has been able to get a couple throws, but never able to hold Pitbull down.
Our third and final round of this featherweight tournament championship. Indeed, the final round of Bellator Season 4 featherweight tournament. Daniel Straus versus Patrício Pitbull. Jimmy, on your scorecard.
I have it 2 rounds to none. Patrício Pitbull. Both rounds very close, but I've given them both to Pitbull.
And Joe Warren on your unofficial scorecard.
Also the same, 10-9, 10-9.
That is the voice of Joe Warren, the self-proclaimed baddest man on the planet, Bellator's reigning featherweight world champion. He will fight the winner of this bout later this year. Daniel Straus is in the white trunks, Patrício Pitbull is in the black trunks, and the winner of this fight not only earns a title shot versus Joe Warren, they also earn $100,000.
Now, we both talked about it in between rounds, Joe. Straus has a wrestler's background, but he's playing a striker's game right now, kind of playing on the outside, not getting in Patrício Pitbull's face like we saw him do in previous fights.
Well, actually, this is the 3rd round also of a $100,000 fight. You better, you know, do what you got to do, pull up your shorts and get after this because, you know, you're not winning this fight standing outside right now.
Hey, can't take any punches home with you.
Or any money.
Oh, good left hand by Patrício.
He was on the counter after this step in right by Straus.
You see Straus trying to jump in, lunge in, rather than press in, and that's how Patricio's able to catch him. He's lunging, he's not pressing.
See what happens when a warrior like me gets back in there.
Flurry of punches there by Patrício Pitbull. Well defended, though, well covered by Daniel Straus.
Good right hand.
Beautiful right hand. Best punch of this round.
Straus finally getting inside, finally pressing.
But Pitbull's doing a really good job keep putting his feet against that cage and pulling the underhook up.
Are you surprised by his improvements in his wrestling game since he fought you for Patrício Pitbull?
No, I'm definitely not. He's a warrior, professional fighter. I knew that what he would do is, you know, put his whole camp into wrestling, focus everything he has in wrestling, and you can see that in those last few fights. He's had end-around takedowns every single round.
He's been very efficient, not wasting a lot of time trying to take Straus down in the middle of the cage. It's been toward the fence, toward the end of rounds. Very efficient.
Straus back to his feet. Good knee by Patrício Pitbull.
You see Straus getting the clinch behind Pitbull's head.
Well, you're seeing a game planner, you know, a fighter that's a game plan fighter like Pitbull against Daniel, similar to me, which throws it out at the wind and see what happens.
Straus temporarily on his bicycle.
Well, you didn't plan to take a beating in those first rounds?
Yeah, I'm just doing that to gain some more fans on MTV2 here, you know, so I can get some people that back me up here.
I bet you went after the first round of that Joe Soto fight when everything's going exactly the way I wanted it to.
Exactly. That's not the plan, but, you know, things happen out there.
And Pitbull, good bounce on his feet, hands high.
And he's moving, you know, Daniel's moving backwards. He's got to push this pace now. He's not no choice. There's a minute and 40 seconds left.
Nice left hand by Straus.
Now Pitbull tapping his chin, saying, come on. Trying to lure him in. You know he has a counter right waiting.
This was the game plan, but he's got to set up.
Straus is such a mellow, easygoing personality, but I think that really bothered him. Seemed as though he was upset by the showboating there from Patrício Pitbull.
But suckered him right into a takedown. I think that was his plan. Get him to move forward, shoot for a takedown of his own. If he can get one with a minute left, maybe ice this round, but good defense by Straus.
It was a good game plan. I mean, he once again into a high single and tried to do a sit back or a dump. Wasn't successful, but still in the judge's eyes, it was a takedown attempt.
Into the 15th and final minute of this featherweight tournament championship. Who will prevail, Daniel Straus or Patrício Pitbull? Who will get that title shot versus Joe Warren later this year?
Straus has to really turn it up in order to win this fight.
Yep, I agree, definitely.
Nice 1-2 by Straus. Good knee, and then the push off by Pitbull. Straus missing over the top.
A good head movement by Pitbull. He's dodging that first strike.
More showboating from Patrício Pitbull, and that's really out of character for him.
It is. I think he has a plan. He's not a guy who typically showboats. He's trying to draw Straus in to either counter right or get that takedown that he likes to get at the end of the round.
Flying knee from Patrício Pitbull.
You see the balance. He threw the flying knee and then landed on his feet. Incredible balance by the Brazilian.
Closing seconds of this fight. Straus looking for a suplex, and he gets it. The bell, the end of a very entertaining fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. Judge Jordan Bass scores at 29-28, while judges Joe Ancona and Mark LeBlanc both see the fight 30-27. All for the winner by unanimous decision now. The Season 4 Bellator Featherweight Tournament Champion, Patrício Pitbull.
Let's see how these two line up as our tail of the tape.
And you see here the record, Patrício Pitbull 17-2, also against much better talent. Can Downing step up tonight?
All right, just no face off. Obey my commands at all times. Go back up. Go back to your corner. Back to your corner and wait.
A huge opportunity for that man, Jared Downing, facing former Bellator tournament champion Patrício Pitbull. Round number 1.
This is what both guys said they would do. Come out to the center and throw.
Jared Downing.
Oh, good right hand.
It's dropped, and Pitbull looking to finish quickly. He pounces.
He's got a great guillotine.
Jump guard, close guard, guillotine for Patrício Pitbull, looking for the rapid-fire submission finish. And Downing pops his head free. Downing is in the black trunks with the yellow lettering. Pitbull is in the black trunks with the white lettering.
This is what both guys promise to do, go out and show the other one that they are the bigger Pitbull.
Jimmy, you say it all the time. Easy fights and great opportunities. For Pitbull, he's thinking easy fight. For Jared Downing, who last fought in the Bellator cage October 2010, this is a huge, huge opportunity.
Every fight is sold to you, either an easy fight or a great opportunity.
Pitbull, his last fight January of this year for the Bellator Featherweight World title, lost a hard-fought 5-round split decision versus the champion Pat Curran. He told us, I was too single-minded, too much of a striker. I'm going back to my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu roots. He holds the rank of black belt. He said, I'm the new Pitbull, meaning he's going to be completely well-rounded.
I have grappled with Pitbull. He has excellent Jiu-Jitsu and very strong. He knows how to use that compact frame. Very impressed. Downing got out of that guillotine.
Make something work.
Pitbull 17-2, and there's the separation from referee Raul Parada. Both of Pitbull's losses by split decision. Downing 9-2. Both of his defeats by split decision. It's that close at this level of MMA. Downing not intimidated by his Brazilian opponent. Escaped the guillotine early and now coming forward. Feed with the left jab by Downing.
Both guys loading up a lot on that left hook.
Side kick from Patrício Pitbull.
Shot to the cup, I believe.
Good sportsmanship. We fight on. See early on, Jimmy, Patrício Pitbull trying to land that right hand.
Yeah, he loads his punches. He throws very hard with the left hook in the right hand. Doesn't throw a lot of jabs. Throws a lot of power punches just like that. See, he's a little flat-footed. He likes that lower stance. He likes to throw power shots.
See Downing keeping his right hand down, now raises it, trying to be protected from getting knee to the head, but now fully stood. There's the knee of his own. In this step of Patrício Pitbull. What coming out of the mouth of Jared Downing?
Yeah, he's eaten some hard shots so far.
Downing said he wasn't intimidated. He's not fighting like he's intimidated.
No, he certainly is. He's coming forward, trying to land his shots, but he's gotten the worst of it so far, but still very much in this fight.
Just missing with that right hand.
Pitbull against Pat Curran, very effective with the leg kicks. We haven't seen any so far. Downing's got to get that jab going, kind of disrupt the timing of those power shots from Pitbull. Man, another one.
Dropped again as Downing right back to his feet. Then a clubbing right hand from Pitbull.
That's how Pitbull throws, right hand, left hook.
Saw how easily Pitbull defended that shot from Downing. Final minute of round one.
Another good left and right combo.
Downing now closing in, tying up, playing defense with that body lock.
And Downing's got a chin, I'll give him that.
40 seconds now, a very entertaining round. Patrício Pitbull landing his strikes.
Let go of the fence.
Warning the Pitbull by referee Raul Parada, holding the fence. Downing going hard, trying to record his first takedown of this fight.
Watch your low blow.
Pitbull with his build has amazing balance.
Yeah, he really does.
Twice Jared Downing has been dropped in round number one, but we fight on. There's the takedown. You saw Patrício Pitbull going for the guillotine, couldn't find it. Downing ends the round on top.
You see here that first knockdown, right hand right to the chin. Downing keeping his eyes clear, took that shot well. Second one, left hook right on the jaw, similar to the one that knocked out Karakhanyan. Then up against the fence, Pitbull just unloading. You see here, gets his range, gets his timing, and right here, land some shots up against the fence.
On the first knockdown, Downing had the presence of mind, not once but twice, to reach to keep his mouthpiece in. The judges scoring tonight have been assigned by the state of New Mexico. Jimmy, as always, you have the unofficial scorecard.
10-9 Pitbull, no question there. Man, great high kick, fast.
For the single leg.
Got caught with a little bit of the shin there.
Good left hand by Pitbull. 3 flash knockdowns, almost 4.
I call that 4.
Big shot, this fight is over.
Man!
Patrício Pitbull literally punching his way through to victory. Huge shots, and he finishes with the right hand knockout.
Downing still conscious, but if you saw the back of his head hit the canvas, you'd agree with that stoppage as well. Man, he hit the ground hard.
Just before the sequence, Downing was going down. He put his hand down. In boxing, that would have been ruled a knockdown. Downing, though, keeping his balance, but really it worked against him. He popped up, he ate the right hand as Pitbull finished the fight.
Let's look at it here. Right hand, head bounces off the ground. You see, not able to bounce back to his feet. I think that's a good stoppage by the referee. Downing not even able to stand up after that. That left hook, right cross combination, that was the money shot throughout this fight. Downing just not really having an answer for the power punches of Patrício Pitbull.
The punching power simply too much for a very game Jared Downing as Patrício Pitbull gets the victory. Here's Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes officially 54 seconds into round number 2. The winner by TKO, Patrício Pitbull.
Let's go to Michael Williams.
Live on Spike, Bellator MMA, along with Pechanga Resort and Casino. Now, present the main event of the evening. Featherweight, set for 3 5-minute rounds in the toughest tournament in sports. Sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Commissioner John Frierson Chair, Executive Officer Andy Foster. Tonight's main event is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator MMA. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. And now, first introducing the red corner. At 5'6", weighing in at 145 pounds. Tonight, making his Bellator debut, he brings 18 professional victories, 4 defeats, hailing from Rio Grande do Sul, Brasil, Diego, the Gun Nunes. And across the cage, his opponent tonight fighting out of the blue corner at 5'5", weighing in at 145.5 pounds. The 2-time tournament finalist and world title challenger tonight stands with 18 professional victories, just 2 losses. From Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brasil, introducing Patrício Pitbull. And the referee in control of the action, Big John McCarthy.
Touch gloves. Step back.
Both fighters, Jimmy, seemed really excited for that stare down. They almost ran to the center of the cage.
He did not call them in for a stare down. They did that on their own.
Our main event of the evening. Final fight in this Bellator Featherweight Tournament opening round. The winner through to the semifinals. Will it be that man, Patrício Pitbull, or his opponent, Diego Nunes? Our fight clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. 2 high-level Brazilians. Diego Nunes is in the green trunks, Patrício Pitbull in the black trunks.
Diego Nunes, you see on his shorts, Lumpini, famous stadium in Bangkok, known for its Muay Thai.
It's exactly in that category, Muay Thai, which Nunes thinks he has a major advantage in this fight. Slipped there right back to his feet. Pitbull wanted to pounce.
See the footwork from Nunes. I think he recognizes Pitbull. Very hard puncher. don't want to stand in front of him. I don't care what you think about your technique.
Pitbull is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but he really loves to strike in MMA.
He does.
He feels he's the superior striker.
Question is, who's going to initiate here? Pitbull usually very aggressive from the outset in fights. He's taking his time here. Oh, good left hand. He's out.
Right hand. That is it. A lightning strike win for Patrício Pitbull. He is through to the final four.
It was a short left hand he caught him with coming in. Talk all you want about technique. Patrício Pitbull is heavy-handed. Let's take a look at it here. Caught Nunes coming in. Look at this. Short left hand just under the ear. The right hand afterward. Man, that is all she wrote for Nunes. Look at this. Bang! Left hand right under the ear. Short left hook. Man, sort of a check left hook. Moving backward. Threw it just at the right time. It's like getting hit with lead, man. Nunes is done.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes suddenly. Official time, 1 minute 19 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout now, a featherweight tournament semifinalist, Patrício Pitbull.
Here's Michael Williams.
Bellator MMA live on Spike, along with Boyd Gaming's Kansas Star Casino. Now, present tonight's main event, a featherweight semifinal in the toughest tournament in sports. Sanctioned by the Kansas Athletic Commission at cage side, Commissioner Martin Thomas. Chief Inspector is Dean Pearson. The main event tonight is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator MMA. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. And now set for 3 5-minute rounds, introducing the red corner. At 5'9", weighing in at 146 pounds. As a professional, 19 victories, just 2 defeats. From Santana, Amapá, Brazil, introducing Patrício Guerrero. And across the cage, his opponent fighting out of the blue corner at 5'5", weighing in at 145.6 pounds. With a successful tournament run and world title challenge to his credit, tonight he stands with 19 professional victories, just 2 losses. Hailing from Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, introducing Patrício Pitbull. And the referee in control of the action, Big John McCarthy.
Patrício! Gentlemen, went over the rules in the back. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Best of luck to both of you.
The winner through to the featherweight tournament final. Both fighters, Jimmy, with very accomplished martial arts pedigrees. Can Guerrero use his judo base to get this to the ground? There you see Justin Wilcox with Bjorn Rebney. He has already booked his place in the featherweight tournament final. He will fight the winner of this bout. Round number 1. Our fight clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time.
See totally opposite builds. Guerrero, long, lanky, good range. Patrício Pitbull, just like you'd think a guy named Pitbull would be built. Stocky, strong, a lot of power in his punches.
Guerrero in the black trunks, Pitbull in the white trunks. They both downplayed it, Jimmy, but you and I know at this level of MMA, there's something special about Brazilian versus Brazilian. Looking to use the judo. See, fitting in for the throw and good defense from Patrício Pitbull.
The question is, does Pitbull want to take down these positions, or does he want to break away and land strikes?
Into the stomach, thrown by Patrício Pitbull. Looking for the outside trip. Beautifully defended by Pitbull, and on the reversal, he lands into top position. And that sequence initiated by Guerrero.
Pitbull's taken on wrestlers in Daniel Straus Pat Curran, Joe Warren. Really, Joe Warren, the only one having success with the takedown. That was in rounds 2 and 3.
Tuesday, October 15th, the season premiere on Spike. Chris Angel, Believe. See the wrist control by Patrício Pitbull.
Trying to isolate the Kimura on that side, but trapped in half guard. You wonder how much he's going to commit to this.
There's the figure 4, can't find the Kimura.
Well, he doesn't want to put his weight forward. Now they're much safer now. But both these guys are smart. You're not going to see them commit to something they're not going to get. Good step over into full mount. Nice transition by Pitbull.
You see a tight full mount. Guerrero looking to sweep.
Looking to get his escape.
Guerrero back to his feet. Big knee just above the belt line for Fabricio Guerrero. Looking again for the outside trip. Again defended by Patrício Pitbull.
And you see Pitbull just driving him to the ground. You see the difference in the physical strength between these two fighters. I'm surprised Pitbull's engaging him in this kind of a fight. I'm surprised he's not breaking away, trying to make it a boxing match.
Looking to take the back standing, Patrício Pitbull. 150 remaining, round number 1.
Oh, nice. Roland looks like he's going for a leg lock. Look at the weight and look at the grab on the head. That's how you defend that leg lock. Put weight on the leg, pull your opponent's head. Stepping around for the pass. He's around the legs, but needs to bring his body around. Got to worry about that underhook on the left side by Guerrero.
Shoulder strike there from Patrício Pitbull again.
You see already Patrício Pitbull having a lot of respect for Guerrero's ground game.
Full mount once more. Guerrero sits up. Guerrero, you can see, trying to keep Pitbull close.
It's a subtle battle with the hips. He's trying to pass, but he doesn't want to give too much separation to Guerrero and let him get underneath him for a sweep. That's the battle that's going on right now.
Very tactical on the ground. 3 left hands now from Patrício Pitbull. Caught in a half guard of Guerrero. To the body.
So this is what he doesn't want, is Pitbull with space.
Pitbull looking for the angle, looking to dive back in with punches. Guerrero to his feet. Pitbull holding the body lock, back against the fence. The opening round is in the books. Between rounds 1 and 2, Fabricio Guerrero's corner telling him, put your hands on Pitbull, don't fall into his game. Sound advice? What do you think, Jimmy?
Well, the problem is that his game is the ground, and that's where they spent the first round. So, you know, the question is, what is his game? What did they train for? Probably something like this. Beautiful elevation by Pitbull.
Jimmy, your scorecard round 1.
10-9 Pitbull, but he controlled that first round on the ground, which Guerrero thought would be his world. Both these guys, though, showing a lot of respect for one another on the ground, not taking any risks.
John McCarthy has not had a lot to do in this fight.
Nice spin to the back.
There's been a lot of grappling, and surprisingly not much striking. Big takedown from Pitbull, surprising at least from Pitbull's perspective.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't broken away and gone for more kickboxing, try to break away from this kind of game. Well, he's doing well. You know, I gave him the first round, got the mount twice, but didn't have a sizable advantage in that first round like he would on the feet, in my opinion.
What did Guerrero tell us? Slow it down, bring it to the ground. Which is what he did in round 1, and still, you gave round 1 10-9 to Patrício Pitbull.
He's on the bottom a lot. I think he wants to work his throws and get on top.
Knee to the stomach from Guerrero. Next week, first time ever for the Bellator cage in Iowa. We'll be in Cedar Rapids. The rematch, Hahn versus Weidman.
Weidman looked a lot better this time around at 170 pounds, filled out. Can he win the rematch against Rick Hahn? Owned him the first time around.
The winner will advance to the welterweight tournament final. The winner of this fight advances to the featherweight tournament final. Center cage restart from John McCarthy. Guerrero coming forward, throwing the right hand.
Oh, good shot by Guerrero.
Pitbull nodding right back to his feet.
I don't think Pitbull expected this.
What a contrast in body types, contrast in reach. Reach advantage is great, but only if you can actually establish the reach advantage. Truthfully, Jimmy, we have not seen Guerrero, by and large, establish a reach advantage whatsoever.
I like that right hand. I like his aggression in the center of the cage, but here they are up against the fence, where it's hard to do anything with a guy with Pitbull's build.
Pitbull, heavy pressure standing. See Guerrero trying to move to a better position. Uppercut with the left hand from Pitbull. Guerrero with the turn, Pitbull turning right back.
Come on, let's go.
John McCarthy losing patience. Pitbull turning right back.
Get apart, let's go.
In the center of the cage restart. Guerrero coming forward. Pitbull getting right in the puncher's pocket.
Remember, against Diego Nunes, this is what Pitbull did. Backed off, hit him with a check left hook. There it is. Loves that left hook shot right over the top.
Final minute, round number 2. A rare kick from Fabricio Guerrero.
Oh,
Shakes his head, no, pops right back up after the right hand. Inside left, counter right from Pitbull.
Pitbull much more confident in his strikes later on in this round.
Spinning back fist.
Good head movement by Pitbull, though. Guerrero stepping in, committing to his strikes.
Closing seconds. Pitbull looking for a takedown before the bell, and he gets it. We've reached the third and final round of the featherweight tournament semifinal number 2. Who will go through to the final? Patrício Pitbull or his opponent Fabricio Guerrero. Jimmy, your scorecard.
2-0 for Pitbull, both 10-9. Guerrero had his moments on the feet early in that second round. I thought Pitbull, though, much more confident with his striking as it went along. I think the aggression of Guerrero kind of surprised him.
Guerrero looking for the takedown on the level, changed the outside trip, and he gets it. And immediately the sweep. Back to their feet, and look at the tenacity from Pitbull as well as the power.
Great elevation off the takedown, and then bullying him back down, using that size and strength advantage.
Side control now for Pitbull. Tomorrow night, right here on Spike, 9 p.m. Eastern, live, you will see the premiere of Glory
See Guerrero trying to win that battle on the left side, has the underhook. Has to bridge up, push up, and get some space, just like that.
For the briefest of moments, Pitbull had full mount and into the half guard of Guerrero.
And that's what you talk about, respect in the ground game. He feels the little advantages that Guerrero's going for. That's why he's not sitting up and unloading with punches. He feels that this is, you know, a top-level black belt underneath him, does not want to make a mistake. See here going deep half guard. Good transition by Pitbull.
Jimmy, are you surprised at how few strikes we've seen thrown and landed from both men in this fight?
No, not really. When it comes to a ground game like this, like I said, I think he respects Guerrero's ground game. He's not going to get wild with strikes and leave something open. So on the ground, hasn't surprised me at all.
Short knees, 3 of them from Pitbull.
Being on top of a guy like this in half guards, like being on a boat in a storm, you can't really get your legs under you. It's hard to stabilize to land ground and pound. That's what it's like. It's the only way I can really describe it.
Guerrero to his feet. Pitbull trying to kick out the leg, now on the waist cinch.
What has surprised me is Pitbull's willingness to grapple. I thought he'd break away a lot, trying to turn it more into a kickboxing battle, especially after the success he's had since the middle of the second round. That has surprised me a lot.
Pitbull staying sticky.
Like
15 remaining.
It's like you said, Sean, Brazilian versus Brazilian. I think it might be part of Pitbull wanting to win a jiu-jitsu battle.
Big takedown. You see how high Pitbull got on that takedown. Close guard from Patrício Guerrero. Getting close guard from Guerrero. Into the home stretch now, the second Bellator Featherweight Tournament semifinal. Patrício Guerrero, 19 victories, just 2 losses, versus Patrício Pitbull, 19 victories, just 2 losses. The winner through to the Featherweight Tournament final. The winner of that final earns a world title shot.
This is where normally a guy like Pitbull would work so hard to pass, with a ton of pressure, being very methodical here, and he gets the pass.
Side control again for Pitbull. Guerrero sitting up and standing up. Now Pitbull backs off, and coming forward is Guerrero. Another left by Pitbull. Guerrero swinging big now, Jimmy.
He's swinging like a guy who knows he's behind.
Guerrero now in stalking mode. 20 seconds to go. Jump knee from Guerrero. Pitbull trying to keep his cool.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. He's not about to let Guerrero get back into the fight with a lucky punch.
Pitbull looking for one more takedown. That's the end of the fight. Immediately, you see Patrício Pitbull raises his right hand.
What surprised me in this fight was the takedown of Pitbull, his willingness to engage on the ground against Patrício Guerrero, who made no secret of the fact that he wanted to win this fight by submission. He felt he could win the jiu-jitsu battle, but I think Pitbull proved him wrong. Great top control, great pressure. Not a ton of ground and pound, but consistent throughout 3 rounds of this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. All 3 judges, Victoria Miller-Pence, Kevin Champion, Ty Pilgrim, all see the fight exactly the same, 30-27. All for the winner by unanimous decision now. A featherweight tournament finalist, Patrício Pitbull.
You see the numbers in our tail of the tape.
Weighed in the same, but Justin Wilcox spent most of his career at 155. He's the much bigger fighter tonight.
Here's Justin Wilcox, NCAA Division I wrestler at Edinburgh University. How will his ground game fare against the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, Patrício Pitbull? Round number 1.
There's a headbutt. They clashed heads coming in there.
Wilcox in the blue trunks, Pitbull in the black trunks.
Oh, nice left hand. It's a straight jab, but it hurt Wilcox.
Jimmy, if Pitbull has his way, we won't see the ground game. He talked about getting the knockout and getting it early.
We saw against Diego Nunes, he has power, especially in that left hook.
Patrício Pitbull loosening his shoulders, defending that jump knee from Wilcox.
Surprising, Wilcox, of course, a decorated wrestler, but he talked about, I can take Pitbull down. He's very hard to keep down. Might end up to who, the fight might go to who does more damage on the feet. He acknowledged that.
Just saw this shot off the miss. Good left hand from Pitbull. Now the right hand's trying to take the back.
Pitbull all over Wilcox in this first round.
Patrício Pitbull absolutely swarming Justin Wilcox and allows his opponent to stand.
One thing, Wilcox used to being the shorter, stockier fighter. It's hard to get underneath a guy like Pitbull and take him down. Joe Warren, the only fighter really able to take Pitbull down, and Pitbull very tired late in that fight.
Feint from Pitbull. You see Wilcox trying to come forward, now backing off.
That's the danger coming in, is that left hook of Pitbull. Very good with that lead hand. Throws a good jab, throws a good left hook. Good right hand, that hurt him. Oh, that
big
really
right
hurt
hand
him.
from Pitbull, now pouncing.
That was on the forehead, it still rocked him. And Pitbull very heavy-handed. Wilcox in trouble again.
Gasper Oliver taking a close look at these strikes. Relentless is Patrício Pitbull. He's now thinking finish in round 1.
Wilcox still trying to move, but now he's flat. That is it! TKO victory for Patrício Pitbull, and he has won his second Bellator Featherweight tournament. Wilcox had no answer for the punching power of Patrício Pitbull. Every time he touched him, he hurt him. Every single time he touched him with a punch, he hurt Wilcox. Man. Jab 1-2 combination. That rocked Wilcox. Happened throughout the fight. Every time we land these straight shots, Wilcox would go down. In that last sequence, Pitbull swarmed him, put pressure on him, wouldn't let him off the hook. And when he flattened out, when he physically flattened out on the mat, that's when the referee had seen enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes officially. 2 minutes, 23 seconds of round number 1. The winner by TKO, now a 2-time winner of the featherweight tournament, Patrício Pitbull.
The reach advantage of Pat Curran, 8 inches. That is crucial in this fight, that he use that range, stay behind his jab, use everything off that range advantage.
Guys, this is 5 rounds on the unified rules for the featherweight world title. I want a good, clean, fair fight. Watch the head clashes, watch the low blows. Do I have any questions? Any questions? Touch gloves if you want, come out swinging.
Jimmy, your keys to victory for both fighters.
Patrício Pitbull, get inside Curran's range, use that leg kick early and often. Pat Curran has to stay behind the jab and work angles constantly. Don't stand in front of the hard-hitting Pitbull.
Pitbull versus the champion Curran, part 2, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds at stake, Bellator's featherweight world title.
You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Let's go!
Round number 1. Our fight clock is brought to you by the official beer, Bellator Miller Lite, back in its original look. It's Miller time.
One question is, will Pat Curran have a slow start? He usually feels out the first couple rounds. Is he going to start faster in this fight?
The Brazilian Patrício Pitbull is in the black trunks. Pat Curran, the American. He's in the white and black trunks. Almost on cue, Jimmy. The chant of USA, USA. Our Connecticut crowd here at Mohegan Sun. Opening minute, opening round. This Bellator Featherweight World Championship rematch. Patrício Pitbull versus the title holder, Pat Curran. Glad you're with us for Bellator MMA as we are live on Spike.
I already see a change in the style of Pitbull. He's throwing those leg kicks a lot more often, and he's not throwing those wild strikes. He's staying tight. Hands high. He ate a lot of counter punches in the first fight.
More of a bounce too in Pitbull's step, Jimmy. Really up on his toes, a lot of movement. A lot of lateral movement especially. Slip by Curran, Pitbull pounces. And not getting through.
Different stance this time around as well. First fight, Pitbull took the center of the cage. Pat played the outside. It's the opposite in the start of this fight. Right now it's Pat claiming the center. Pat putting pressure on Pitbull.
Hands high, standing tall is Pat Curran. Forgetting the height differential, Jimmy, for a moment. Curran is just a taller standing fighter.
Yeah, very true. Pitbull brings himself lower, chin down. Crowd is booing, but these fighters really respect one another. Not going to do anything stupid to please the crowd. Both guys have shown they can end the fight in one shot. I think Pitbull is the harder puncher. It's like Pitbull fires a grenade launcher. Pat Curran fires a sniper rifle. They have different styles. They can end a fight at any time.
Gonna miss on the overhand right by Pitbull.
You good? All right, continue.
McDonald recognized the low blow. Time not called. We fight on. Pitbull looking for the first takedown of the fight. Going down to his knees, immediately right back up. 90 seconds remaining round one.
Curran very good with the switch, very good with that wrestling escape. Looking for wrist control here, but Pitbull able to put pressure on, but way too high.
Over the top as he was looking for the rear naked choke. Too high, too aggressive, Jimmy.
Very true.
So much composure from Curran.
Pat Curran always ice cold, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, doesn't panic easily.
Trickle of blood under Curran's right eye.
Neither guy's landed anything big. Pitbull really committing to that right hand.
He's swinging big as Patrício Pitbull.
He's being more judicious than he was in the first fight. He's not winging a lot of punches. They're still power shots. He's trying to pick his timing. He's a lot more reckless in that first fight. Oh, nice right hand. It was a straight right up the middle, right through the guard of Pat Curran. He always keeps his hands high. That was the best punch of the fight.
Curran slowly trying to walk forward. Very conservative in coming forward. Final seconds now, round number one. Swing and a miss with a lead left hook from Patrício Pitbull.
Stop!
Heading into round number two, scheduled for 5. Jimmy, how did you score round one?
Incredibly close first round, very hard to score. I gave it 10-9 Pitbull by the barest of margins. Got the takedown. Both landed punches. I thought Pitbull landed with a little bit more authority. But man, that could easily go either way.
A slip on the jump knee. Curran immediately back up and then shoves off Pitbull to get distance. 2 slips we've seen in this fight from Pat Curran.
And Pitbull's tried to use them as striking advantages. Hasn't necessarily tried to take him down off of those slips. Nice right hand by Curran.
Knee to the body. Curran backs off. Hint of a low blow. That's why they touched hands. A lot of animosity, but we're seeing real respect and sportsmanship right now.
Yeah, a ton. These guys are professionals.
It felt, Jimmy, like it was Pitbull with the animosity. Curran seemed as relaxed as I have ever encountered him since he started fighting for Bellator in the spring of 2010.
I notice a lot of the reaction of Pat Curran off the punches is he's off balance. I think he might be overcommitting a little bit more than he used to. See that jab, it didn't land super flush, but really rocked Curran off his feet. I think Pitbull's caught him off balance a couple times.
Right hand earlier in the sequence, a chopping outside kick from Pitbull.
I think
that comes forward.
I think that's a great weapon of Pitbull's. It was working early in the fight. He kind of got away from it, started slinging punches again. Now he's going back to the leg kick. But the leg kick is one of those things you need to work consistently and kind of chop a guy down. You won't get a one-shot knockout like you can with your fists. If you're not going to do it often, it's better not to do it at all.
One thing I think, Jimmy, noticeably absent from Curran's arsenal thus far in this fight is the teep kick, the push kick. He throws it a lot. He hasn't really thrown it in this fight. Maybe that's respecting the takedown of Pitbull.
Look at that leg kick. A ton of power behind that.
Much on that inside kick from Curran.
Curran doesn't often use the leg kick as a consistent weapon. Obviously knocked out Marlon Sommer with the head kick. He can throw them, but he doesn't use them to wear an opponent down.
And when he uses the push kick, it's almost like a long-range jab.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does. Pitbull throws that leg kick with authority. Trying to take out that lead leg kick. Great strategy against a boxer like Pat Curran. One thing to keep in mind. Oh, nice combination.
Explosion of punches. Pitbull coming forward.
One thing. Oh, good left hook.
Curran right back to his feet again. Pitbull pounces. Landing right hands, the uppercut. Counter right from Curran. Now Curran looking for the level change.
That is not a good sign. Pat Curran going for the takedown. I think he's trying to clear his head, Sean.
Short, sharp elbow. Pushing down Pitbull is Curran. Then the big knee.
If you question these guys' chins, there's your answer. Great punches by Pitbull, nice knee by Pat.
Short, sharp elbow standing from Curran. Pitbull walks right through it.
One of the biggest questions in my mind in this fight is, can Pitbull stay aggressive, throw big shots, and have the gas to keep going through a 5-round fight? One of the problems he's had in the past is when he gets overly aggressive, he spends a lot of energy. You see his hands coming lower and lower, now down by his nipples. They were up by his chin at the beginning of the first round.
Jump knee that was well defended, though, by Pitbull. 50 seconds remaining round 2 of this world title fight.
I think between the last fight and this fight, Pitbull has really worked on his defense. Look at that slip. Beautiful job slipping off the jab.
Pitbull back to the low kick.
That's the price you pay for that low kick. Does leave you vulnerable to that straight right. I think that's why he's hesitant to use it a lot of the time.
Pitbull talked about implementing his ground game, implementing his jiu-jitsu. We haven't seen it thus far.
Another very close round.
Jump knee, that lands. Another knee just before the bell, a legal shot.
That left hand right on the chin. That straight blast attack, but Pat Curran coming back well, landing this beautiful knee. Right hand over the top landed as well. And then at the end of the round, another knee. Jump knee up against the fence. Back and forth battle, just what we expected.
Through 2 rounds, Jimmy, what do you think?
Coin flip rounds. I gave the second one to Pat Curran, 10-9. But really, both rounds could have gone either way. No one can feel comfortable about a lead in this fight.
You heard the urgency from Curran's corner.
The only thing that has consistently given edge to Pat Curran, he's been the one taking the center of the cage. He's been the one pushing forward. He gets the cage control and the aggression points. He's got to be careful with that.
Feint on the jump knee from Pitbull. And again, you see coming forward. Pitbull will back off as he's done throughout this fight, then try to explode forward with strikes. Just like that on cue. To the low kick for Pitbull. Curran trying to answer. Right hand to counter that Pitbull low kick from Curran.
And the low kick landed. Look at the bruising around that left knee. It is purple.
Enhance your enjoyment of Bellator MMA in this world title fight with the Bellator app. Download it now, it's free of charge. Real-time stats, fighter bios, archived video, and score every round live as you are the 4th judge. Center of the Bellator cage. Curran trying to establish his left jab. 2 spectacular featherweights. Patrício Pitbull, 21-2. The champion Pat Curran, 20. Oh my God! He is dropped. Right back to his feet, but again, Pitbull pounces. Nicely done on the throw. And again, Curran to his feet.
Pitbull smells blood. Can he keep up the aggression?
Knee to the body from the Brazilian. Swinging elbow strike just missed from Curran.
Curran's eyes look clear. Still don't know if he's hurt, though. And we talk about the jab of Pat Curran, but Pitbull has that Larry Holmes jab. It's got a lot of power behind it. Easton Assassin sitting right behind me. It's a powerful jab. It hurts you. It's not a feeling out jab.
There was the jab right there from Pitbull. Snap jab from Curran, but it missed the mark.
Right now, Pitbull full of confidence. But Pat Curran's so hard to finish. He recovers so well. He moves so well. Pitbull gets him hurt and just can't seal the deal. He's not used to that. Pitbull isn't used to hurting a guy and not being able to get him out of there.
When Curran has gone down in this fight, Jimmy, he's immediately popped back up.
Pat Curran looks good, but you just don't know how he feels. Only he knows.
And 25 remaining round 3 of this world title fight. At stake, Bellator's Featherweight World Championship. Curran missed to the body. Curran with the reach advantage, Jimmy, has just not been effectively able to land that left jab.
He's thrown it out there. It's been a good range setter. It hasn't been the dominant force it was in the first fight. When I think of that first fight, I think of the jab of Pat Curran.
Curran looking for a takedown of his own. Well defended by Pitbull.
You know, you talk about, Pitbull definitely talked about wanting to do more things, work his jiu-jitsu, his wrestling, but it's so hard to take both of these guys down. It takes so much energy. It's a big commitment. And I don't think either guy really wants to make it.
Curran is not the fighter who's going to lay in close guard.
No, he will not. Pitbull, on the ground, you make a mistake, he's going to catch it. You see that outside trip, like, you know, these takedowns that don't require that full hit commitment, that full explosion.
Short right hand on the inside from Curran. Misses with that lead left hook. There's the bell. Here come the championship rounds.
There's that left hand right on the chin. Pat Curran, though, explosive. Back to his feet, working his clinch. Man, good shot.
Seconds out, wipe your fighters
This guy's
off.
got a chin. It was a little bit high. If it had been a little bit lower on the jaw, might have been the end of the night, but
Yeah, we're good.
he took that shot well.
Let's go, out.
I think that would have dropped a lot of featherweight, Sean. Remember, Diego Nunes dropped him with a left behind a clubbing shot. Pitbull's got power.
Two of the best featherweights in the world. Patrício Pitbull versus the champion Pat Curran. Kevin McDonald starts round number 4. Jimmy, how do you see it?
Yeah, the last round of Pitbull was the first decisive round. I'm sorry, you know, the first round you could really give to one guy or the other, and I gave it to Pitbull. Knocked him down, did a lot of damage, 10-9 Pitbull.
This is the 24th pro MMA fight for Patrício Pitbull, just the second time he has gone past 3 rounds. The only previous occurrence in that 5-round split decision loss for the title versus Curran January of last year. Punches landed through 3 rounds, courtesy of CompuStrike, Jimmy.
Almost dead even, 40 to 45. Pat Curran's landed 5 more, but Patrício Pitbull throws a lot more power shots.
Curran, incidentally, 26th pro MMA fight. This is his 5th time past 3 rounds, and the 4th time, tellingly, Jimmy, in his last 5 fights. He's used to going to deep water.
And that is a huge advantage. He had more gas in the tank for the 5th round of their first fight. From what I'm looking at on my scorecard, it could come down to that.
Jimmy has the scorecard. 3 judges scoring cage side for the Mohegan Tribe. Remember, with the Bellator app, you get to score along at home. Pitbull, trickle of blood. That appeared in round 2 under his right eye. Now cut on the bridge of his nose. Curran had a slight trickle of blood that appeared in round 1 under his right eye, but it's not been a factor. Truthfully, none of the cuts have been a factor in this fight.
Pitbull. Right now his hands getting a little bit lower. Pat still throwing tight combinations. Hands high, throwing 3 or 4 punches.
You see the leg kick from Patrício Pitbull. Curran trying to come forward.
His last 2 rounds, 4 and 5, critical rounds. Not just, I mean, I would say they're critical rounds for Pat Curran. I think they're critical rounds for both guys. The first 2 rounds could have gone either way. Both coin flip rounds.
Well, not getting that right hand through. So under the unified rules, the code #1 criteria, effective striking, effective grappling. There's not been much grappling, not been much ground fighting.
All
As you score this at home, who do you see with the more effective striking? Is it Pitbull moving backwards then powering forward with strikes? Or is it Curran trying to methodically walk down his Brazilian opponent?
I think there's going to be a lot of debate about this scorecard at the end of this fight, no matter what the result is. If it gets to the end, remember, both these guys can finish a fight instantly. Ask Marlon Sandro. Pat Curran starched him in the 3rd round of their fight. He was behind on the scorecards.
Ask Diego Nunes.
Ask Diego Nunes. Pitbull starched him with left hook. Justin Wilcox. These guys are deadly in the cage.
One thing that's clear is just how much these 2 fighters respect each other's skill set.
You talk all you want. They really respect one another's skills. May not like one another as people. That doesn't matter. This last minute of this round, whoever turns it on, I think can take this round. It's been very close.
Minute number 20 of this fight, we will go a maximum of 25 minutes. Curran suddenly getting active with the jab.
That's when Curran's really effective. 2-3 jabs. Oh, beautiful leg kick again.
Just thudding. Spinning Pat Curran with that power, taking him off balance. Curran slightly cut on the bridge of his nose now, Jimmy.
Sneaky right hand by Pitbull. See, look at that combination. But all of them blocked, just when that last jab kind of grazed Pitbull. Good right hand again.
Counter left from Pitbull. Curran missed with the right over the top.
Pitbull starting to find his range with his short punches at the end of this round. A left hook over the top caught Pat.
Final seconds of round number 4. Patrício Pitbull versus the champion Pat Curran. We are headed to the 5th and final round. January of last year. Curran said, Jimmy, he felt it was 2-2 going into that final round.
Final round, let's go.
Curran emerged with a split decision and retained his title. What will we see from this round number 5 in the rematch? Curran opens with a body kick. Jimmy, 4 rounds in 20 minutes.
I gave the last round to Patrício Pitbull 10-9. Thought he started landing power punches in the last minute of that round. The right hand, that left hook over the top, but once again, a coin flip round.
Pitbull looking for the takedown, and he hits it.
Pat Curran going for the guillotine. I hesitated because I thought he might go for the Kimura there. He's got his hand on the wrist. Pat Curran has a very tricky guard. Excellent sweeps, excellent chokes.
Come on, guys.
Shabalat Shamalayev found out how good his guillotine is. He can finish you from here.
Call for action.
There's the sweep.
McDonald on the sweep.
Beautiful. But cannot hold Pitbull down. He just drives Pitbull to the ground. Still scrambling. And they're back to their feet.
McDonald asked for it, and Curran delivered.
This is how this fight has been. How do you score that? Takedown, sweep, back to the feet, scramble.
Who was more effective in grappling there?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so maddening about this fight, about this rivalry. One thing goes the other way, and the other guy walks home with the belt. Nice right hand over the top. But Pat Curran right now throwing more combinations. 1, 2, 3. Volume versus the single power of Pitbull.
2:45 remaining in this 5th and final round.
It was his ability to outland to outland Pitbull that won Pat Curran the 5th round and the fight the last time these guys met.
In his second attempt, will Patrício Pitbull claim Bellator's featherweight world title? In his first fight after winning the championship back from Daniel Straus, will Curran successfully defend this belt?
This time, though, I think Pitbull's throwing enough power strikes to kind of keep Pat Curran at bay. He's still landing with that right hand sometimes, that stiff left jab.
Curran again after the uppercut, trying to be busier with the left jab. Pitbull just slips out. Lead left hook from Patrício Pitbull. Uppercut again, Jimmy, then the overhand right. Now it's Pitbull walking forward.
Is Pitbull thinking about the last fight where he thought he had it won, and the judges didn't see it that way? Is he going to think he needs a finish in this 5th round? Because he certainly might.
Good shot inside. Pitbull drops Curran.
Another good left hook.
Curran definitely wobbled, but back to his feet.
needs to come back and hurt Pitbull, because he definitely got rocked.
Another chopping, thudding outside kick from Pitbull. Then the right hand. Counter left jab from Curran.
That's been the story of this fight to me. Pat Curran landing good combinations, tight, sharp, and then later on in the round, Pitbull coming back with power punches.
Minute number 50 between these two fighters. Watch 500 minutes between these two, Jimmy.
I would watch these guys fight 10 times, 20 times. It would always be a great fight. Another big right hand.
Closing stages of this world title fight. Pitbull opening up with his left and right hands.
Last time, the 5th round was all about the volume of Pat Curran. Right now, I see it as being about the power of Patrício Pitbull.
And again, back to his feet. Pitbull just walking through the jab, coming forward. Curran trying to explode back. Big right hand by Pitbull, then the left. The knee, the right hand, stepping forward, and there is the bell.
Pitbull moving forward with power punches. Pat Curran throwing tight combinations, but Pitbull, I thought, landed the more meaningful punches throughout these exchanges. Big shots with both hands. But don't let it fool you. Pat Curran, through tight punches, was accurate, moved well. It's will his volume and will his cage control and aggression counter the power of Pitbull in the eyes of the judges.
Jimmy, for you, who takes home this title?
Patrício Pitbull, 49-46. I only gave Pat Curran round number 2. I would say rounds 3 and 5 were decisively Pitbull's. So this could go either way.
Ladies and gentlemen, having completed 5 full rounds of action, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. Your first judge, Cardo Urso, scores the fight 48-47, while judges David Torelli and Eric Colon both scored the fight exactly the same at 49-46. They all see it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Patrício Pitbull.
Look at the reach advantage for Daniel Straus. 6.5 inches. He needs to keep Patrício Pitbull on the outside.
Gentlemen, gone over the rules in the back. Protect yourself at all times and obey my commands at all times. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Best of luck to both of you. Step back.
A quality stare down. The title on the line. There you see the champion, Patrício Pitbull. Set to face in this rematch, that man, the former champion, Daniel Straus. The trademark start from John McCarthy, and here we go with round number 1. Blue gloves for Straus, right gloves for Pitbull. Low kick from Pitbull.
That's a weapon we don't see often from Pitbull. I think it's very effective. Oh, leaping right hand.
Counter knee by Straus.
Pitbull kicks very hard. Kicks like he punches.
Straus missing with that right hand, pawing it out. A lot of head movement, a lot of bounce from the Brazilian champion, Patrício Pitbull. Good counter left by Straus.
Southpaw stance of vulnerability for Straus is going to be that straight right hand from Patrício Pitbull. He loves throwing it. Don't sleep on Daniel Straus's boxing either.
Two by Straus, neither getting through. Counter left by Straus. Touch of gloves. Despite the animosity, an incredible level of respect between Straus and Pitbull.
They're professionals. Tapping the back of his head like, oh, that hit the back of my head, but it was a legal shot. If you dip under a punch, that's your problem. You're not allowed to target the back of the head.
Which is why John McCarthy stayed correctly quiet. Where do you get a sense of the speed, the accuracy of these two with their stand-up?
I think Pitbull's a little taken aback by the speed and aggression of Daniel Straus.
Short knee to the thigh by Straus.
There's a weakness to Patrício Pitbull's striking style is that it tends to be pretty basic. He throws power punches, puts a lot behind every shot, but doesn't angle a whole lot, not a ton of head movement.
Feint on the kick by Straus. Hands high for Pitbull. Waiting forward with straight punches.
Oh, the wide poke. Both of them felt it.
Time call by John McCarthy.
Yeah, Straus immediately going over to apologize. He felt that.
Let's get right there. Hey! Come here. You see that? Watch yourself inside, all right? So not your fault.
Oh, could have been a headbutt. I thought it was an eye poke. Could have been a headbutt.
Got a small abrasion above his eye. Unintentional clash of heads.
Yeah, it's calling an unintentional clash of heads.
Right there.
Yeah, right there.
Now you heard John McCarthy tell the officials table for the state of California, accidental. Small abrasion up on the head. That's in case that abrasion would turn into a cut.
Now Straus all over Pitbull. Hands much faster. He's much more committed to his boxing. Pitbull going for a takedown. And he is not intimidated at all.
Jimmy, we've known Daniel Straus since he made his Bellator debut in 2010. I have never, and I mean never, seen him more relaxed, more at ease than entering this fight.
I've never seen his striking look better. This is not the kind of fight Pitbull was expecting. He needs to mentally adjust to this new Daniel Straus.
Pitbull told us Straus gets hit hard, he covers up. Maybe in the first fight, but not tonight. Not yet anyway. We're just getting started, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds, 45 seconds remaining.
Oh, he's got him! Up against the fence where he wants him. The question is what happens to Pitbull when he gets hard. Gets hit hard. Spike's gonna love that one.
Straus misses with that. Bouncing the step of Pitbull, you see the lateral movement. Kick just above the waistline.
When that goes on YouTube, spell my name right. Jimmy Smith, okay? Don't screw that one up.
I just screwed this up, Jimmy. I said above the waistline. The fighters and John McCarthy disagree. They see that as a kick to the upper portion of the cup.
Hey, not your fault.
Let's take a look at it, see if we can judge.
Watch where it goes out.
I thought it was legal.
No, that was on the cup. It was coming up, but it's on the way up. That foot definitely hit the cup. That's an illegal shot. Unintentional, though.
Time in. So twice time called here in round number 1. First for the accidental clash of heads, and then that.
Look at the clash of heads. You'll see it. Right there. Both guys felt it. Both guys acknowledged it. Nice short elbow up against the fence. Look at this counter shot from Daniel Straus. He's not standing there taking punches. He's ready to answer back.
You may have noticed a Brazilian in the corner of Daniel Straus. The great Ricardo Laborio.
Get up.
Round number 2. Jimmy, your scorecard.
10-9, Daniel Straus. Aggressive, landing good shots. Like I said, Pitbull hasn't yet adjusted to this kind of fight. I don't think he expected this.
This for Bellator's Featherweight World Championship. Former title holder Daniel Straus versus the reigning titleist Patrício Pitbull, with Jimmy Smith on Sean Wheelock. .420 remaining, round number 2.
If you think Daniel Straus is going to slow down, you have not seen him fight before.
McCarthy recognized that as low. He said, "Are you good?" Both fighters agreed to keep going. Low kick again from Pitbull.
Another
now
shot.
Time called by McCarthy.
That's 2 in a row. Weren't bad, weren't egregious, but 2 in a row. John McCarthy's got to say something to him.
Okay.
Even 2 unintentional ones. It's just Pitbull's frustrated now.
Yeah, I know. Wasn't hard. No. Wasn't hard. You good? Patrício, you good?
There was a knee that ended up a
Daniel.
KO. Kicked him right in the cup.
Fight.
And watch the bottom of Straus's left foot right there. Whoosh. Time in.
That could be a good thing for Pitbull. Make Daniel Straus worry about another foul. Maybe slow down his offense, which has been great so far.
Straus missing with that left hook. Using the push kick as a rangefinder, but toes extended. It's very high for Pitbull. Feints on that shot. Stepping in with the lead left hook.
I don't know what he's complaining about. Another shot to the cup.
Again, time called by John McCarthy. And here come the boos loudly.
Get over there. Backing up does not change the fact you can't hit him in the groin.
Intentionally, bro.
Did I say you're intentionally? But you're doing it, right? And if you're doing it, it's causing a problem in the fight. You've got to control where your blows go. Got it? Stay here.
I don't see what he's...
Right.
Oh, fingers in the eyes. That's what it is. He sticks those fingers out right in the eyes.
Relax. Hey, stay with the fight. You all right? Are we okay? Okay, stay there.
McCarthy said to Straus, the fact that you're backing up, it does not matter.
Come here.
It's true.
Over
I think
here.
he's going to take a point. This is big.
1 point low
This is
blow.
big.
1 point low blow.
There might have been an earlier cup shot, because that's what Pitbull was complaining about. He was complaining about a cup shot maybe earlier in the round, and we just didn't see it.
So 1 point deducted for Daniel Straus. Time in, round number 2 resumes.
As if this fight needed a more personal element, they're now pissed. Pitbull going hard for the takedown.
Flinging down Straus. Straus looking for the up kick, explodes forward. Good sprawl from Pitbull.
Man, great scramble by Pitbull. Pitbull also has a great guillotine.
For all the talk of his punching prowess, his knockout power, Patrício Pitbull is a very high-level Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Straus, nationally ranked out of Ohio, is a high school wrestler. We talked about Ricardo Laborio being in his corner. Straus, a lot of emphasis on grappling. Most significant ground fighting we've seen thus far.
Ricardo Laborio, a jiu-jitsu genius.
Back to their feet.
Nice throw by Daniel Straus.
Throw from the body lock for Straus, and Pitbull right back up.
Pitbull's so stocky, very hard to keep down.
135 remaining, round 2.
Don't grab it.
Beautiful roll by Pitbull, but gave up his back. It's gonna be hard for Daniel Straus to keep.
Straus couldn't find the hooks.
A beautiful job by Pitbull.
Pitbull just gliding over Straus. Look at the turn. Straus trying to match it. Again, back to their feet.
Yeah, this is great stuff we're seeing.
See this swelling above and below Pitbull's right eye. Punches to the body from Pitbull.
Knee to the body. Pitbull trying to keep the pressure on. Another good shot to the body.
Those are thudding, rocking back Straus from those knees. Straus looking to his corner. Looking for the outside trip. The end of round 2. The cage, Jimmy, you heard from Scott Coker. Jenkins defeated by Karakhanyan. Karakhanyan next up for the winner of this fight. Round number 3 for Bellator's Featherweight World title. Former champion Daniel Straus versus the reigning champion Patrício Pitbull. Scorecard, Jimmy.
A very close second round. I gave it to Patrício Pitbull. I thought he finished stronger. The problem is it goes down as a 10-8 because of the point deduction. That could have a huge impact on the fight if the judges see it the same way I do. You fans voting at home, you gave it to Daniel Straus. Very close round, certainly could have been. That makes it a 9-9 round.
Crowd reacts to the head kick, but it was deftly blocked by Pitbull.
Once again, Daniel Straus being the aggressor. Daniel Straus showing good speed.
Counter right hand from Pitbull. Again, the head kick blocked. To the body lands. Straus lands the body kick and then backs off Jimmy.
He wants this center of the cage kind of fight. Confident with his kickboxing. So far, the striking is working for him.
On Twitter, the hashtag Bellator MMA as well as the hashtag Bellator 132.
Watch your fingers, no. I didn't say you did I?
McCarthy warning, watch the fingers.
Daniel Straus arguing back.
Again, that was the point deduction round number 2. Straus, fingers to the eyes of Pitbull as Straus was moving backwards.
Not a lot of strikes from Daniel Straus landing cleanly, but he's throwing them. He's initiating. He's the aggressor. All counts in the judging.
Pitbull continuing to target that low kick, Jimmy.
One thing that's very important to keep in mind, Pat Curran,
Good left hand.
Pitbull, Daniel Straus, every time they have rematched in the Bellator cage, it's been 1-1. No one's won 2 in the Bellator cage against the other. Pitbull just hasn't found his offensive rhythm yet. He's been on the outside when he's less comfortable, hasn't found ways in.
Small mouse under Pitbull's right eye, and it has popped. See a slight trickle of blood now. That reacts, but again, that hit kick blocked. trying to open up now. The punches, then the level change.
Beautiful. Look at that hip defense by Pitbull ending up on top. 9 times out of 10, Daniel Straus is that deep, he's going to take you down. Beautiful hips.
Pitbull landed in half guard. He almost landed in full mount. Amazing technique and agility from Patrício Pitbull.
He's got to keep Daniel Straus down. He has to score with some ground and pound. Going back for the heel hook.
Straus immediately pulling out. Minute 15 of this fight. We'll go a maximum of 25. There's actually 2 cuts around the right eye of Patrício Pitbull. There's a slight mouse pop under his right eye, and he's also cut outside of the right brow.
I like the versatility of what I'm seeing from Daniel Straus. Punches to kicks, working the legs, working the body, working the head. Pitbull just hasn't found an answer for it yet.
Final seconds, 3rd round, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. At stake, Bellator's featherweight world title.
Daniel Straus aggressive in this 3rd round. Accurate. Didn't land a ton of huge shots, but he's the one throwing. Patrício Pitbull not answering back. At the end, mixing up the takedown at the end of his combinations. Pitbull, great job with the hips, but couldn't keep Daniel Straus down. Went back to the takedown at the end of the round and got it. Great stuff so far from Daniel Straus.
Round number 4, and into the championship rounds we go. 5th time past 3 rounds in Daniel Straus's pro MMA career. The 3rd time past 3 for Patrício Pitbull. Quick start from Straus. What do you think, Jimmy, through 3 rounds?
I have it all tied up because of the foul to Daniel Straus. I have it all tied up through 3 rounds.
CompuStrike brings us strikes landed through the opening 3 rounds.
Not a surprise at all. Daniel Straus right now tonight looking like the better striker.
Something that quite simply Patrício Pitbull did not count on. Pitbull, a lot of respect for the wrestling, the scrambling, the movement of Straus, but really almost discounting his ability as a striker in MMA. As you saw on the stool between rounds 3 and 4, the slight mouse pop is nothing, but that's a pretty deep laceration. It's just above the right eyelid, just below the right brow of Pitbull.
And also, I didn't like what I was hearing from the corner in between rounds. It sounded like more motivational stuff, not tactical. It was, you're the champ, keep going, he's tired. They didn't give him the technical tools of what he's doing wrong. Pitbull right now not having a lot of answers for the offense of Daniel Straus.
Good left hand! Pitbull's rock, Straus pounces. Immediately looks for the level change. Did not follow up with punches, Jimmy. Straus went for the level change.
Went back to his instincts.
Now the body lock and the turn from Pitbull. 3:05 remaining round 4. Pitbull leading legally with his head. That's not a butt, just grinding forward. Straus trying to find the tie plug. Pitbull opening up to the body. Straus looking to counter back, and he does. Good left hand. Body kick.
He's gotten Straus against the fence a couple times, has not been able to keep him there.
Big right hand from Pitbull to answer back. John McCarthy stepping in.
Whoa. That's not a fight stoppage. That was because he hit him in the cup.
Pitbull thinks
I don't think Pitbull knows that.
And time called by McCarthy. Low blow detected by John McCarthy. Pitbull thought he had won.
Hey. I heard it.
A lot of fouls so far in this fight.
You get up. I want you to get up.
Yep. The knee went right against the cup. He drops. The referee's behind Pitbull.
Right here, baby.
Doesn't say anything. He doesn't know, so he keeps attacking.
Right there, Pitbull thinks that he's won.
You're gonna be all right, all right?
And that eye is a mess.
You stay right where you're at. The knee hit here, the foot hit him in the groin, okay? Hey, the knee hit clean, the foot hit him in the groin. That's why. Okay? Gotta be clear, I know it wasn't on you, you didn't know intent, all right?
Some people in the crowd chanting, take a point. That's what you're hearing.
The knee hit, the foot lifted the cup up, all right? Look at me. You understand?
So the knee was legit, but the foot hit him in the cup, and it looks like a shin hit the cup.
You all right?
Yeah.
Talk to me. You got time.
You know what I'm saying, though? Like, that's the same shit that happened.
Hey. Nope. The knee was clean, the foot hit you, and that's why it was stopped, okay? All right.
You look at the replay, the foot did not hit him, it was the shin.
You ready to go?
What's hard to understand if you're at home is if you've ever worn one of those things, the cup sticks out a little bit. Sticks out quite a bit. So you might look at your home and go, oh, that looks illegal, but the cup sticks out. It's easy to hit with a knee or a shin.
So Patrício Pitbull, who thought he had won that fight, has to reset. The Brazilian, the native Portuguese speaker, speaks very limited English. John McCarthy trying to explain in English to Pitbull that sequence, which he called time. 145. Remaining round 4, nothing on the jet knee from Pitbull. Did not pull the trigger. Took by Straus. Counter left by Straus. Pitbull now looking for the level change. Looking for the double leg. And he takes down Straus. And trying to work to the back of Patrício Pitbull.
Minute left in a round he was losing. Can Pitbull get it back?
Straus trying to make himself small. Legal shots, they're not on the spine.
Straus has to be careful here. If he commits to the Kimura, Pitbull can step over and armbar him.
See, that's what Straus is doing. Looking for the Kimura, has the figure 4.
And you won't get it without guard. You put yourself in trouble like this.
Pitbull now looking to finish with the rear naked choke.
He's got it.
McCarthy taking a really close look. That is tight.
I can't see how deep it is from here.
Pitbull locking it on. 14 seconds, 13 remaining in the round.
He got it.
There is the tap. And the successful title defense for Patrício Pitbull.
Shades of Pat Curran versus Straus in the 5th round, 15 seconds left. He gives up the rear naked choke. Deja vu all over again. Pitbull still the champion. He's going to be upset with Daniel Straus back at the gym. Look at it here. Gave up his back. Committed to the Kimura with no guard. You can't do that. Your opponent can step over and take your back. That's exactly what he did. And committed to that rear naked. Pitbull just too strong. Championship performance. Was behind, was losing, and seized the opportunity to finish the fight. Great performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a rear naked choke. Official time, 4 minutes, 49 seconds into round number 4. The winner by submission and still Bellator Featherweight World Champion Patrício Pitbull.
Let's see how these two fighters line up with our tale of the tape.
Daniel Weichel with the height and reach advantage. He wants to keep the hard-hitting Pitbull on the outside.
Set for 5 5-minute rounds at stake, Bellator's Featherweight World title, and here we go with round number 1. Blue gloves for the German Weichel, red gloves for the Brazilian, the champion Patrício Pitbull.
There's been a weakness to Pitbull's striking style is that it's a little basic. He tends to rely on power punches, doesn't angle a whole lot, tends to stand in front of you and throw. Curran took advantage of that, so did Daniel Straus.
Hands much tighter early on for Weichel, much more fluid hands for Patrício Pitbull.
The reward of Pitbull style is once he hits you, he can put you down.
Weichel holding the center of the cage, very measured, lands the right hand and backs out.
Both these guys showing a lot of respect early. Pitbull doesn't tend to use the jab that often. He tends to come in with the left hook. We've already seen it twice. Switching southpaw. That was a legal shot.
Pitbull acknowledged it. Good sportsmanship, the touch of gloves we fight on. McCarthy saw that it landed legally on the thigh of Pitbull. Left hook.
Pitbull showing Weichel a surprising amount of respect early. This guy usually likes to come in and exchange.
Very measured start to this world title fight. A lot of lateral movement now from Pitbull. Trying to find the striking angle. Steps in, finds it there. Uppercut right hand.
So it's not a jab lead, it's usually a power shot lead. The uppercut that time, there's the left hook. Tends to come in behind power shots, not the jab. Weichel has to stay behind the jab to negate that. Hit him with the jab coming in.
Swing and a miss from Weichel over the top. Halfway through round number 1. Neither fighter in a hurry. Both a lot of respect for each other's skill sets.
When Curran out-kickboxed him, when Daniel Straus out-kickboxed him, both guys were very busy. They threw a lot of strikes. It was hard for Pitbull to time them and come in with power punches. Weichel staying tight but not throwing a whole lot.
Step in knee, then the right hand, neither landed from Weichel. It did back off Patrício Pitbull. Level change, and Weichel hits the takedown. Then stands up out of the open guard of Pitbull, Jimmy.
A lot of energy for a takedown. He wanted to sit down and use that position. Did not get the chance. Complaining about the back of the head.
John McCarthy not interested, we fight on. Pitbull feinting on the jump knee.
Another nice Nice left hook by Pitbull. Weichel's done better in the back half of this round, controlling the real estate. Hasn't landed many meaningful punches.
You hear the disquiet from the crowd. The fighter's very measured. Weichel pulling out of that single leg attempt. Good
nice right hand.
Weichel opening up his striking. There's another big shot. Take you to the closing seconds of round one. You see McCarthy, there's no doubt there. When we called that live, Jimmy, you and I could not hear the bell, the noise of the crowd. You could hear the bell in the replay. McCarthy clearly stepped in after the bell to indicate round one. But again, Weichel, he couldn't hear the bell just like we couldn't hear it. He thought he won the fight.
That Pitbull did not have his legs under him at the start of this round. He's got to take time to clear his head.
Great replay from our outstanding crew, and you heard the bell clearly.
I think that was a good non-call by John McCarthy.
Absolutely.
But Weichel trying to make the most of it, landing with, oh my God!
Time and countered, and a lightning strike come from behind win for Patrício Pitbull. He retains the world title just like that.
Another spectacular comeback for Pitbull, this time on the feet. I am stunned. I do not believe it. Everything going Daniel Weichel's way. Pitbull turns off his lights with one shot. Nothing to say about that, but beautiful execution by Pitbull. Right on the jaw, looking here at the left hand, he goes limp. Pitbull is all over him with the right hand. And this fight is over for the champ. Look at it here. He retains his belt with a second round TKO.
The fight ends on the left hook, Jimmy.
Yeah, this is all over right here.
Right there.
Bang. Now he gave him a moment, but Pitbull all over him with the right hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes suddenly. Official time, 32 seconds into round number 2. The winner by knockout and still Bellator Featherweight World Champion, do Brasil, Patrício Pitbull.
Time now to check out the tail of the tape.
Look at the height and reach advantage for Henry Corrales. He needs to keep Patrício Pitbull at a distance, or it's going to be a short night.
Ready to fight? Ready to fight? Let's go!
One question really coming into this fight, all of us who've been around for all of Pitbull's career, the last few fights, even the one he's won, he's taken some serious beatings. A lot of guys are never the same after that.
His wins as champion against Daniel Straus and against Daniel Weichel were monster comeback wins.
Talked about he usually fights 5-round fights, getting ready for a 3-rounder. He always looks for the finish. I don't see it tactically making that much of a difference.
Corrales, we talked about him losing his teeth. That happened early in that great fight with Emmanuel Sanchez last September, and he fought his way through it. He gutted through it. You talked to him the other day, you asked, what kind of mouthpiece were you wearing? And the answer is not the right one.
Yeah, boil and bite, never wear those. Fighting a professional fight, get him fitted. His front teeth are gone.
Which he was happy to display.
And wear it with pride.
Strong lead right by Corrales.
Corrales taking his time, being a little more patient than we saw in his last 2 fights.
Yeah, he got out there against Daniel Straus, and he was at a huge event in St. Louis. And there were all these people out there. He was looking out in the crowd and saying, wow, this is awesome.
It was an adrenaline-type fight, and against a veteran like Daniel Straus, it's not going to get you there. so compact, so powerful. He gets in on double leg. It's hard to stop him.
You remember the spectacular knockout of Weichel, but he has finished 9 men on the ground.
Look at that mount transition, right to it. I've been unfortunate enough to grapple with Patrício Pitbull. It's like grappling a fire hydrant. Unbelievably strong.
And you went for a choke, and what happened?
He had no neck. I couldn't get anything. But incredible pressure, incredible strength, and a great arm triangle.
Arm triangle position has got Corrales in some trouble here.
Smart
steps
move.
over into full mount when he didn't have it.
Yep. It's a veteran. Now he's going for it on the other side. Might be a problem is he doesn't have room because the cage is keeping him from circling. He might be strong enough to finish. He goes back to mount.
Back into full mount. He didn't have it on one side. He thought he had a better look on the other side, but as you said, ran out of room.
One of the big differences when you move up in belts, they know when it's done. A blue belt will hang on to something too long. A brown belt, black belt, they let it go and they move back positionally. That's what Pitbull's doing.
Got a short elbow in.
He wants to pull Corrales off the fence. That's been his kryptonite so far. The fence has prevented him from getting his jiu-jitsu going.
Corrales survives. Corrales was 12-0 when he stepped into the cage in St. Louis with Daniel Straus. He's been happy to step up in competition. Great demeanor about him. It's like, dude, yeah, bring it on, absolutely. This is California as it gets. I say that with affection.
Thank you, thank you.
Pitbull being more measured.
The crowd responding to them being a little more measured.
Patricio's debut in this building, his world title win over Curran in this building. Now trying to take the first step back towards the featherweight world title fight with Daniel Straus. Daniel Weichel's going to have something to say about that.
I think tactically, Pitbull was expecting Corrales to move forward a little bit more. Now that he's not, he's standing back waiting. It's forcing Pitbull to fight a different kind of fight than he was expecting. That would be my guess so far.
Tactically a good round for Patrício Pitbull, but couldn't get the finish.
No, he said something about his ribs. He kept pointing to his ribs. I think he might be hurt.
Remember, he was not active at all in the last 30 or 40 seconds of round one. He's not a fighter. There's not a lot of movement, head movement anyway with Patrício.
If you ever had a serious rib injury, you can barely breathe, let alone throw a punch.
All right, let's go with the premise that there is something wrong with the ribs of Patrício. How does that change what he wants to do here, or can do?
It changes everything. It's so hard to do anything without, and when you have a serious rib injury, like I said, it's hard to even breathe, let alone throw a decent punch. You talk about the measured pace, he could just be waiting for that one shot.
Is Pitbull moving to you like a guy whose ribs are hurt?
He might be. He doesn't move a whole lot anyway. Right. That's the difference. But he tends to throw with a lot more authority. You saw him land a right hand earlier in this round, and not a lot behind it. He doesn't throw soft punches.
Now, he should have that first round in the bank, though, right?
Yeah, I think so, but you never know.
We saw a very shaky decision here earlier with Brent Grimace going to 7-0.
Certainly isn't being as aggressive as we normally see him. Like, he doesn't have a lot of confidence in his punches, which he normally does. Switching stances now.
You hear the fans' reaction, but they don't know what we think we may know. That may very well change the dynamic of this fight, and we'll see if Patrício, former world champion, finds a champion's way to survive.
one thing that's saving him right now is I think Corrales is fighting at a very measured pace. It could be the late notice. He's trying to conserve his energy, but he's not pressing the advantage that he may or may not have. Pitbull's not 100%.
It certainly doesn't seem as if Corrales senses anything is off with Patricio.
He's a real champ. You're not going to bring their game face every time, but he's doing some good work counter-punching from the outside. I think he's been the more effective striker in this round so far. So that's the time usually Pitbull has you against the fence. He would press that advantage. He's not doing that.
See the trickle of blood on the nose of Corrales, but the drama here is with Patricio. Listen to that jump knee. We talked about Toinho Santos. That's how he knocked him out. Rib injury,
counter shots.
Everything hurts. Everything hurts.
This is where we're getting into dangerous territory. Like we saw with the Santos Primus fight, is that on the feet, obviously until this takedown, I thought Corrales doing the better counter striking, but it's Pitbull moving forward. And I think the judges were seduced by that in the Primus fight. They might be seduced by that in this second round as well. Corrales more effective, but Pitbull the one moving forward.
Direction is not cage generalship.
No, it is not. One thing he has is a very powerful guillotine.
And there it is. Hanging on for dear life, and it's done. Patricio Pitbull finds a way.
Now Corrales wanted space. He was on the bottom. Look at the foot change here. He goes to open guard. His feet go to the hip, and he presses off. And that's when Pitbull got his head. Arm in guillotine. Makes no difference. He is incredibly strong. Look at all the torque he's putting on that. And there's the tap from Corrales. Beautiful finish. Loving the jiu-jitsu tonight.
The former featherweight world champion Patricio Pitbull is back in the win column. Michael C. Williams makes it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a guillotine choke. 4 minutes, 9 seconds into round number 2. The winner by submission, Patricio Pitbull.
It is the 4th time for Straus and Pitbull. It is main event time.
I want you to obey my commands at all time. I want you to protect yourselves at all time. Have a nice clean fight. You want to touch gloves, do it now. Good luck to both of you. Thank you, sir.
They have spent an hour in the cage with each other. 12 rounds. They probably split the 12-6-6. The 4th fight, and likely the final one between these two.
You ready, sir? You ready, sir? Let's go, fight.
The fight clock in the main event for the featherweight world title, brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers. It's Miller time. Big shot by Pitbull opens the 4th meeting.
What I want to see is if Daniel Straus throws the left hand with confidence.
He said it was about a month ago. He finally cracked someone in training with it, and he said it felt great. Remember, he knocked Pitbull down. The biggest shot of the fight was after he had broken that hand.
Yep. And it was early on in the fight. Pitbull spent the rest of the fight trying to get back in it. I think he was pretty badly concussed. Hard for him to make a game plan. He was on instinct and survived the rest of the fight.
Went for that armbar immediately. Yep. He did more than survive. He had the big 4th round and the dramatic closing sequence.
I've grappled with Pitbull. It's like grappling a fire hydrant. Unbelievably strong, great technique on the ground, crazy pressure.
You've been to the guillotine.
Yeah, it's pop your head off. Saw Henry Corrales tap to it.
Right here in this building, last April.
This thing about Straus, he has range, he has versatility. We're seeing a much more patient Pitbull. He's waiting for the one big shot, a little bit like how he fought Ben Henderson.
His camp was different, he said, than anyone he's had. It was a recovery camp. He said, listen, I'm not stupid. I'm not 19 years old anymore. I know it. I can't go 3 or 4 times a day. And he was coming off that freak injury that cost him the Ben Henderson fight.
And This is how he fought Ben Henderson, waiting for him to come inside and throwing big punches, and Ben never got his offense going.
He gained a lot of confidence from that fight. That was a win for Ben Henderson, but Patrício felt that was a fluke.
Yes. He's getting out of the way well, being very elusive. And one thing about Daniel Straus in most of his fights is his pacing. He's so busy, fighters can't keep up with him. They wear down. He's not being very busy right now against Pitbull. Tasted that power. Might be making him a little gun shy. But we haven't seen him throw the left hand with confidence yet. We haven't.
He just pulled back on the left.
Yep.
Good. Solid kick from Patrício, and you got to watch, is he going to be gun shy about throwing that kick? I mean, that was a brutal injury.
Man, it's a very underused weapon for Pitbull. He has really strong leg kicks, but doesn't throw them that often. He hurt Pat Curran with it in their first fight and never went back to it. It's a weapon you have to use often to be effective. First nice left hand by Straus.
One got through. This is what their first fight looked like. Right here along the fence. And they were 3 close rounds, but they were at a different experience level at that point. Daniel Straus, not in terms of volume of fights, but he wasn't at the same level experience-wise. That's 6 years ago. In MMA, that's a lifetime.
He didn't fight like Daniel Straus at all. Waited the whole time. Pitbull was aggressive. One thing about Pitbull is he's very, very consistent. He fights the same way every time. Daniel Straus has had these flashes of greatness, these amazing rounds, amazing fights even, but had trouble with his consistency. I've talked about the mental breakdowns late in fights. That's been his kryptonite, but physically, if you look at the size difference when they're locked up together, Straus is a giant. He cuts an amazing amount of weight. Saw him cut his hair against Pat Curran. I mean, he looked like death in that fight because of his weight cut, but he's the much bigger guy.
Now, if 2011 was a lifetime ago, 2012 was the last time, Jimmy, the featherweight title picture looked at least a little different.
Yep, that's right. Joe Warren versus Pat Curran. Pat Curran got that vicious knockout. Every title fight since then at 145 has involved one of these two fighters.
And the next one will involve Daniel Weichel, who is now the #1 contender after beating John Makapa last week in Budapest. Daniel Weichel, who came so close to that featherweight world title, Dan Morigliano with the quick trigger. It's on the undercard that Daniel Straus had a big come from behind win that following a loss, dominant win that got him the title shot in November. It resulted in the title victory.
Nice body kick. Everything he throws with power. There are no feeling out punches. Straus, I think, yet to find his offensive rhythm in this fight.
The last time we saw Daniel Straus after the first round, he put his hand on the cage just that way, the left hand. His coaches immediately grabbed. They knew it was broken. He knew it was in trouble. And his coaches were saying, you want to fight or you want to talk about your broken hand? And he snapped right back into the fight and obviously became the world champion. Jimmy's Scorecard brought to you by Dollar Shave Club. Get your fresh blade shave at dollarshaveclub.com today.
10-9 Pitbull thought he was more accurate with the right hand than Daniel Straus was with the left. But Daniel Straus moving forward a lot. But I thought Pitbull more effective. He has a great guillotine. You see Daniel Straus, his hand on the hips, trying to keep Pitbull from pulling guard and really cranking on that guillotine. There he goes.
Goes for it. This is how he beat Henry Corrales. It's over. He got it. Daniel Straus taps immediately. And Patrício Pitbull has climbed the mountain again.
No doubt, no rounds, not long, not grueling, definitive. He got the guillotine finish. He is the champ once again. And it was the guillotine right here, arm in. And Straus was trying to keep him from pulling guard. You see his hand on the hips. As soon as his hand went off the hips, Pitbull pulls guard, and this is all she wrote. Beautiful guillotine finish. There it is. just like Henry Corrales, a similar position, close to the fence. He has so much power in his arms, in his upper body. When he gets around the neck and puts those hips in, it is good night. I don't care who you are.
Leandro Higo, Team Pitbull.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a guillotine choke. Official time, 37 seconds into round number 2 by submission. He is the new and now 2-time Bellator Featherweight World Champion do Brasil, Patrício Pitbull.
So much respect between those two who helped build this company.
Seventh Bellator title fight for the champion Patrício Pitbull. The challenger Daniel Weichel. Fight scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Here we go. Featherweight belt on the line. Tonight's fight clock brought to you by Denny's. Welcome to America's Diner. Red gloves for Pitbull, blue gloves for Weichel.
Both guys kind of switching stance there. Sometimes there's just guys, the way they fight, they just have to engage. And that's what you're going to see tonight with Weichel against Pitbull. It'll be slow maybe in the beginning as they feel each other out, but I guarantee the fireworks are going to start.
You have been in the cage with Patrício Pitbull a total of 6 times. Of course, you were the referee for that first fight. What makes him so special?
It is the way he believes in himself. He has a belief that he can beat anybody. And it's also the power. It's the way he's built. The compact build of him, he can punch with power in both hands. He's dangerous on the ground. He's the complete fighter, and you've got to be careful, and you can't make a mistake. You can have a perfect fight. You make the one mistake, he catches you, and he's the winner.
You also were inside the cage in Fresno when Daniel Weichel beat the former champion Pat Curran, which was a really big confidence builder for him at the time.
It was, and it was a very technical fight between the two, but Weichel in that fight showed that he could stay composed. That was the big difference. In other fights in the past, just like in his loss to Pitbull, Weichel has overextended and created an opening that his opponent has taken advantage of. And in that fight against Curran, he stayed composed the entire time. No matter what happened, he collected himself, reset, and came back in the technical fashion that makes him the fighter he is.
As he did in Budapest against John McKee when he took that heavy shot early.
He did. He took a big shot that hurt him and hurt him bad, and he reset and came back. He lost that round, but he came back in those next two and picked McKee apart.
Just a couple-hour flight for Daniel Weichel. Lots of family here. His girlfriend, longtime girlfriend, Lisa, staying home with their daughter, who was born on November 24th, 2017. November 24th is a really good day, by the way.
And although I know we don't have a lot of action here, I'm actually impressed with Patrício Pitbull that he's not being that guy that says, oh, I got to make something happen. He is taking his time, and he's trying to press Daniel into being the guy that comes at him so he can counter him. That just shows the maturity of Patrício Pitbull as a fighter.
Well, the crowd's kind of spoiled at this point, aren't they?
After all those quick knockouts, they expect everyone to go the same.
So much for all that studying. This also, and you can't be overstated, this is also mutual respect is what it is.
It is, man. As a champion or as the challenger, you've got to look and understand, I've got 5 5-minute rounds. I do not have to end this thing in the first 30 seconds. Or the last 30 seconds could be where I end it. If I rush, I can make a mistake. Let me get into a groove and let me start doing what I do best.
Which is what Weichel said he will not do again in his career, and that is lose his focus, lose his composure. He was so excited with that late almost finish in round 1 of the first fight. He fought undisciplined in round number 2 and got finished with that counter left hook.
And it's so easy to do when you are in a position that you actually think you won the fight, because he doesn't hear the bell. He thinks that I come in and I stop the fight and it's over, and I have to tell him, no, that's the end of the round. Go back to your corner. And he has to collect himself, get himself back into a mindset of going after Pitbull the right way, and he tried to finish the fight too fast.
Patrício said of his opponent, he's a complete fighter, doesn't get tired, doesn't get intimidated. He is a true warrior.
I think he's right about it. He doesn't get intimidated by anybody. I don't care what fighter it is or what size you are. If you took Fedor Emelianenko and said, Patrício, I want you to fight Fedor, he'd go, okay.
Yeah, it's true. So would Patricky, by the way.
Yeah, he would.
Interesting to note, and let's keep an eye on it later, that spinning kick thrown a moment ago by Patrício, he switched to southpaw and then threw the spinning kick. So let's keep an eye on that as the fight continues.
Well, it's unusual that he is switching to the southpaw as much as he is. Normally, he's an orthodox fighter, and he likes to fight from the orthodox stance, but he has seen something that tells him he wants that right hand forward.
Just what I said, John.
Exactly.
He just did it again from the southpaw stance.
Exactly.
All right, set for round 2. Daniel Weichel, a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu under Dean Thomas, the veteran out of American Top Team. Patrício and Patricky both received their black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at the same time back in 2007.
You know, we talked about it, Mike. I really do respect what both fighters are doing, and I respect the way that Daniel Weichel is taking his time. He's utilizing feints, trying to set things up, but he's not rushing in. That shows that he's matured as a fighter.
Initially in the rematch back at Bellator 123, Patrício beat Pat Curran to win the title, defended against Straus, defended against Weichel, eventually lost the belt to Straus and got it back by guillotine back in April at Mohegan Sun at Bellator 178. So that one's for my son. Young son, young daughter for Drake Daniel Weichel. Just about a minute and 15 seconds into round 2.
That was a nice right hand that Pitbull just landed, and it caused Weichel some problems.
Yep.
He's in trouble.
He definitely is. A good flurry.
Oh, big right hand again.
Pitbull
He's in
pouring
trouble.
it on, looking for a finish here. Nice job done by Patrício Pitbull.
And it's a good job by Daniel Weichel. Even though he's on his back, he slowed the fight down, slowed all of those shots that he was taking. Get yourself back.
Punches in bunches. Half guard.
On top, Pitbull is a beast. His jiu-jitsu is solid, he's heavy, and he lands really heavy ground and pound shots when he gets the position that he's comfortable with.
With a victory, Patrício Pitbull would be tied for #1 all time with Michael Chandler with 15. Joe Warren has 14. That has not happened yet, and Daniel Weichel plans on it not happening here tonight in Rome, Italy.
Daniel Weichel going to a butterfly guard, which is a great defensive guard, although it's also offensive. And he can, just like what you're seeing right there, by pushing up, elevating on the hips, taking Pitbull out of balance and putting his weight heavy on the front, he's giving him problems, and he's creating time that he's not getting hit by big shots.
Pitbull does his wrestling with the captain, Eric Albarracin, who works with Henry Cejudo, the 2008 Olympic gold medalist. He's got a title fight coming up. Title fight here inside the Bellator cage, the rematch. Red gloves for Patrício Pitbull, blue gloves for Daniel Weichel. Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy from Rome, Italy. Foro Italica.
All that ground gave Daniel Weichel the ability to recoup from those big shots that he took from Pitbull. But Pitbull gained confidence off of landing those shots, and he's looking to start to walk down Daniel Weichel and land another right hand.
The finish came in round 2 in the first fight. Just over a minute remaining in round number 2 in this rematch.
I know it sounds crazy, but it's so important for champions to understand I do not have to get rid of my challenger right away. I do not have to win every round. I just have to fight a smart fight, and when given the opportunities to explode, then explode.
I think a perfect example of that is going the distance in what was a rematch with Curran, and then the rear naked choke against Daniel Straus came 4:49 into round number 4.
Exactly, and that's, you know, it's so hard when you're a young fighter, and if you have success early in fights, by winning early in the round, you think, I need to do this all the time. You don't. You just need to take your time and find that spot where you can explode and open up and do damage to your opponent. That's going to get you your win.
Final seconds of round number 2.
Good job of Weichel to control the head and not allow damage in this position. Here's that right hand, left hand, boom. He's already hurt him in this sequence, but now you see Weichel starting to retreat. He's crushing his distance. That's the right hand right there that really hurt him. You see the right hand come through, lands with the left, tries to come up with an elbow. Boom, another right hand, puts him back on his heel. These are big shots. Weichel is opening up, trying to get him off of him, but those shots definitely win Patrício Pitbull. That round, we're now even 1-1.
So 10-9 Weichel in round 1, 10-9 Patrício Pitbull in round 2 on Big John McCarthy's scorecard.
And the unfortunate part is they were two completely different rounds. If you're going to say who's actually winning the fight right now, it's Patrício Pitbull.
Round 3. 4th time Weichel has been scheduled for 5 rounds, his second Bellator title fight. He has never fought past the 3rd round. Although, as I mentioned, he has been scheduled on 3 occasions previous to tonight for 25 minutes.
Well, he's a cardio monster, so there's no doubt he can make that time. It's just a matter of don't give Patrício Pitbull that big opening. Right there when you're getting hit, you've got to lift that leg. There you go. Check that kick. If you're going to take and eat that kick, you got to make sure that it does not off-balance you so you can get hit by another shot that ends up hurting you.
Weichel has fought in Germany, England, Japan, Ireland, Sweden, Bulgaria, the Netherlands, France, the US, and tonight for the first time here in Italy. Special treat, outdoor venue. Maybe next time we come here, we'll be inside the Coliseum.
That was good use of catching the kick and putting Patrício back on his butt with that takedown. What can Daniel Weichel do in this position? That's the question. He just moved from guard to half guard, so he's advancing position, and he's showing that he's going after more than just being on the ground here and looking busy.
Interesting to note that Pitbull has 11 career wins by submission, but 7 of those were in his first 13 wins. So they came very early in his career. Doesn't mean he cannot finish a fight by submission.
The submission that you really see Patrício go after is the choke, be it a guillotine choke, a rear naked choke. And he has learned that he likes to punch. He likes the knockout. So does his brother. And that's what they really train. They train their wrestling. They train their stand-up. They train their jiu-jitsu, but it's more of a defensive jiu-jitsu instead of that offensive jiu-jitsu.
Both guys see a neck and they go for it.
They do, and when they get the squeeze, especially Patrício, he locks it on, you're in trouble.
7 of his first 13 wins by submission, 22 career wins by submission for Daniel Weichel, who is now on top.
That was some really good jiu-jitsu by both players right there. You saw Patrício was utilizing an open guard, using an elevator hook, and Weichel passed it, getting to half guard. Great job by Daniel Weichel to main control and get back to half guard. Right now, what Daniel Weichel is trying to do, he's trying to unlock that leg that he has in half guard, because with the position that he has his head in, he's got to open up on that arm to start landing. Elbow strikes is the best thing that he can do. You see where Patricio's arms are at. Under his leg right now, that left arm is not doing him any good. He's got to start to move that arm out. There you go.
Gets it back to full guard.
And he's doing the same thing that Weichel did. He's in butterfly guard. Butterfly guard, Maurice Smith was the guy that utilized a butterfly guard so beautifully for a guy that wasn't a jiu-jitsu guy, but it was such a good defensive guard because he could offset the balance of his opponent, and he kept himself from being hit with heavy shots.
And he had the long limbs to be able to pull it off.
Yep. Right now, Daniel Weichel doesn't have anything. He's got to change what he's got to make that effective. He's trying to by sticking his arm deep inside, but that's why you saw Patrício go from where he was sitting to lying down, because he was in trouble there. And it can still be tight. He's just got to get a different position. He can lock that leg over the top.
He's got a lot of time to try to do so.
He's got the ability to push against that. It can create a pressure that's going to lock down on Patrício and give him problems.
Weichel trying to become the new champion.
What we really have is an anaconda choke, but he can't finish it because the fence is there. He can't position. He just moved out of it.
Good defense from Patrício Pitbull. And they get up and swing.
And the real question is, how heavy is Daniel Weichel's arms after squeezing on that anaconda?
Final seconds of round number 3. Good knee, and a strong round for the challenger.
Here's the choke that he almost had on Patrício Pitbull. This is an anaconda. The difference is he's not able to grab the leg, so he tried to utilize the cage by pushing Pitbull. That leg right there wanted to catch Pitbull's right leg. It didn't work, so he tried to push him against the fence to create that pressure. It almost worked.
Championship rounds, first time to round number 4 for Daniel Weichel. 7th time Pitbull has been scheduled for 5 rounds. He is 4-2 in 5-round fights, 1-2 in the 3 fights that have gone the full 25 minutes. We have seen a little bit of everything, which is what we had hoped for here with the featherweight belt on the line.
Nice right-left combination by Pitbull. Hit him with good, solid shots, and that rattled Daniel.
Pitbull has definitely landed the heavier shots thus far in this fight.
And that's what the judges are looking for. They don't care so much about volume unless they see no damaging shots. But when you see heavy damaging shots, they give more priority to those than the volume.
Talked about all those early submission finishes in the career of Patrício Pitbull. It is worthy of note that his last 2 wins have come by guillotine.
He likes the guillotine choke, and like I said, when he clamps it on, he's so strong, and he's got that squeeze that we talk about. Certain guys can create a pressure, and Pitbull is one of them. He can create a pressure in that choke that makes it to where you think my head is popping off, and you end up tapping out to it.
The younger of the Pitbull brothers by 547 days, about a year and a half. Patricky, of course, in the corner of his younger brother Patrício tonight.
Weichel has definitely slowed down in his offensive output. Part of that is due to that anaconda choke. I'm telling you, when you're starting to squeeze, those arms get full of blood and lactic acid, and you've got to work that out. And that's what he's trying to do. He got hit by a couple of good shots at the beginning here, and he hasn't done a whole lot since, except for that right hand he just threw.
And let's not forget that we are in an outside venue, and while it is nighttime, It's still a bit warm, warmer than it would be if we were somewhere inside.
Absolutely, it's warm out here and these guys are feeling it. But again, Pitbull just landed 2 more really hard shots and it's slowing what Daniel Weichel is doing down.
First fight in 456 days for Weichel.
That right hand again, Mike.
Yep.
The right hand is getting through.
And that's what the Brazilians were telling you from the locker room before this fight, to watch for the right hand of Patrício Pitbull. Now he's in the southpaw stance. Will we see a spin again? Now he switches back quickly.
Yeah, and you know what? He's switching back because he realizes I'm doing better from my orthodox stance. I'm landing my right hand, and I'm going to stay with that.
Man, he just ate that kick trying to return with the right hand. Under 2 minutes on the clock here in round 4. Patrício looking for his first title defense of this belt that he now holds for the 2nd time. Had 2 title defenses the first time he was the champ.
That's a good low outside kick that Weichel is landing, but that is not going to make up for the shots that Patrício has landed so far in this round.
Oh my.
Well, again,
got him. That one hurt, and a flurry, and a lot of time on the clock. Flying knee.
He's in trouble, Micah. He hit Pitbull back, but
looking
it did
for
not
the
affect
finish.
him.
Can he do it right here, right now? Half guard.
And again, this is very smart by Weichel. He is slowing down that progression. He's on his back, but he's still not getting hit. Now he's in trouble.
Full mount.
We got full mount.
And Pitbull was able to drag that right leg out pretty easily. Weichel trying to get it back to half guard. Weichel's bloodied up from that flurry a moment ago.
Yeah, that elbow that landed right in the middle of his face, and it did some damage.
Patrício pushed away and says, all right, let's stand up. 30 seconds on the clock here in the 4th.
And you can see the way that Weichel got up. He's still not steady.
20 seconds. But Patrício not being undisciplined here.
He's being a champion. Here he goes for that. Oh, I thought he was going to go for that guillotine.
Final seconds of the round. 5 minutes remain in this title fight. And John, it's worthy of note, although on a few occasions, due to strikes, it looked as if Daniel Weichel was in big-time trouble. On your scorecard, this fight's a 2-2 going into the 5th.
This is the championship round right here. Whoever wins this round is going to win this fight, in my opinion. The big difference is the damage that Daniel Weichel took in that last round. We're going to see how much it affects him, because right now he is not going to be breathing out of his nose. He's going to be breathing out of his mouth. With his mouth open, that's going to cause him problems if he gets hit by Pitbull.
First time past the 3rd round for Weichel. Pitbull 1-2 in fights that have gone 25 minutes.
And you can see, take a look, Mike, you can see his mouth open already. That is a problem for him. He's not going to be biting down on that mouthpiece. You can't time it with the punches. You want to be biting down on it. Sometimes you'll bite down on it a little bit harder than others, but it's always a pressure. And when you don't have that pressure and you get hit, it can put you out.
And your opponent knows.
Oh yeah, he sees it. No doubt about it.
So look for a potential uppercut here. Good kick. And Pitbull walked right into that one. Nicely done by Weichel.
Good right hand by Weichel and a good high kick to follow it up. That's what we talk about. Hide that kick behind your hands. That is going to make you successful.
Daniel Weichel said, it's taken me 15 years to get to the position I'm in today. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Will Pitbull win again and defend, or will we have our first Bellator champion from Germany?
Pitbull's just pushing him away. He's waiting for that moment that he can strike out with that right hand and hurt Daniel Weichel again. We'll see if that happens, because if Daniel Weichel continues to move, he's going to try to keep that from occurring.
Under 3 on the clock.
And both fighters are tired. Both have put out a lot of energy in that second, third, and fourth round. There was a lot happening in this fight. That first round was a little slow, but those next 2-3 rounds, they put out a lot of energy, and it is, like you said, oh, he's rattled again. You can see him shaking his head out. It hurt him.
And it's still 80 degrees out with a lot of humidity.
Yeah, it is not cool out here. These guys are in the middle of an oven.
Past the midway point of the 5th and final round of our featherweight title fight.
Another big right hand that, you know, no matter what, you can say, what was the difference right now in this fight? That right hand is what's landing for Patrício Pitbull. The reason that Daniel Weichel came in and is trying to take Pitbull down as he was being hurt by those hands, that right hand, and he wants to stay away from it, so that's why you see him now all of a sudden going for the takedown. You can look right now, Pitbull's got double underhooks with very high position. That's a strong position in MMA. Does he decide to take this fight to the ground and grind Weichel out, or is he gonna let go of this and go back to the stand-up that he feels so comfortable in?
Under 90 seconds now. There's your answer, John.
And just answered it right away.
The rematch living up to the expectations.
You know, it's been a great fight, but it's different than the first one, and both guys have showed I learned something from it. I can't be that guy that goes after things right away and just lays it all out there. I need to be smart.
Well, part of evolving and improving is learning patience and discipline and not making yourself susceptible to damage or knockouts or submission losses because you're always looking for the highlight reel finish.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mike. And look at, this is the best performance I have ever seen out of Daniel Weichel. Even in his win against John McKee, which I really was impressed by him, he has been even better and smarter just against a better fighter here tonight against Patrício Pitbull.
20 seconds remain in this fight. Flying knee. 15 seconds.
Flying knee that did not land, so it's a lot of motion, but it doesn't do anything.
Pitbull, Weichel.
And you can tell by Pitbull's motion right now, he believes he has won this fight.
They go the distance. Patrício Pitbull, Daniel Weichel. Who will be the champion? Our official decision is coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, this championship action goes the distance, 5 rounds. And we go to your judges' decision. Judge Sal D'Amato scores about 49-46 in favor of Patrício. Judge Derek Cleary scores about 48-47 in favor of Weichel. Our third and final judge, Chris Lee, scores about 48-47, declaring your winner by split decision. And still featherweight champion of the world, Patrício Pitbull.
Split decision victory for Patrício Pitbull, now tied for #1 all-time with 15 Bellator wins with a former champion Michael Chandler, Fedor Hoyce. Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. The champion, 31 years old. The challenger, 28 years old, taller and with a significant reach advantage.
6-inch reach advantage there, but that 27-4 is there for a reason. Patrício Pitbull Ferrer is the real deal.
Look at that, both men only 7 career defeats combined. This is going to be outstanding.
Ready to fight? Ready to fight? Let's go!
Here we go. Pitbull in the red gloves, El Matador in the blue gloves.
I thought it would be interesting at the beginning to see both of these guys, neither one likes to take a backward step, and I thought they were going to go to the middle and just start going, and that's exactly what Pitbull does. He rushed out to the center and said, I'm going to meet you here. Let's see you try to back me up.
Pitbull, long-time black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Emmanuel Sanchez just awarded his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt from Daniel Wanderlei 36 days ago. So congratulations to El Matador.
Well-deserved, because he has proven that, you know what, he has turned into a very good submission fighter in MMA. The big difference here is you're going to see a little bit of an offward kick. That's movement on both guys. Obviously, Emmanuel's throwing the kick, but as he's throwing that kick, Pitbull backs up. That's why it goes across, and that's why it lands to the groin. Not intentional at all.
Winner of 4 straight fights. And you talk about the submissions of Sanchez. Back-to-back submission victories. Triangle and an arm triangle against Straus and Sicilia. The arm triangle against Sam Sicilia most recently. Emmanuel Sanchez has never been stopped. Patrício Pitbull has only been stopped due to injury in a fight that he was winning.
In a fight that he was winning that I did, and he was beating Benson Henderson in that fight. Benson ended up blocking a leg kick basically with his knee, and it broke Patricio Ferreira's leg. And when I went to stop the fight, the doctor was like, I don't see a problem with him. And I go, this guy doesn't quit. And neither guy, Sanchez and Pitbull, neither of these guys have any quit in a big right hand. And that's the difference that I see in these two fighters. Ferreira has the power advantage. Sanchez normally puts more volume on guys, but Ferreira hits like a truck for 145 pounds.
Emmanuel said he's matured. He still has not shown his best inside the Bellator cage, and while many would be very impatient, he said he had to wait for this one. He truly was not ready. He is tonight. Can he pull it off and defeat Patrício Pitbull, who, by the way, did have a broken leg because he spent 45 days in a wheelchair.
Yes, he had a broken leg.
Heavy hands possessed by the Pitbull brothers. Little brother Patrício, two-time champion, looking for the second defense of his second title.
And power is something, you know, when we talk about it, he was getting lit up in his first fight with Daniel Weichel, and it was that power. He was getting hurt. Comes with a left hook, and I don't care if it's his left or his right hand. Patrício carries power in both. He can definitely hurt you or put you out of the fight with one shot.
We've seen it before.
Whoa, he just got rocked with that, though. That hurt him.
And he fires back.
And that's part of the problem, is sometimes you want to defend instead of firing back. You need to be careful. But that's exactly what he did with Weichel, and he ended up landing him. So Emmanuel Sanchez needs to take his time here, keep the pressure, but don't rush in.
That counter left hook, the fight you were talking about, where it looked like Pitbull was in big trouble. But a good connection from the challenger.
Both guys have landed big shots in this round.
Good balance shown by El Matador. Pitbull in the pocket pushing forward. Sanchez said his life changed drastically when he met and started working with Duke Rufus about 5-6 years ago.
You know, they're those guys that come into your life. Sometimes they come in for a very short amount of time. It's almost, it can be, you know, an hour. And there's those guys that are in your life for a long time, but they make a difference in who you are as a person. And Duke Rufus has done that with Emmanuel Sanchez, and he talks about him with a reverence. And you look at that, and you know exactly what Duke has given him through the martial arts.
Duke has done that to a handful of young men, including the Pettis brothers. John McDessie was a main training partner for Sanchez for this title fight tonight, as they clinched John right in front of us.
Pretty good comparison. A little bit taller than Patrício, but built very similar and powerful.
And you want to talk about a nifty striker.
Elbow over the top. Elbow over the top. Pressure. Yeah, vamos duro.
course, Coach Cush, Scott Cushman, does a great job with Duke as well. And Duke has always played the role of big brother. and he's a great big brother to these young fighters.
He is, you know, he's a leader. Yep. And he doesn't lead, he leads by example. He doesn't sit there and say, hey, follow me, look at me. He just says, hey man, you know, what are we gonna do? And one of the things, you know, I love about Duke is he takes care of his guys.
Final seconds of a very entertaining round one. And a back and forth round number one.
It absolutely was back and forth. You look at Pitbull had a couple of times he was lighting Emmanuel up. Emmanuel works his way through it. Then Emmanuel came out, hurt him. You can see that shot. It's going to be dependent on who the judges are looking at as far as who did the most damage in that round and who landed the best shots as far as what was it that affected the fight the most.
Well, I will tell you that there's a huge mouse under the left eye of the champion. And they had the end swell on it while we were in break between rounds.
So they both have damage. You look at Emmanuel on his right eye, he's got a lot of damage under it. And oh, big shots by both right there, both throwing hard.
Watch for that left hook of Patrício Pitbull. Sanchez doing a nice job with that kick. Patrício moving right into it.
Yep.
So he fired with that left.
Sanchez got a big mark underneath that right eye now. It's definitely, yeah, he's got a good cut underneath it. It should not affect him in the fight because it's all dripping down. It's not going to affect his eye. But that was what happened in that exchange that we saw.
Body kick. Keep going, body. Body again.
Quick kicks by Emmanuel Sanchez.
And you know those kicks, when you're looking at it, they're hitting the arm, but that's okay because those hitting the arm is going to slow that right arm down. And so if I was in Emmanuel's corner, I'd say, hey man, every time you get a chance, I want you to pound that arm. Every time you can, just keep on firing at it. I don't care if it's hitting the arm, I want you to do it because it's going to start to affect him and what he can do offensively.
Sanchez, a black belt in kickboxing under Duke Rufus. A world champion, by the way, and you wouldn't know it because he never mentions it.
He came from a family that kind of got involved
a little
bit. His brother Rick was a little crazy.
It still is. 2 minutes into round two.
Nice shot. The one of the things I want to point out here is you're watching. Look at what I'm saying when I say these guys don't back up. Neither guy's backing up. Patrício is using lateral movement. That is smart fighting. That's what you want to do. Emmanuel is trying to cut that lateral movement off, moving forward. This is awesome footwork and display of technical fighting by both guys.
Yes, his arm hurts. Yeah, kick the arms, kick the arms, kick the arms, kick the arms. Right kick, middle kick, middle kick, middle kick again. More middle kicks. All kick, middle kicks. High kick.
Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy in Tel Aviv. This is our main event of the evening. The champion in the red gloves, the challenger in the blue gloves. Both men beaten a little bit, bloodied a little bit. Both men far from beaten.
Both guys are fighting exactly the way they're supposed to. That, again, not intentional, going for an inside. You see the hips move back on Ferrer. That's why it lands where it does. But Kevin's going to sit here and he's going to give him time. He's going to start to let things, you know, air out a little bit. But I don't think he's going to be taking a point for that because of it's the movement of both fighters. But he will warn Emmanuel about, hey, you got to be in control of your weapons.
It's a warning, right?
Kevin McDonald just called out. He's calling a warning on that. And the reason why is, again, movement of both guys.
Pitbull's fight in Rome against Daniel Weichel was his first Bellator fight outside of the United States. And once again, he travels overseas looking to defend his title. And they swing hard.
That was a big right hand by Pitbull. Pitbull's got a very tight guillotine when he goes for it, so he's got to be very careful sticking his neck out there.
11 wins by submission, 5 by way of guillotine. 2 of his last 3 wins have been by guillotine.
Very nice knee inside by Pitbull. Nice takedown. This is a good round for Pitbull. It's been it's a close round, but he's the one that's winning the exchanges right now. Sanchez utilizing the fence to get himself back to a seat position, get himself back up off the ground, but he's got to be careful of Pitbull being able to close his hands around his waist. Very nice job of Emmanuel getting himself back to his feet, getting himself in the fight, trying to utilize wrist control inside. He's got his arm a little high.
44 combined victories for Pitbull and Sanchez.
Beautiful
and another takedown.
And I'm telling you, there's no doubt in my mind, Pitbull perfected that nice little inside trip with the work of a guy named Henry Cejudo, an Olympic gold medalist that he trains with.
And the captain, Eric Albarracin, big part of that as well.
Yep.
Patricio said about his opponent tonight, he's a complete fighter, pressure, volume. Said he doesn't have the heaviest hands, but it'll be a different feeling. You know, Patricio's had so many rematches and a couple trilogies in his career. Emmanuel Sanchez, a little different opponent. Well, he is a different opponent for Patricio Pitbull.
He's very similar, in my opinion. Emmanuel's very similar to one of the opponents that Pitbull has fought, in Pat Curran. Yeah, in that he's so well-rounded. He doesn't fight the stand-up game like Pat. He's a lot more energetic in his movement. He goes after things in a lot more frenetic fashion than Pat, but he is that full package. So Pitbull has fought someone similar, but when you're fighting a new guy, that gives you juice. It gives you, hey man, I got to prove that I'm better than this guy, and I'm not fighting that same guy again.
Sanchez missed with the axe kick.
Stay on the legs.
The biggest oi is from the voice of Duke Rufus.
Well, we've talked about, Patricio's been here before. He's been here many times in 5-round fights.
Absolutely.
So he knows, hey, I got a lot of time in this fight to do what I need to do to win. And you've got to look at what Emmanuel's doing, and Emmanuel is very controlled in what he's doing in the cage, systematically going after the same thing. So what we have is we're got both guys knowing, hey, I don't have to win this fight right away. Oh, good shots by Pitbull. Heavy shots.
8th time Patricio Pitbull has been scheduled for 5 rounds. 5 and 2 in those 5-round fights. And he's finished 3 of those fights.
Right kick, kick out, not out. Kick out.
But he's about even 500 in ones that go the distance. Of course, we said right at the top of this main event, first 5-round fight in the career of El Matador Emmanuel Sanchez.
Touch kick. Don't touch kick. Hard. Don't touch the kick. Hard kick. Yeah, kick. He's running. Hey! The right kick when he moves right. Hey!
You're going to see that Patricio likes to switch stance a lot. He'll go orthodox and then he'll go southpaw. Got a mouthpiece that's out right now.
Keep going.
And the fight continues.
Just back to it. Yep. But one of the things, when he is southpaw, he likes to throw that straight left hand, but his hook is one of his best shots, so you see him switching back to orthodox a lot because he likes to throw the hook. So he relies on that left hand a lot in his fighting. Even though he knows he's got huge power in his right hand, he loves to bring that left hand.
A lot of kicks being utilized in this round by Sanchez.
Which is smart. He's got a lot of length on him, and it can keep him at bay, keeps him at distance, and keeps him from responding.
Just ate a big one, though.
Good elbow. Yes, good elbow.
know, both guys are landing on these exchanges, but you can see the difference in that Pitbulls are landing with a little more power and just a little bit more effective in every time that they come together.
Which we knew would be one of the storylines coming in, John. I mean, Pitbull has as much power as pretty much anyone in MMA at 145.
He does, and that's one of the things. What makes him so difficult is for a guy that doesn't have a big reach, a guy that is not tall. He likes to come inside, and he's good at stepping in and throwing heavy shots. And when you get hit by that power, you go, man, I don't want that to happen again. So you start to back off of him, and that's everything that he needs. That's one of the things I'm so impressed with Emmanuel Sanchez right there. He's not backing off him at all.
He's proud to represent Mexican fighters. He's talked about that many times. Henry Cejudo, Cain Velasquez, two of his buddies in this game. Flying knee by Pitbull. Final minute of round 3. Volume against power, and on his back with Pitbull on top with less than 30 seconds here.
You look at what Pitbull's doing right here, and you're going, well, I think he took him down just to say, you know what, I'm kind of tired of standing up here. I'm a little bit winded. I'm going to catch my breath before the end of the round, so when I come out in the next round, I'm going to feel full and complete. You got to give credit to the cut man, Matt, who's been working on Emmanuel Sanchez. He's done an outstanding job of controlling that cut and keeping Sanchez able to work in this fight.
Has Emmanuel Sanchez won a round on your scorecard?
You know what? You could have given him the first round. I can see where someone did because he did hurt Patricio. It's a question of what did the judges see as what was the most effective thing in the fight. So he definitely could have won the first round, but he has lost the last 2.
This is the best position he has had in this fight. Side control early in round 4. Both black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Nice sweep and turn into the beautiful double leg. You gotta love what he just did right there, because that is not easy to do.
Patricio's talked about not only being the best fighter in Bellator, but the best featherweight in the world. And the more you watch him, and this fight could go Sanchez's way, but the more you watch how vast his skill set is, the more you can make that argument.
Well, yeah, just like you're saying, this fight's far from over.
Yes.
But even if Sanchez doesn't win this fight, look at what he's doing against a guy that you can say is one of the best featherweight fighters in the world, maybe the best. And he is in this fight. He's doing damage. He's just losing those little things right now, but this fight can change on a moment's notice.
Top position for Pitbull, 90 seconds into round 4.
You had that nice little trade of fighters that occurred with Demetrius Johnson and Ben Askren. Patricio Pitbull right away gets a hold of the president of Bellator, Scott Coker, says, trade Aldo. He wants to fight Jose Aldo because he wants to prove that he's the best Brazilian featherweight of all time.
You asked him why. He said because all of Brazil would watch.
Well, and he also said, he says, you know, it's all of Brazil would watch. He goes, because in Brazil, there's the question, who is the best? He goes, everywhere else, everyone thinks he's the best, and I'm here to prove him wrong.
There is a chapter missing in history, and he pointed out that MMA really blew up in Brazil when Vitor Belfort fought Anderson Silva.
That was the big moment, and that was the big kick.
It was indeed. Just like that.
Emmanuel Sanchez still marching forward, throwing kicks, throwing punches, definitely still in this fight, throwing heavy shots, not giving an inch. You gotta love this kid.
Got lots of Bellator rounds under his belt against some of the top fighters. Basically, most of the top fighters in this division.
Well, you take a look at who Emmanuel Sanchez has fought and who he's got wins against. His only losses here in Bellator is to Pat Curran, the ex-champion, and Daniel Weichel, a 2-time title contender. That's his 2 losses. He's got wins over Daniel Straus, Marcus Galval, Georgi Karakhanyan, Justin Lawrence, Henry Corrales. He knocked out 5 of Henry Corrales' teeth with a knee.
Which he called his toughest fight.
He did. He said Henry Corrales was the toughest dude he ever fought, which I'll buy into.
Oh, heavy kick.
That was a nice kick to the body. No reaction from Pitbull, but you know it did not feel good.
Now switch kick. That's it. Body, head. Punches and kick. Then kick, boom.
Good front kick by Sanchez. Good pace here in round 4 by El Matador.
It is very active.
Yep, hasn't
volume,
slowed down.
And this is what we call volume fighting. And look at volume fighting can get him that victory. It can get in these rounds because if Pitbull doesn't land these big shots and he doesn't damage Emmanuel, then the judges are going to say, look at all those shots he landed. He's going to get the round.
And John, that's what I was saying earlier. Partner, power against volume.
Yep.
Power can end it right away, but volume can do continuous damage and score big points in the judge's mind.
Well, volume is going to be, this is where you get into the punch stat thing. And, you'll see people talking about, well, he landed more punches. All punches are not the same. All strikes are not the same. There's a big difference in MMA when you're talking about punches, elbows, knees, kicks. They all have different power levels.
Final seconds of round 4.
Oh, nice, just combination left-right hand by Emmanuel Sanchez to start the round.
Sanchez is going to go after it. He's going to leave it all in the cage. Same with Pitbull. But a great start to round number 5 for the challenger. It's been a long journey for 28-year-old Emmanuel Sanchez. Oh, there's that
big left hook. He is hurt bad.
For the finish. The left hook again from Pitbull.
Nice job by Pitbull to turn that corner. Sanchez trying to hang on. That's smart fighting by him.
Now Sanchez slips out.
Pitbull comes out on top of that. That's still because you know what? That brain is still not working completely right. Things are a little bit loopy for Sanchez right now, but an outstanding job of slowing the fight down after being hurt.
Wow, he took a huge left hook. What a fight.
It's been a fantastic fight. Both guys going after it. I wasn't sure in the 4th round if I thought, you know what, I thought Ferrer kind of took a Robbie Lawler and took the round off a little bit, and just trying to get his win back and come out here in the 5th round and give it everything he has. I'm not sure if that's what occurred, but that shot right there just made this a round. Emmanuel Sanchez has got to come back big if he wants to take this title.
Come on, everything you got, son. Yep. Strong. Strong. Drop your weight. Drop your weight. Head pressure. Drop your weight. Hang hard. Head. Drop your weight.
Under 3 minutes.
Come on,
There's that inside trip again. He has got that down. And
Right
that is a
full mount.
nasty weapon for him to get people where he wants them to be. Full mount for Ferrer right now in a fight, 5th round, putting weight on Sanchez, just figuring out what he can do to try to stop this guy. Hooks inside. Sanchez working to try to free that position.
Black
He's
belt
got
against
one leg
black
free.
belt.
Outstanding work by Emmanuel Sanchez to free himself out of that position.
He has never been stopped in his professional career.
That's because he is tough as nails. There is no quit in Emmanuel Sanchez. You could look up the word he could look up the word in the dictionary and it would be invisible.
He's just gonna hug. He don't want none of this. Give it to him. He's holding because he don't want to fight you.
Shots to the body from El Matador, but he's tossed around again by Pitbull.
And this is that little extra energy that I was talking about when I said, I think he kind of took a little bit of that fourth round off, saying, you know what, I'm just going to put things in reserve so I can come out and do what I want to do in the fifth. And that's exactly what he's doing, and that's the mark of a champion, a smart fighter, a guy who on the outside, you look at what Ferrer does, and he's so aggressive, and he has to harness that aggression. But when he gets in the cage, he is smart. And he is good at controlling what he does, not letting his emotions get the best of him, and just being a heavy-handed, great champion.
Oh, man, look at the eye of Emmanuel Sanchez. That right eye. Big mouse underneath. Under a minute on the clock.
And there's Emmanuel Sanchez getting right back to his feet, turning him around. Man, this has been one heck of a fight. You got to give it to both guys, Mike.
Couldn't ask for anything more. Title fight here in Tel Aviv. Pitbull trying to become the winningest fighter in Bellator history.
Oh, it's a big right elbow by Sanchez there. You cannot take a lot of those. You got to move.
And the knee. 20 seconds. Spin and a miss.
Spinning heel kick there. He's still going after it.
15.
Ferrer feeling like he's got it. He's just trying to buy time right now. Sanchez having none of it coming after him.
Final seconds of this championship fight. They go the distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we'll go to your three judges at cage side. Your first judge, Brian Miner, scores the fight 48-46. Judges Sal D'Amato and David Torelli both see the fight the same, 48-47. All see it for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Patrício Pitbull.
We got the records up there because these are two of the greatest fighters in Bellator history. Look at the height difference and look at the reach difference. Patrício needs to get inside of that range on Michael Chandler.
All right, gentlemen, I need you to protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Fight hard, don't fight clean. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. All right, back up, let's get going.
Nice to see the touch of gloves. Momentary respite from the hostilities that are about to ensue. There it is, the Bellator Lightweight Championship. It will be up for grabs.
Patrício, you ready?
Patrício Pitbull's featherweight title not on the line, and immediately Patrício Pitbull takes the center of the cage. He's in the blue gloves. Michael Chandler in the red gloves.
It will be very interesting to see which guy starts to get emotional here, or if both keep themselves composed during the start of this fight.
Chandler talked about the fact that we promoted as bad blood, hyping the fight up. He says bad blood in between blood. He says there will be blood, and it will be at the expense of Patrício Pitbull tonight. But it's all business for Michael Chandler.
Well, when you look at this as a whole, what does Michael Chandler have to win? His title is the one that's on the line. It's not Patricio's. Patrício is the guy, he's the lighter fighter. Michael Chandler is supposed to win this fight, but that is just easy to say and a lot harder to do.
You've watched MMA, right?
A couple times.
The unpredictable. Chandler gets rocked by Patrício Pitbull. You talk about unpredictable. The referee has intervened, and Patrício Pitbull has done it. Makes Bellator history lightning quick. And yet, Michael Chandler wondering again, what just happened, John?
We're going to have to see that again, but Michael Chandler definitely got clipped with a shot. He got hurt, he went down, and Pitbull went after him, and that's what a champion does.
Caught behind the ear, but Chandler looks like he's still ready to go, and again, a split-second timing, John.
You don't know that happened. Take a look at this shot. Watch the shot. It goes right behind his ear. Boom. That happened to Cain Velasquez against Junior Dos Santos. Look at him go down. He sees the shot.
Misses.
He starts to duck. Look at what he does. Nothing. All of a sudden he wakes back up. And you could look and say, was he out?
Was he out? Exactly.
It's hard to tell. But that shot definitely disrupts him, puts him down, and he is hurt. He misses with that follow-up shot, but these right here, there's no response. No response until the referee comes in and you see him come up, because Michael doesn't move until that referee comes in, and they come in and his movement is at the same time.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, referee Rob Madrigal steps in, waves off the contest due to strikes officially. 1 minute, 1 second into round number 1. The winner by knockout, the new Bellator Lightweight Champion, and now reigning two-weight class Bellator World Champion, Patrício Pitbull.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, Blue. There were no final questions from you, Red. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Come out ready to fight.
Referee Jason Herzog getting set to officiate what could be 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator MMA Featherweight World Championship, as we have reached the final matchup in the opening round of this Featherweight World Grand Prix. Juan Archuleta looking to become the champion, extending his winning streak to 19. That's what it's all about, the gold. And it currently belongs to Patrício Pitbull in the red gloves, Archuleta in the blue. This is round number 1. And Archuleta, by the way, John, telling us that he believes footwork is going to be his biggest advantage in this fight.
Well, that's because his footwork is going to create the angles that he's going to be able to attack Pitbull off of. But what you're seeing out of Pitbull is exactly what I thought he would do. I'm going to go to the center here, and I'm going to let you dance around and get all that energy out. And I'm just going to wait to pick my shots.
Pitbull has 10 wins via first-round KO or submission. Archuleta has 5 wins via first-round knockout.
Well, when you're looking at the difference in power, Archuleta's got power in his hands, but he doesn't have what Pitbull does.
11 of Archuleta's 23 victories have come via form of KO.
Pitbull has that snap, that power that he can knock anybody out. Archuleta, when given the right opportunity and lands the right shot, he can put you out.
Hearing from Douglas, the Phenom Lima, of course, he's going to try to get his welterweight title back from the man who took it from him, Rory McDonald, coming up next month in the final of the welterweight World Grand Prix.
What a fight that's going to be.
Archuleta trying to zigzag his way in, and that was in the garden of good and evil.
Right here from me, right here.
Not a laughing matter, John.
I know his action. Right here, please.
But thank you.
Watch what occurs. That little inside kick is a little off target.
That was an accident. Got a little time.
Of course, Patrício Pitbull will have up to 5 minutes if he so desires, but he's already saying double thumbs up. I'm a champion.
Be careful with the low blows.
More annoyed than hurt.
Ready?
Yes. As annoying as a robocall. Archuleta back, utilizing the footwork. And like you say, Patrício Pitbull staying in the center of the cage.
And Pitbull knew this is exactly the way Juan Archuleta is going to come out and fight him. Trying to create angles.
Head kick by Archuleta, but loses his balance. Up kick by the challenger. And now it's Pitbull putting all the pressure on, looking for the guillotine.
Be careful of that guillotine, because Pitbull has a very strong guillotine.
11 of Pitbull's victories have been via form of tap-out, looking for the guillotine here in round 1.
Smart job. You're seeing Juan Archuleta controlling the hands, just relaxing in the position. Pitbull is just controlling. He's not even trying to really squeeze right now until he feels that he gets that arm in place.
By the way, Archuleta's lone loss via Bravo choke, or excuse me, via triangle choke. And that was way back in 2015.
And if you see Pitbull engage his hips, bring his hips in towards Archuleta's head, that's when this gets tight.
And the referee warning Pitbull about the knee to the head, John, because the knee is down.
He is a grounded fighter. You see his knee on the ground. There's no doubt he's grounded. Any part of his body other than his hands and feet that touch the ground, he's a grounded fighter.
Archuleta wants to, what does he need to do here to alleviate the pressure and try to get back up on his feet and avoid being tapped out here?
Well, the problem for Archuleta is not that he avoid the pressure, because there is no pressure in most of it. He's waiting, and Pitbull's waiting because he's seeing it. He can change it, now he's out of it.
A minute and a half left in the first frame, scheduled for 5 for the Bellator MMA Featherweight Championship.
Pitbull on top of you is incredibly heavy. He's got a very good pressure. Nice knee inside.
Pitbull has had to survive and endure some personal tragedies, including losing his longtime jiu-jitsu trainer, Alexander Bosco, who unfortunately completed suicide in January of 2018. But that's not all. He also lost his longtime kickboxing trainer, Bruno Gavea, to a car accident 7 years ago. So Pitbull's had to endure his fair share of tragedy. And oh, there's a knee again being warned.
That was a good knee. It was to the chest and shoulder area. He can do that.
Yes, he can.
Obviously, Jason Herzog knows it. He's saying, watch the knee, just because he's telling him, hey, be careful of its placement.
Final half minute of the first. And Archuleta just neutralizing the champion, trying to keep him from any offense. But Pitbull scoring with some left hands to the body. Final 15 seconds of the round. And now Pitbull unloading the right hands on Archuleta. Archuleta gets tagged with that right hand. Archuleta, though, feverishly fighting from his back, full mount, but time's running out.
Here's what happened, putting Juan Archuleta to the ground. He throws the kick.
I like your southpaw, I like your open stance.
Off balance, goes and throws that big right hand, loses balance, ends up on his back. Pitbull just marches it down towards the fence. Good up kick. You can watch what he has, especially towards the end of the round. A couple of big shots from Pitbull. Archuleta firing back. But all those, that nice little mount, that's just Pitbull telling him, I can go where I want.
Are you ready? Fight!
Bell in round at number 2, the champion Patrício Pitbull, the slight favorite coming into this championship bout. In the red gloves, Juan Archuleta in the blue gloves. After 5 minutes, your unofficial scorecard reads.
That's easy, 10-9, Pitbull gets the first round.
And why is that, sir?
Well, it's pretty simple. He's the guy that landed the shots. He's the guy that did what was, if you're talking about volume shots, the better shots, he gets it.
Always trying to educate the masses, John.
This is the round that we expect. Archuleta has got to start pushing a pace to make Pitbull work. If he doesn't push that pace to make him work, Pitbull's gone 5 rounds many times. He can do that. You've got to push him at a pace that he's not comfortable with.
You told me something interesting as we talked about this fight. You almost said that Archuleta has to lose the first 2 rounds, and he wants to take Pitbull into deep waters. But what did you mean by that?
Well, you know, everyone thinks that you have to win. Oh, I have to be winning. You don't always have to be winning every moment of a fight.
There's a right hand from Pitbull.
But you have to be creating situations to say, well, this is my game plan, and I create the situation that I may be losing, but I'm making you work. A la Frank Shamrock against Tito Ortiz.
Oh, no, not another eye poke.
We're good.
How do we fix the problem? And I am serious, John.
Yeah.
We need to definitely change the curvature of the gloves to make the hand where if the fighter's got to really work to create it to go straight out.
Okay. You're good.
He's going for a knee tap, goes up.
How is your eye?
Not bad at all.
You okay here?
Not saying he didn't touch his eye, but it's not a bad one.
Can you see out of your eye clearly? Can you see out of your eye clearly? Yes, okay. This is an accident. He's just been warned about that, okay? You ready to continue? Yeah?
So, Patrício Pitbull getting a little frustrated. Low blow.
All right, guys.
Eye poke.
Well, that's 2.
Yep. On Archuleta, though. Bouncing up and down to the balls of his feet, coming in, trying to use angles to close the distance on the champ.
Well, when you're walking into a buzzsaw that has the power.
And there is the left hand of that buzzsaw.
Exactly. You got to be careful how you do. You got to create situations where he is off balance.
Archuleta looking for the takedown, neutralized by Pitbull, looking to pummel.
One of the things about Archuleta, when he gets in these situations, generally, normally, usually, if he's going to exit, you're going to see him landing a shot on the exit. He is normally willing to disengage from a wrestling situation and come back at it. Since he's had a hard time getting in on Pitbull, he might try to work this situation. There's your nice little foot stops a la
Marco Puas. 2.5 minutes left in the second. The champ putting all the pressure on Archuleta on the fence.
And again, in clinch situations, you can make somebody work. But right now, it's Pitbull making Archuleta work.
Bellator MMA president Scott Coker looking on a cage side. Matchmaker Rich Chow as well. Coker's always been a fan of the tournaments, going back to the days of the K1 tournaments, Pride Fighting Championship tournaments, old school UFC, and of course Strikeforce, and now in Bellator MMA.
There's that dynamic part of Juan Archuleta's arsenal in attack. You see him going for that jumping knee. He'll do those things off of any position.
Minute and a half left in the round. Archuleta unable to turn the tables on Pitbull. Now he does. Oh yeah, Ronaldo, watch this.
Just when you say it.
Of course, always.
Double unders for Pitbull. He has the ability to control the upper body here. Bring those hands up high. Stretch Archuleta out, bring him down.
Foot stomps are just irritating, right, John? What did they, I mean, they try to disrupt, they do hurt, but
they make you move your foot, which makes you change your balance point.
Under a minute left in the second. Referee looking for more action.
It's about
so are the fans.
Here you have the do-si-do back and forth. It's time to do
need to create some separation.
If someone cannot get that takedown. And the reason that Jason's not is that you saw with the double unders, Pitbull actually has control of the position and is trying not to take away an advantage that he has. Now it's gone.
It's incumbent on Pitbull to try to improve. He's just keeping Archuleta pinned along the fence. From the fabulous forum here in Los Angeles, California, we're about to embark on round 3 of this Bellator MMA Featherweight Championship bout. The challenger, Juan Archuleta, looking to extend his win streak to 19. Patrício Pitbull looking to maintain his hold on the gold. And immediately Archuleta comes storming out from his corner.
That was a swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. But, you know, I like it.
And another kick and a miss.
Archuleta really trying to utilize that footwork that he's learned from guys like TJ Dillashaw and Dwayne Ludwig.
And you mentioned TJ Dillashaw was supposed to be in the corner, but just minutes before this fight, he was told that he had to watch from the crowd because of his suspension.
Yes, he was suspended by USADA, but he was also suspended by the New York State Athletic Commission. And since that was done, the state of California will take and they will uphold that suspension and not allow him to be either a competitor or a trainer during a fight.
Archuleta from Sanchez just got tagged by that right hand from the champion Pitbull, and Pitbull immediately going across, put side position, side control, but Archuleta got dropped and now trying to avoid the guillotine.
He has to be very careful. Pitbull's got a very tight 10-finger guillotine he's good with. He's opened up a big shot. Yep.
The plasma is flowing as we've got Archuleta leaking like a political document here with 1.5 minutes gone in the third.
A political document. I love that. And Pitbull does not have anything close to a guillotine set in place.
And he's doing the, he's trying to just, Archuleta rising. Archuleta sees the blood. Archuleta knows he needs to impose his will and skill with 3 minutes left here in the third.
Archuleta is bleeding from a cut on his head. Obviously.
Body lock by Pitbull.
Blood when it gets to the sweat, it's gonna look worse than it is. None of this is something that should stop him right now.
I mentioned during the prelims the red wedding reference that Chael P. Sonnen didn't get from the Game of Thrones, and this is literally a Game of Thrones for the Bellator MMA Featherweight Championship, and they continue to jockey for position.
And it was one of those elbows on the ground to the side of his head that opened up the cut. But again, it's blood. It's no big deal. It's not getting in his eye. It's not affecting his vision.
It's MMA, Big John.
And a baby.
Archuleta misses with that head kick. 2 minutes left in the third. A right hand by Pitbull dropped Archuleta. Archuleta was able to get back to his feet. And hey, when this fight is completed, please join us for the Featherweight World Grand Prix Selection Show. That is coming up next. Yours truly and Jen Brown will handle the duties, but that should be fun and definitely a twist with a champ's choice. But we are set here to determine who will be the champion for that selection show. 1.5 minutes left in the third. Again, Archuleta misses with the head kick. And it looks like Archuleta's right eye giving him problems.
Oh, you got hit with a shot. You can see that it's got a little bit of swelling there. Archuleta is picking up the pace. This is what he has to do if he wants to come away with a win against Pitbull. He has got to push the pace. He's got to have a high RPM fight.
Archuleta switched to southpaw, misses with that right uppercut on the exit. Minute left in the third. Again, Pitbull looking for his moneymaker, that right hand.
He also has a very good left hook that he uses.
And again, scores with the right. 10 of his 29 victories have come due to his punching power. Archuleta unable to close the distance on the champion.
Yeah, he is unable to get that. He's staying far to the outside, even outside of kickboxing range. He's trying to close that space. It's a lot of space. He's got to just work his way in.
And when he does close the distance, unable to get the takedown there, with now 20 seconds left in the third stanza. And there, Archuleta changing levels, but it's Pitbull looking for the guillotine. 5 seconds left in the round. Oh, the bell saves the Spaniard potentially.
You're gonna be right here. I want you to watch the right hand. Straight down the pipe. Boom. Puts him straight back. Now you can see his hands go back. It's telling you he's still there, but it puts him off balance onto his butt. And from there, did good damage with the elbows. You see him hit the ground. He tries to do the up kick. Here comes the elbow that cuts him. It needs to be also stated, Dwayne Ludwig and Joe Stevenson, who Archuleta started out with, they're both still in his corner.
Fourth round, the penultimate round, and Archuleta comes out and scores with a combination of the champ. Pitbull lands a left hook, and Archuleta, this is the sense of urgency that was lacking in some earlier featherweight opening round bouts tonight.
Exactly, but as Archuleta comes in, he's got to be careful because he He is leaving openings for Pitbull to exploit.
Archuleta's all about entertainment, all about giving the crowd a show, and meanwhile Pitbull maintaining his residence in the center of the cage.
He has definitely staked a claim to where he wants the fight to be. And so far, he's been the one controlling it.
What would you like to see more out of the champion here in round 4?
Well, just, when you got a guy like Archuleta coming at you, it's those moments right there.
The left hook! Tag, but more off balance. Archuleta on his back.
It's okay. That's what I'm talking about. Don't just back off. Look for your counter. He ends up in a position now. He has the advantage.
And now Pitbull has the back of Juan Archuleta.
Heavy hips on hips. Doesn't have any hooks, and that's why you see Pitbull riding his hips
knee
back.
to the gluteus maximus. I don't think I've ever said that before, John.
Knees don't look like a whole lot, but they all hurt. That's a Charlie horse every time.
We're going to see a high amplitude German suplex out of the Brazilian.
Good, depending upon his hand structure. You see him bring his hips into Archuleta's hips. That's telling you, I'm going to try to elevate you. Archuleta just working the hands, trying to separate him. It's not easy.
This is where Archuleta does not want to be against the champion, stapled to the fence, although Archuleta doing some damage there with those elbows to the rib cage. And now it's Pitbull just feeding those piston-like knees again to the derriere of Archuleta.
Still unable to unlock. Now he's got his hands unlocked.
Good switch here by Archuleta, but he's got the guillotine now on Pitbull. Momentarily.
Went for the jumping knee. That's what you got to like about Archuleta. He had the guillotine.
He
goes,
takes
I'm not
risks.
going to get it. He'll take the risk to go for the flying knee.
By the way, Pitbull has never been submitted. Under 2 minutes left in the fourth. Still to come in the second of our 2 main events. Lyoto Machida beating Gegard Mousasi in a middleweight rematch. Mousasi looking to avenge a loss 5 years ago, and here we go.
You need time or no? Hey, take time. I know he stepped in as it did, completely unintentional. I'm going to give him the time. Keep your head up. You cannot make any more mistakes like this, okay?
He jumped in on that one.
I understand. Yes. Hey, John, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
Look at Pitbull come forward. That's what kind of changes the angle a little bit. Not intentional, but if you're Pitbull, you're starting to go, hey, how many is this going to happen? Because you're the one being hit.
Pitbull up to 5 minutes to recover from the shot below.
And what you're seeing out of Pitbull is what a veteran and smart fighter does. If his heart rate is high, he's now bringing it down.
And coming up next, it will be the Bellator MMA Featherweight Grand Prix Selection Show.
You okay? Okay.
As the 8 fighters who advance to the quarterfinals will make a choice, get an opportunity to impact their destiny in this tournament, giving the matchmakers a break as we resume action here. Archuleta moving in. 3.5 minutes remaining in the fourth. And Archuleta swinging wildly there, does not score with that combination.
No, but he's going for it. You gotta love the fact he's not sitting back.
But he's got to be careful. We've seen Pitbull with the counter and step right into that left hook from the champ.
Exactly right, Morris. That's what I'm talking about. When you go, you're leaving openings, and does he catch you in that opening?
And it appears that's exactly what Pitbull is waiting to do.
Can't blame him.
3 minutes left in the fourth frame. More Ronaldo Big John McCarthy here at cage side, joined by Jay Glazer, Chael Sutton, Bellator MMA Flyweight Champion Alima McFarland and Jen Brown as Archuleta scores with that combo.
Right now, Archuleta has got volume going in the striking game.
Oh, nice.
A whole lot on the ground.
Right hand, though, by Pitbull again. Yep. 2.5 left in the round. And there's a naked shot, well defended by Pitbull. And again, he's looking for that guillotine. And you wonder, Archuleta from long distance, telegraphing the takedown.
Well, what he's trying to do is use that same footwork that he's been coming in with strikes and change levels and get into them.
It was a little early for the clap. We're fifth and final round. The two touch gloves. The champion in the red gloves, Patrício Pitbull. The challenger in the blue gloves, the Spaniard Juan Archuleta. Archuleta trying to extend that incredible win streak to 19, and he is coming out aggressively, knowing that this is his final opportunity. And how do you have it after 4 rounds on your unofficial scorecard, John?
I have it right now where I have Pitbull. He's got this as far as if it goes to a decision. Archuleta is going to have to take chances. He's got to go after it. If he wants to win this fight, he's got to do something. He got hurt right there.
And there's a jumping knee by Patrício Pitbull, looking to close the show in electrifying fashion.
And every time I've watched Pitbull in a 5th round, since his loss to Pat Curran, he has always dominated the 5th round of a fight. He has saved himself. He knows he's going to go after a guy, and he's going to try to do damage.
And Archuleta, with 1 minute gone in the 5th, knows that he has to take risks. See, they have to be calculated, but he has to find a way to get through the minefield. And there he changes levels, but it's well defended by Patrício Pitbull, who of course has Eric Albarracin in his corner.
You watch how Pitbull defends that takedown and how he just digs the underhook, just overpowers Juan Archuleta.
And Pitbull's also worked with another pretty good wrestler, Olympic gold medalist, double champion in the UFC, Henry Cejudo, and his brother, you're right. Pitbull now trying to change levels. It's being stymied by Archuleta, who now pins the champ along the fence, looking for the high crotch note. Pitbull and there are just looking to gain the advantage.
Archuleta trying to make something happen, trying to drive him against the cage, looking for a space that he can attack. Sucks the leg up. Pitbull's balance too good. Can't get him down. All these techniques that you use time and time again against other opponents, and then you come in, and this guy just stymies all of them.
Really, they're expending kilojoules of energy. I mean, the way
no doubt about it. This is a fast pace.
Fast pace here with the midpoint of the 5th and final round. Exchange jabs.
Archuleta just took another nice little shot, left hand by Pitbull.
Pitbull on a 4-fight win streak, coming off the huge victory over Michael Chandler to join Ryan Bader as the only double champs in Bellator MMA. Corrales looking to target the body before going upstairs. There's another left that lands for the champ. Oh, there is a cut-in. Was it from the headbutt? Clash of heads?
Clash of heads, I believe.
Minute and a half left in the round, and the right hand again. Caught Archuleta on the face. And Archuleta has to be cognizant of the fact that he has to put it all on the line here as we near the final 60 seconds. Pitbull looking for the single leg. Good trip takedown, but immediately countered by Archuleta back to his feet. Final minute of the fight.
Nice job to get back to his feet. Pitbull actually made a very technically sound and very effective inside trip for the takedown. Archuleta scrambles back. He's got to make something happen. He's running out of time. 40 seconds.
We are closing out the opening round of the Bellator MMA Featherweight World Grand Prix. The 8th and final member of the quarterfinals being determined in this championship fight. 20 seconds left. Elbow strikes from Archuleta, but it appears that Patrício Pitbull is on his way to successfully defending the title and joining the 7 others and putting an exclamation point on the fight with the takedown.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Michael Bell, scores the fight 49-46. Judge Ron McCarthy sees it 50-45. Judge Anthony Manus scores it 49-46. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision. Now advancing in the Featherweight World Grand Prix, and still Bellator Featherweight World Champion Patrício Pitbull.
Patrício Pitbull successfully defends the Bellator MMA Featherweight title with his 30th victory. Increasing in Michael C. Williams.
Bellator MMA live on CBS Sports Network from Mohegan Sun Arena. The time has come for the conclusion of the Featherweight World Grand Prix quarterfinals. Tonight's main event, 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Featherweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation, Chairman James Gessner, President of Sports and Entertainment Tom Cantone, supervising at cageside Mr. Mike Mazzulli. And now, first, introducing the blue corner. At 5'11", weighing in 144.5 pounds. In his first fight for a world title, he brings 11 professional victories, along with 3 losses. Hailing from Guimarães, Portugal, he fights out of Dublin, Ireland, the challenger, Pedro "The Game" Carvalho. And across the cage, the champion fights out of the red corner. At 5'6", weighing in 144.7 pounds, the reigning 2-division world champion tonight stands with 30 professional victories, 4 defeats. From Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, the defending Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Patrício Pitbull. And the referee in charge, Mike Beltran.
The challenger. Fight scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds.
You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Hell, let's go.
Here we go. Tonight's fight clock presented by Geico. Red gloves for the champion, blue gloves for the challenger.
Pedro took a page out of James Gallagher, and Kiefer Crosby ran out to the center of the cage before Patrício could do that.
Carvalho moved from Portugal to many years ago. He is 6-0 since making that move.
Josh, you got a little excited on that shot.
I got excited because you saw Pedro's legs buckle just a tad bit there.
Deep on the hook, get that left shoulder in. Right side and get the left shoulder in.
It's good that he probably caught the left hook versus the straight right like Michael Chandler did.
Yes, it was. We saw Pedro come out just like you said, like another guy from SBG at 145 pounds, used to come out and dominate the center and keep at length. That's the whole game plan for Pedro Carvalho. But right now, he's in a position where the height works against him against Pitbull, and Pitbull likes to get him into the positions where he's the one dictating off of counter strikes. He's a very good counter strike fighter. Oh, it hurt him again with the right
shot.
hand.
There's that arming guillotine.
It's going to be tight.
Can he finish it quickly? The champion has the hook in. Scramble for position early.
His grappling is phenomenal, John. Patrício Pitbull is so strong, physically strong in all the areas. You try to move his legs and his hips, and he doesn't move.
Good start for the champion.
He's just got to stay composed like what you're seeing right now, pick and choose his shots, because like we talked about, Pedro leaves himself open by trying to pressure the fight too much.
Caught him again. That's the third time that he has been hit. You can see it.
Oh, and again. And it is all over. Just like that. Patrício Pitbull remains the featherweight world champion.
Look at the shot. That big right hand hurt him early. You see him, he collects himself, but it was multiple times. There's that finish right there. You can see as he's hitting, there's nobody home. As he first hits the ground, left hand touches, right hand straight down the pipe. You see the way Carvalho goes down. That is exactly why referee Mike Beltran steps in.
But he just settled himself. Look at the composure of Pitbull. Hit him with the left hook. He didn't even need to follow up with the right hand. He was already on his way down, John. The power is there. There's no doubt about it. We've seen it against all of his opponents. He touches them, they go to sleep.
Ladies and gentlemen, as of 2 minutes, 10 seconds, round number 1, he is the winner by knockout. He advances in the Featherweight World Grand Prix, and he is still Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Patrício Pitbull.
With the official introductions, here once again is Michael C. Williams.
Bellator MMA live on Showtime from Mohegan Sun Arena. The time has come to conclude the semifinal round of the Featherweight World Grand Prix. In tonight's main event, the rematch is now set for 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Featherweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation Chairman James Gessner, President of Sports and Entertainment Tom Cantone, and supervising at Cage Side Director Mike Mazzulli. And now, first, introducing the blue corner. At 5'9", weighing in 144.5 pounds. In his second challenge for the world title, he enters with 20 professional victories, 4 defeats, fighting out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the challenger, Manuel El Matador Sanchez. And across the cage, the champion fights out of the red corner. At 5'6", weighing in 144.1 pounds, the two-weight class reigning world champion enters tonight with a veteran professional record of 31 victories, just 4 defeats, hailing from Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, presenting the defending Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Patrício Pitbull. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge, Todd Anderson.
Gentlemen, we go over the rules in the back. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. If you wish to touch gloves, do so now. Step back.
From the Fight Sphere here at the Mohegan Sun Arena, we are set for the main event. It is for the Bellator MMA Featherweight Championship and a spot in the Grand Prix final. The champion, Patrício Pitbull. The challenger, Emmanuel Sanchez. This is round number 6. Round 1 of the rematch with the champion in the red gloves, Sanchez in the blue gloves. Remember in their first meeting in Tel Aviv, Israel, back in November 2018, John, Sanchez hurt Patrício Pitbull in the first round.
Yes, he did, but you're seeing Pitbull do exactly what he look at where he's at. Takes the center of the cage and then says, come to me. When you do, I'm going to counter you and I'm going to hurt you. So Sanchez needs to be very smart in his application of when he decides to come into him, but he does need to make Pitbull work, because if you're looking at the pace that we're seeing right now, this is well within Pitbull's range and this is his world.
Low calf kick there delivered by Sanchez, and kicks are a definite part of his recipe. Now, unlike their first meeting, John, of course, the championship, Sanchez said, why do you become a pro fighter? It's to become a world champion. But not only is the belt at stake tonight, but that date with Agent McKee and that $1 million bonus check also at stake. But
Pitbull basically said, I don't care about the money.
Yeah, it's about the legacy, but it's always about the money, John.
Of course it is.
It's prize.
But his pride is, if you're going to say what's more important to him, it's his pride.
In his second reign as the featherweight champion, he blew away Michael Chandler in just 61 seconds to become the lightweight champion. Sanchez has reeled off 3 straight wins since pushing Pitbull to the limit in their first fight. The last time Pitbull lost was due to a leg injury. The only time he suffered a TKO, that was against Benson Henderson. Sanchez has never been stopped.
Exactly. I refereed the fight, and it was Pitbull was winning the fight. That was pretty clear, but there was an exchange where his leg ended up getting hurt. He tried to fight on it for a while, finally said, I can't go anymore, and it was broken in half.
Pitbull darts in with a combination, blocks that high kick by Sanchez, checks the low inside leg kick by Sanchez.
A very measured and controlled attack by Sanchez and Pitbull.
Both of them said they would be more measured.
Absolutely.
With both of them first on the scene, John, much different fighters.
Oh my God, completely different. That was a very nice right hand from the top by Pitbull.
First of a 3-punch combination by Pitbull. There's the jab to the sternum. Very crisp striking technique. Catches Sanchez with the hook. And Pitbull pounces on Sanchez. Pitbull looking for that trademark guillotine. Jumps into the guard.
That is tight.
Pitbull looking for the guillotine choke.
He's got that really tight right now.
Sanchez has never been knocked out. He is out. Pitbull becomes the first person to submit Emmanuel Sanchez, putting him to sleep. And Pitbull goes to the tournament final as the featherweight champion.
With a submission victory. Nice left hand, right hand. The right hand doesn't hit the spot based upon the left hand moving Sanchez's body. But Pitbull lands that beautiful left. It puts Sanchez down. And as Sanchez tries to move himself to a position to try to get himself back to his feet, he leaves his neck under attack by Pitbull. And when he gets that arm in place again, it's that squeeze. He knows he has it, and you can see when he goes down and you see that foot of Sanchez being under the body, you know he's in trouble. And you see Pitbull try to tell him he's out. You can see Sanchez is not responding. He is definitely out at that point. The fight is over. A beautiful submission victory for the champion once again, Mr.
Let's go, McKee.
Pitbull Ferrer.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end officially. 3 minutes, 35 seconds into round number 1 by technical submission. He advances in the Featherweight World Grand Prix, and he is still Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Patrício Pitbull.
Here's Michael C. Williams.
Bellator MMA live on Showtime from SAP Center. The time has come for the much anticipated rematch, our feature in tonight's double main event. 5 5-minute rounds for the Featherweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Commissioner Peter Villegas, Chair, at Cageside Executive Officer Andy Foster. And now, first introducing the blue corner, At 5'6", weighing in 144.6 pounds, as one of Bellator's all-time best, the former two-weight class world champion, tonight seeking his third featherweight title reign, he enters with 32 professional victories, 5 losses, hailing from Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, presenting the challenger, Patrício Pitbull. And across the cage, the champion fights out of the red corner. At 5'10", weighing in 144.4 pounds, Bellator's pound-for-pound #1. Tonight, in his first ever title defense, holds a perfect professional record, 18 victories, no defeats, from Long Beach, California. Ladies and gentlemen, the undefeated reigning and defending Bellator Featherweight World Champion, the mercenary, AJ McKee. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge, Jason Herzog.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, Red. There were no final questions from you, Blue. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. I'm not ready to fight.
It's business time.
Is that what you call it?
AJ McKee's 18-fight winning streak, the longest in Bellator MMA history. It's all about the belt. Patrício Pitbull wants to go down as the very best. That's a legacy he wants to live behind, and immediately McKee explodes with a kick to the body. Another body kick by McKee. He told us before the first fight that a body kick would lead to the finish. There's a right hand, the counter from Patrício Pitbull. Oblique kick by McKee.
That is what you need to see from Pitbull. He needs to start throwing that right hand counter. Make AJ feel his power. Make him actually start to hesitate in some of the actions that he'll take in trying to use those side kicks.
McKee applying the pressure early. Minute gone.
You can see what we were talking about right here. Take a look at both of them right in the center of the cage. This is where Patrício does his work, standing in the middle and making people come to him. AJ's the guy that said, I'll control the distance. I'll control where this fight's at. We're going to see who actually wins that.
Patrício Pitbull trying to feint, trying to get McKee to bite. Both of them known as highly effective counter strikers. There's another body kick by McKee, whips it into Pitbull's body.
And one of the things that AJ has is an advantage when you're looking at a southpaw against that orthodox stance. That side, when he kicks with that left leg to the body, that is the liver, that is an open side. That is hard for Pitbull to take.
Pitbull coming forward. And there's Pitbull with the left hook.
That was just balance. That did
balance. Yep. He tried the left hook and McKee was off balance. Back to his feet. Less than 3 minutes left in the opening round. Left hand by McKee.
You can see how long that was, Mauro. You see how far out he was. Patrício at that moment didn't really think he was going to be able to touch him. That's how AJ can extend and still touch Pitbull while Pitbull cannot do the same thing. He's got to use his feet to come inside.
73.5-inch reach for McKee, 65.5-inch reach for Pitbull. McKee just tagged him with the left hand. Kick caught by Pitbull. Pitbull comes forward right to the body.
But you do see a difference between the first fight and this fight. Take a look at Pitbull and where he's at. This is where he normally does his work. He controls the center of the cage and makes you come to him.
Lashing forward, spinning back kick just misses. Fans becoming restless. Pitbull, back foot now, just trying to find a way to gain a path to the inside. There's a calf kick by the former champion. Kick again caught by Pitbull. There's another kick over the top by McKee.
Pitbull really looking to go towards the body. Good plan. It's a nice attack. Slow AJ down.
Inside low kick by Pitbull. Final minute of the first. In their first fight, McKee put Pitbull on a leash in the form of a guillotine choke less than 2 minutes into the opening round, and there, Pitbull coming forward with a combination in the final minute of this first.
Nothing really hitting there. The leg kicks right now by Pitbull are having some effect. He needs to continue on attacking that lead leg of AJ McKee.
McKee darts in with the jab from the southpaw stance. Another kick to the lead leg by Pitbull. We are through 5 minutes. Tension building as Pitbull explodes forward. In the final seconds, McKee pushes him off with a front kick. Things you want to keep an eye on coming into the second round, John, after the first 5 minutes.
I think the thing you really want to look for is Pitbull starting to use his hands with that right hand counter. He's got to start being able to touch AJ. He's made a couple of rushes, but he wasn't able to touch him. The kicks have worked. Now he's got to start to touch him with that right hand. Nice.
What about McKee's performance in the first round?
McKee, the big thing McKee that I'm looking at is at times he's dropping his hands, and he needs to always be aware that Pitbull's dangerous. Don't get lazy. Don't get, in a position where you feel it's going to be comfortable. Always be prepared.
McKee looking for the takedown, stuffed by Patrício Pitbull, but then delivers a knee on the exit. McKee with the wrestling background, like his father, started wrestling at the age of 4 as a slick ground game. But unable to take the fight to the ground following his first takedown attempt.
The Pitbull has stopped AJ from being able to come forward on him. Pitbull has decided, look, I'll plant my feet and I'll stand here and let you come into my range, which AJ doesn't want to do. And so it's made it to where they are basically, both in that center, small cage area, and just looking for the opening.
I think the quote, and we used it in the feature, who wants to lead the dance? It might be apropos again, as the inside leg kick by Pitbull, but the counter left from the champion. And again, Pitbull's done a good job of catching McKee's kicks at times tonight.
Yeah, you're catching it, but you're eating it first.
Well, he's caught a couple of them to the body. That mitigated the damage.
The shot lands. The catch is on the return.
Calf kick by Pitbull, motors forward, delivering a combination. McKee counters with the left. Just misses with that left hand. Remember, he, in the first fight, threw out that left to get Pitbull to bite. Through the left kick, knocking Pitbull down. There's a spinning kick. Roll through by McKee, now on his back.
Pitbull, although he's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, he likes to fight in the stand-up. This is his whole thing of getting going on the ground. Not really where he is most comfortable in the fight. He likes to be on his feet throwing bombs.
Referee going to bring A.J. McKee back to his feet. McKee just entering his physical prime, having turned 27 on April 7th. Patrício Pitbull now 34.
Flying knee attempt by A.J.
McKee now out of orthodox stance, lead left hook connects. Back to southpaw, body kick. Again, that one bouncing off the body of Patrício Pitbull.
That was a solid kick.
Calf kick by Pitbull. There's a left hand. And Pitbull
complaining about it. Clash of heads. I didn't see it.
Left hand lands for McKee. Pitbull avoiding and dropping a couple of left hands on McKee. Final minute of the second. McKee lunging forward, wanting to get Pitbull to stand in front of him and go toe-to-toe. Nice right hand to the body by the challenger.
Very clean shot.
Jab by McKee. And there's the shot by McKee, long range, well defended by Pitbull. McKee 0 for 2 in the takedown attempts, and Pitbull continues to go to the body, continues to make that investment. 10 seconds left in the second. A much different fight in the rematch, as we anticipated.
Absolutely. Little adjustments make big differences. And Pitbull's feeling it. Some of the leg kicks. That's a clean inside kick by Pitbull that lands right on the meaty part of the thigh there. Beautiful shot to the body there. I thought the kicks by Pitbull were a big difference in this round. He was throwing them cleanly. The right lands just not solid. Beautiful use of a body attack. Goes to the body multiple times. And when AJ's shaking his head, that's all well and good, but that's telling the judges usually, well, that touched him.
Stay back from the collision. Hey, watch your head coming in, yeah? Sure. Good. Ready? Ready? Fight!
Round number 3. John McCarthy's unofficial scorecard has his fight even. Gave the opening round to McKee. Last round to the former champion, Patrício Pitbull.
AJ doing a lot of talking inside. Pitbull not falling for any of it. Pitbull just sticking to his game plan.
Taking away the base of AJ McKee.
Yep. Very smart tactic, pays off. As the rounds go late, we'll get a little amused by the spinning attack of AJ.
Pitbull trying to parry that jab as McKee lands a low kick. Not what the fans here at the Shark Tank anticipated.
A lot on the line right now. People really doing a good job of attacking that lead leg, and you can see that it's starting to have a little bit, it's taking a little bit of the bounce out of AJ's step. Gets a little heavy on it at times.
McKee trying to find a rhythm, bouncing up and down. Pitbull moving back now, but then lands a right hand behind the ear. McKee rattles him momentarily. McKee looking for the takedown, and Pitbull defending it until he does get taken down, but he tagged McKee.
He did tag McKee, and that hurt McKee, and that's why you're seeing McKee go towards that takedown, keep himself safe, get to this position right now. It's a smart move by AJ McKee. The question is, can he keep Pitbull on his back? Most guys that have tried to keep Pitbull here have not been able to be successful with doing it. He ends up working himself up to his feet. We'll see if AJ can do some work here.
McKee, first man to submit Patrício Pitbull in their first fight in the final of the featherweight World Grand Prix, and McKee trying to administer ground and pound now with Pitbull on his back against the fence. Pitbull controlling the champion's posture.
Beautiful short elbow strike by AJ McKee there.
Right hand to the body, another one. Pitbull looking to get back to his feet. Pressure being put on by McKee.
Notice that. He's got that ankle with the right hand. That's what kept Pitbull on the ground. Little things make big differences. AJ using. Now he's reaching towards that lacing of it.
Oh, there's a couple of solid left hands by McKee.
He needs to be careful where he puts his neck. We've seen a lot of people end up in trouble with Pitbull's guillotine.
Both of them need to heed the words of the Wu-Tang Clan. Protect your neck as Pitbull looking for the guillotine choke.
It is trouble. You can see it's tight. He needs to relax right here, drive forward.
The first fight ended with a guillotine choke. Patrício Pitbull was on the receiving end. He's trying to repay the favor by handing AJ McKee his first professional loss.
Pitbull needs to be very careful about taking and just wasting his arms here. He's squeezing now.
Under a minute left in the third.
It's tight.
And McKee pops his head out and survives that submission attempt by Patrício Pitbull with 40 seconds left in the third round.
The question is, how much did that tax the arms of Patrício Pitbull?
15 seconds left, a scramble, and now it's McKee attacking the back of Pitbull. Protect your neck as we go to round 4.
Shot lands just about behind the ear of AJ. You see him react to it, starts taking steps back, but that's what got him in the takedown position. He lands some good shots here, and that's the real big difference. He got a good takedown, landed some good elbow strikes, some punches there. Then Pitbull jumped towards the guillotine, and the real question, Mauro, is how much credit are you going to give towards that guillotine? Was he ever in a position where you thought AJ was in trouble? He escapes right here, pops his head when he jolts him to the ground, then lands a couple of other small shots. Great round for both guys.
And for the first time in his career, AJ McKee entering the championship rounds. This is round number 4. Patrício Pitbull trying to force a rubber match. AJ McKee looking to extend the longest winning streak in Bellator history. Unofficial scorecard belongs to Big John McCarthy. He has McKee ahead 29-28 after 3 rounds.
And it's only because I didn't give credit so much to the guillotine as far as I thought it was tight, but not tight enough to submit him. I could be wrong, and the judges could definitely go the other way.
Another inside kick by Patrício Pitbull. Done a good job of targeting the legs of AJ McKee and the body. Both of them have. But even from that distance, the straight left lands on Patrício Pitbull. Tentative start to the 4th.
just with the way I'm seeing Patrício as far as the way he's starting this round, it's telling me that, you know what, that guillotine, he did tax his arms a little bit. He's trying to just slow it down, get some blood back in there, take his time with this. Not a bad thing to do, as long as AJ is going to sit on the outside and not really present any problem for him.
That's what, right hook, left hand by AJ McKee.
That's what you need to see more of by AJ. He needs to start opening up more and attacking Patrício with a variety of combinations.
McKee missed with the spinning back kick. Coming up on 2 minutes gone here in the fourth. Pitbull going downstairs again and again, attacking the lead leg. Left hand down the middle scores for the champ.
That's exactly what AJ needs to keep doing. Anytime Patrício starts to make a move towards him, throws that kick, you need to get that counter in there. Make him think that something's always going to come back.
Nice left hook to the body by Patrício Pitbull.
Yeah, the right hand did not hit, but the left one did connect.
And the left hand connects for McKee and an elbow.
AJ starting to split the guard of Pitbull.
Two minutes left in the fourth. Counter left hook lands for Pitbull.
Very nice counter. You saw that nice little slight movement of Pitbull's head as he just off-centered his head, making AJ miss.
Oh, straight left by McKee. But lots of just single shots, no combinations, no ratcheting up of the offense here in the fourth round. Straight left hand to the body by the champion AJ McKee. 1.5 minutes remaining in the penultimate round. And there's a right hand by Pitbull.
AJ felt like he got poked in the eye. Not sure exactly what Jason Herzog saw. He might have thought it was a punch. Nice body attack.
Diligent work to the body by Patrício Pitbull.
There's no doubt AJ was right. He got poked to the eye. On the ISO, we can see that left hand came out and it poked him right in the eye.
Final minute in the fourth. That right hand splits AJ McKee's guard.
But look who's marching who down. We talked about this. It was the difference. That nice counter.
As a head kick blocked, partially blocked by McKee. 30 seconds left here in the fourth. And it's Pitbull initiating the attack, but McKee comes back with a combination. So this main event, this championship fight could very well hang in the balance as we head into the fifth and final round. A takedown attempt, the shot, the sprawl by Patrício Pitbull. And this is how the fourth round will end.
Beautiful kick right to the body and a nice left hand finishing it off for AJ McKee. And the real difference in this fourth round, when you're looking at things, that was a beautiful left hook up top by Pitbull, but he slowed his offense down. He didn't go after AJ in the same manner, and he let AJ just throw a lot of pot shots that some landed, some didn't, but he was definitely the more active fighter. Nothing landed that was a big, heavy shot by either fighter.
Fifth and final round. AJ McKee just turned 27. Patrício Pitbull, 34. And it comes down to this. John, how do you have it after 4 rounds on your unofficial card?
Well, right now I have it on mine is 3-1, but it could definitely be 2-2 in this final round. In my opinion, both guys need to go after it like they have to win it.
McKee shoots in for the takedown. Sprawled by Pitbull.
Nice Nice job by A.J. McKee. Taking him off his feet. He needs to lace those legs, make sure that he can't get him back underneath him. That's what he's trying to do right now. Pitbull doing a great job getting back to that position, using the fence as a balance point. AJ's looking for the arm lace behind. Can't get the right arm of Patrício.
Elbow by McKee to the face.
A very heavy elbow.
Takedown by A.J. McKee.
And look, after 4 rounds, when you're tired, your arms are heavy. This is not where you want to be if you're Patrício.
There you go. There you go. Keep it pinched against the cage. Thrust your hips forward, and you're okay. You're okay. Keep it tight. Keep it tight.
Pitbull so strong, just able to physically stand himself up out of there.
Flashing elbow by McKee.
Back and forth.
You got 3 minutes now. Take your time.
Lead left by McKee. 3 minutes left in the 5th. Halfway point of the final round.
Both guys slowing down a lot. Both are tired right now. Their arms are heavy. Just that little bit of grappling for AJ. Squeezing hard and everything. Arms got a little bit heavier. He's trying to slow things down. Pitbull, same thing. Both need to start opening up. You got half of a round left. And this fight could definitely be determined by this round.
2 minutes remaining. McKee goes for the shot, defended again, and Pitbull with the lead right. But not a lot of sustained offense, not a lot of combinations being put together in 1:45 remaining. McKee putting together 4-punch combination, another body kick that's been absent for a while, John.
Yes.
Overhand right by Pitbull.
I'm just not seeing a whole lot of output. That was a nice
uppercut by Pitbull. And a 1-2 by Pitbull. A final minute of the fight. A.J. McKee forced to enter the championship rounds for the first time. Puts together the 1-2 upstairs. Another combination by the champion.
Pitbull's tired. You can see it with the way he's throwing out his right hand. His arms are heavy. But he's going. He's trying. A.J. throws some good shots. Pitbull getting after him. Let's see if he gets a takedown here.
And McKee secures the takedown. Will that be enough for the longest winning streak in Bellator MMA history to continue? Will A.J. McKee improve to 19-0, or does Patrício Pitbull improve to 6-0 in rematches and become a 3-time featherweight champion? It's up to the judges.
It is up to the judges. Starting off right away, coming with a flying side kick to the body. You saw beautiful leg kicks at times by Patrício Pitbull. Goes to the body. The guillotine attempt. He tried. Wasn't quite there for him. At times started to look like it got a little tight, but you never saw AJ truly struggling with it. AJ worked his way out. Landed a lot of body kicks. Beautiful left hand.
Both guys gave it everything they had. Sometimes big power by AJ, sometimes big power by Pitbull. But you got to go back to the grappling aspect. And AJ was the guy that was able to get the takedowns and sometimes land good elbows and punches in that ground and pound position.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Michael Bell, scores the fight 49-46, while judges Ron McCarthy and Derek Cleary both see it the same, 48-47. All 3 have it for the winner by unanimous decision. He is the new and now 3-time Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Patrício Pitbull.
Patrício Pitbull is now 6-0 in rematches. He has just become a 3-time Bellator MMA Featherweight Champion, much to the utter disbelief of AJ McKee.
Our tailgate for this fight, you could look at the records, all of that stuff, 35-29, but a 65.5 compared to a 70.5. That's a sizable reach advantage for Adam Borics.
Okay, fight is done for the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, Blue. There were no final questions from you, Red. You've already touched gloves, come out ready to fight.
Main event, Bellator 286. With the Bellator MMA featherweight belt up for grabs, Patrício Pitbull has 12 first-round finishes. Adam Borics, 3 of his 4 knockouts have been via flying knee.
You ready?
Look for it early. The bell and round 1 scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds with the featherweight crown on the line.
About Patrício that is so impressive is you'll see that he likes to control the center of the cage, but he manages distance very well. For a guy that doesn't have a big reach, he moves his feet very well to get out of the range and to get himself in the range.
That long left hand that scored for Adam Borics. And again, Patrício Pitbull, it's another jab, splits the guard, does Borics, but Patrício Pitbull, a cage general, we talk about it, John, just has altered his style and trained as smarter, not necessarily harder, nearly 2 decades at the highest level of the sport, and has become a very effective counter striker. And there's Borics bringing the fight to the champion and managing to score with the 1-2. He's very quick, is Adam Borics.
Well, after that last fight with how fast he started, all the fans want this one to start as fast. This guy's got to go 5 rounds.
And it's also Patrício Pitbull in the Long Beach Arena, the home of AJ McKee. They're not going to be cheering him regardless.
Patrício knows how to fight a 5-round fight. He starts off very smart. He gets his tells. He sees what his opponent's going to do, and he slowly starts to break down what the opponent's done. Borics needs to really get on his game and start to make Patrício have to think a lot. Give him a lot of different looks and a lot of things that he has to deal with. The more that he has to deal with, the better the fight's going to go for Adam.
Both very effective kickers, a good exchange between them, and there's that jumping knee countered by Pitbull. And Pitbull immediately pounces on Adam Borics. High risk, high reward, but the risk not paying off for Borics there, and in fact, it may be Pitbull not looking for the reward.
This is what I was talking about with those keys to victory. When he does those flying attacks, make him pay. This is one of those instances right here.
But it speaks to Borics' confidence that he's able to continue to try to land these dynamic strikes, just missing that knee.
Well, and very similar to Andrei Arlovski fighting Fedor Emelianenko.
When he went swimming upstream,
Patrício Pitbull landed that shot right on the jawline of Borics when he was up in the air.
Didn't Arlovski look like he was swimming upstream when he got knocked out by Fedor? And there Pitbull ends up with Borics again on his back, and quickly. That's one thing about Pitbull. When he smells blood in the water, when he lands a scoring blow, he immediately tries to go for the finish.
Absolutely, he is a finisher. There's no doubt. If he can get somebody hurt, he does not let them off the line.
23 of his 33 victories have come inside the distance. 11 knockouts, 12 submissions. And Borics now on his back, trying to control the posture of the champion. Pitbull wide base, looking to try to break the guard.
Pitbull looking to slice through that guard right there.
He wants to go to slow him out, but well defended by Borics.
But this has started out very well for Pitbull. This is exactly the kind of start that he does. And it just starts to snowball on his opponents. It's not a bad thing that Borics is actually staying in this guard position because he got hit with a couple of shots. I think they rung his bell.
A minute left in the first round, and the referee will bring them back to their feet. Leaves the distance. There's that jab that Borics put on display very effectively against Mads Burnell in his last fight.
You see what I was talking about with Pitbull. You saw how he managed the distance, got himself out of there to the point where Borics couldn't throw any combinations. He's too far away.
And there, Pitbull in that combination landed the right low kick executed by Borics. And there, Pitbull not averse to going the flying knee route.
Oh, nice right hand by Pitbull.
He's got a devastating right hand, but also a nasty left. Good start for the featherweight champion.
Here was that flying. Look at that left hook right on the button. It definitely hit Borics. I don't think it's hurt him that bad, but it was clean.
Oh boy.
You can see him going straight down. And then that right hand right at the end of the round. Here was the left. It did not hit, but the right hand does. Square right down the middle. Didn't do any damage, but it definitely got his attention.
Second round underway. Fighters feinting. There's the jab by Borics.
I believe Borics needs to really get after that jab. Just keep on putting it on him as much as you can because it's going to keep him at a range that he's not going to be comfortable with.
Pitbull attacking the lead leg. Known for his hard leg kicks.
And one of the things that I'm not seeing out of Adam Borics that I really think that he needed to do is he needed to use those kicks. He's got a good low calf kick. Bring it up to the thigh, sometimes to the body, even to the head. He has not gone and used his kicks at all. He's more of a boxer here against Pitbull.
Right hand that lands for the champion. A minute gone here in the second stanza.
And that's where Pitbull's so good. Those counter strikes. He sees his opponent with the attack, moves himself off the center line, and lands the big counter.
Great vision. Pitbull's corner, including his brother, Patricky, behind Patricky, Eric Albarracin, who's really helped Patricio Pitbull in the wrestling department. There's a jab, good counter by Borics, right, and then flashes the jab. But already blood on the side of Borics' face, maybe cut.
Might be a small cut, he's been smeared a little bit. Borics is realizing he cannot make a whole lot of mistakes without Pitbull capitalizing on him. He's getting a little tight with where he's at. He needs to continue with that jab and those low kicks.
There's the low kick. And there's a harder low kick by Pitbull and gets the better of that striking exchange. Pushes Borics back with the jab.
You could see that striking exchange. One of the things you would notice, Borics put his eyes down while Pitbull's were right on the target.
Another Brazilian featherweight icon known for hard leg kicks. Jose Aldo recently announcing his retirement. Wish him all the best and had a fantastic career, but you're looking at a Brazilian legend in Patrício Pitbull.
Unbelievable champion in Aldo, but if there was one fighter that this man, Pitbull, always said he wanted to fight to prove that he was the best, it was Jose Aldo.
Fainting by Patrício, walking down, and there's Borics going for the low kick that was checked by Pitbull, and Pitbull returns a hard leg kick. There's a body kick there, liver kick by Borics, starting to utilize that mode of attack, and both of them again well-versed in kicks and the counterattacks thereof, but the jab from Borics not being utilized as much, as now beginning to work a little more. We saw it again used very effectively in his last fight, and it was one of your keys to victory.
He's got a good jab, and it's quick and effective, and it's solid. You know, it puts guys back. So that's your long-range weapon with your hands. Use it.
Inside, low kick by Borics. Pitbull trying to get Borics to bite, trying to set up another crushing counterattack. Just over a minute left here in the second. 1-2 by Borics.
One of the things that you've seen, though, with Borics is instead of the 1-2-3-4s that we saw in his other fights, that has changed here with Pitbull because he's getting countered. He's just going to 1-2.
There's the counter again by Pitbull, and now has Borics on his back. Borics delivered a series of elbow strikes as he was going down. Again, though, that impeccable timing and the tremendous counter attack of Patrício Pitbull.
Yeah, that's just his fight IQ. That's something that it's hard to explain to people that don't understand fighting, but he is so smart inside the cage. He's always in control, that he just picks his moments.
Watch the back of the head, buddy. Into the ear, Adam. Stop. Fight.
As we begin round 3, John, you have the unofficial scorecard. What does it read after 10 minutes of action?
Unofficially, I have Pitbull up 2 rounds to 9, 10-9 in both rounds. I thought Adam Borics did better in that second round, but it wasn't enough. And just because he did better than he did in the first round, that's not enough for him to win that round. It was close, but it was Pitbull.
Pitbull looking for the takedown and then utilizing that fight IQ, seeing that it's not there, backing away immediately.
Nice attempt at the elbow coming across by Borics on that clinch.
Front foot, bouncing up and down, feinting, trying to find. There's a high kick blocked by Pitbull, and there's a jumping knee again, countered by Pitbull. It ends with Pitbull on top again, John.
This is exactly what we were talking about. Look, he's got those flying attacks, but those can sometimes work against you if the opponent is smart. We know Pitbull's smart, and that is a beautiful takedown by him.
It's twice it's happened in this fight thus far. And Pitbull has achieved full mount. And Borics in peril against the Bellator MMA GOAT. A minute and a half gone in the third. Methodical, very calm and in control, Patrício Pitbull. Irritating Borics with those bell claps.
That's exactly what Borics needs. Get those hands on the hips and start pushing him back. Start wiggling his legs too. Oh, nice job by Patrício. Kept himself with that arm around the neck, pulling himself in. That kept his legs able to hold on as Borics was trying to slide through. Borics should have moved his hips from one side to the other.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt Patrício Pitbull again with underrated wrestling ability. Now has Borics on his back from full mount. Needs to try to deliver that ground and pound. Just short strikes here from Pitbull. Because when you're in full mount, you want want to make sure you make your opponent pay, John.
Well, right now he's putting a lot of pressure on the abdomen of Adam Borics, just making him feel his weight. Adam's the one that's being hit with shots here. There's nothing coming Patricio's way. And you saw when Adam made that big movement. That's a big explosion. And when it doesn't work.
Oh, elbow from Pitbull. This can opener by the champion. And a hip attack while trying to escape it now. Borics gives up his back. Hooks are in. Standing, perhaps a rear naked in the backpack position.
Borics coming over towards his corner. Borics with a little bit of a head strike there. Not legal. Now Borics is in the position right here. He's holding on to all of the weight of Patricio, so that's tough on his legs, but it's also difficult on Patricio to hold that position with his legs.
Pitbull looking for the choke, but his right arm being controlled by Adam Borics. Pitbull now back to the mat. Looking to take Borics down.
Nice takedown by Pitbull.
And he has his back again. Pitbull now 3 for 4 in the takedown department. And again, it's Borics wearing the champion like a backpack. Trying to defend here. Pitbull.
The only thing I would say with Pitbull, he's winning the round, but he's not doing any type of damage when he's got the ability in the position he's at to possibly do that damage. So he's coming out of Pitbull's mouth.
Pitbull was looking for the takedown, defended by Borics. Borics now fighting for position, has the champion along the fence, delivers a knee to the midsection, one to the inner thigh, another one to the other thigh. Borics known for his flying knees, just looking to try to break down the champion along the fence with these knee strikes. Here at the Long Beach Arena in California, we are headed to the championship rounds of this featherweight title fight.
Here was that flying knee. Comes up with it. Pitbull just slides his head in, grabs hold of the legs, turns the body and straight down. Beautifully done. That's anticipation. He sees it coming. He sees where the leg's at, turns his head. There go the legs. That's the easiest takedown he'll ever get.
Fourth round, buddy, ready? Buddy, ready? Fight!
Son, as we begin the championship rounds, I want to get your input on the adjustments that Borics needs to make, because he has to be behind on the scorecards, at least on your unofficial scorecard. Pitbull's pitching a shutout. So what does he have to do here in these championship rounds?
You know, he needs to turn up the heat as far as, but he needs to be very basic in what he's doing. That's what Pitbull's so good. You're not going to catch him in those areas where those flying knees are going to work really well for you. So hit that leg, make him start to make the mistake. Hit that leg with the low kick, jab, jab, jab. Go to the body at times when you can, but you cannot sit there and think he's going to fall for a flying knee. He's ready. He sees everything. He sees your body position, and he sees when you start to.
That distance management is amazing by Pitbull. And then for Pitbull
needs to just stick with what he's doing. He's countering very well, and he feels comfortable in there. The one thing that you do see out of Pitbull, his arms are getting heavy. You can see him shaking his arms out all the time, which is telling you the lactic acid is starting to get in there. That might mean that his punch is going to come a little slower, not quite so much on it. It's a little heavy.
And now Borics finally starting to put a little pressure on the champion, walking for it, but not launching an attack yet. Delivers an inside leg kick, but just single shot. Bellator Featherweight Champion Patrício Pitbull in the red gloves, the challenger Adam Borics in the blue gloves. Borics with a 4-fight win streak. And again, we talk about Patrício Pitbull, avenge that lost to A.J. McKee and becoming a three-time featherweight champion. McKee victorious in his lightweight debut against Spike Carlisle, and that's the subplot, that unfinished business, but Patrício Pitbull taking care of business so far here against the challenger.
I've always said one of the things I believe you need to do if you're going to beat Pitbull is you've got to back him up. You've got to make him start moving backwards. And you'll notice that Adam Borics in no moment of this fight has had Pitbull really going backwards. Pitbull will step back to reset, but he's always in control of the pace and location where the fight's at.
It is seldom that we have seen Borics put together combinations. A lot of single shots just like that. Low kick doesn't follow up. And again, completely different fight. And maybe the respect too much being shown to the champion against Burnell. And we saw Burnell have success as well. But when we just watched the fight again this week, John, the fluidity, the amount of punches, the way he went up and down, low to high, that's not the case here tonight.
No, that's a different opponent. You know, Josh Thompson was the first one to say it. I love what he did against Mads Burnell. And it was fantastic. But he ain't fighting Mads Burnell. He's fighting Patrício Pitbull.
And yet he needs that kind of offensive output if he wants to get into this fight. Counter by Pitbull, and again, exhibit number one as to why he may not be throwing those combinations as much. That counter attack from the champion.
See, the one thing when you're watching Pitbull, especially defensively, he doesn't make mistakes as far as dropping his hands. He brings the punches back on the same line that they came out most of the time, unless it's an overhand. He just does everything very technically right.
Pitbull controlling the center of the cage.
How rare.
Yeah, exactly, but impenetrable defense for the most part, and Borics again also, let's talk about it. He has tried two flying knee attacks both times. Pitbull's taking him down.
Right there is exactly what I want to see Adam Borics do. He threw the 1-2, and then he came back with the straight jab. That's what he's got to do. That jab landed, it's because Pitbull was not waiting on it. He was waiting on the 1-2.
And now Borics having a little success, countering of his own, looking to change levels. Pitbull defends. Fifth and final round on deck.
There's Borics with the jab. Now, you know, the jab's there, but it's just not hitting him with the snap because of the range. But Pitbull hits a heavy leg kick.
Counter right
nice
there.
Right hand, and that stung. You can see it.
Bottom round right here. You good? All right.
Pitbull's 15th Bellator title fight, one of his 11 records that he owns or shares. It would
Final round, fighting you ready.
well maybe
you
take
ready?
me the duration of the fifth and final round to go through all of those records. As his first title defense of his third reign going according to plan, and for Adam Borics looking to make history, he is going to have to deliver something memorable, and well, for him again, has memorable highlight reel finishes on his resume, but unable to take off thus far in this fight.
Adam Borics is really going to have to open up here, which puts him in a position to be hurt. But if he wants to win this fight, he's going to have to hit Pitbull with a shot that Pitbull does not see coming. That puts him in a position where he's hurt, and Borics can go after him.
Clinical effort thus far by Patrício Pitbull Freire. There's the right hand through the guard, and now three-punch combination culminating with the left hook curling behind the guard of Pitbull.
This is what I'm talking about. If you notice, this is the first time during this fight Pitbull's gone backwards.
Yeah, and yet counters with the right. And again, from a fan point of view, Pitbull doing everything, and yet you expect or want him to start to sit down on his punches more. Is this exactly what the doctor ordered, and he's content to do this throughout the rest of the fight?
Let's just be honest, he doesn't have to take big chances. He should know that he's way up in this fight. Or believe it, you would hope.
Yeah. Oh, nice three-punch combination that culminated with a left uppercut that caught Pitbull. And there's a right hand by Borics that landed.
Notice what I was talking about when I said he's got to do more than that 1-2, and look at what's happening as he does. It's landing. I'm not hurting.
Borics coming in and again going for the knee. And now it's Pitbull attacking the back. So despite the fact that the flying knee strike has been his calling card and one of the reasons he's in this championship fight, it has been anything but successful tonight, and it's costing him dearly against Pitbull.
Absolutely. Every time Pitbull has made him pay for it. Borics needs to take that arm sticking on the right side of his head. Bring it over his head.
Tick-tock goes the clock. There has to be more of a sense of urgency here.
You would think. Trying to bring it over.
Back on the cage. Back on the cage when he goes.
Right now, this is, you can look at Yard say, they're not doing much. Pitbull doesn't have to. He knows as the time's going by, his win is coming his way. Borics is the one that needs to go after it. Like I said, take a chance. Don't just sit here and let the time go.
It's a minute 45 seconds left in your first World Championship match. Maybe your lone opportunity at a title. These opportunities don't come easy. And Borics securing a big takedown. The first of the fight for him. And he's got 90 seconds to make it count.
That was a nice body lock takedown. He was able to do it based upon the difference in length. He just picked Pitbull straight up. Pitbull was unable to keep his feet on the ground.
The first time in this fight that Borics is in top position on the champion, and Pitbull controlling the posture, and Adam Borics needs to rain down as many punches as possible, but the champion doing a good job of controlling them. Borics trying to move to side control. He's in half guard now.
And you're sitting there saying all that, not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not easy, but you...
A guy that's a black belt,
we've been
Brazilian
here
Jiu-Jitsu,
years and
knows what he's doing.
How many times have we heard fighters, oh, I should have done more in the final minutes of the round. Oh, I should have done this. This is it for Adam Borics. And Pitbull's back on his feet.
Pitbull looking for that
Kimura
for a grip.
Man, he's done a lot of work being attached to Borics' body. And it's under a half minute, John. And Pitbull looking to... Man, that would be something.
A lot of pressure on.
That would be something.
He's going to step over it, roll over.
Adam Borics' dreams have been dashed by the best to do it in that Bellator MMA, Patrício Pitbull.
At the start of this, we talked about those keys to victory. One of the things, make him pay for all of those flying attacks. That's what he just did right there. That big shot with the left hook, that hurt him. Then he catches him in the air and puts him on the ground and controls him for the rest of the round. Every time Adam Borics left his feet for that flying knee, Patrício Pitbull made him pay. And that's why there's no doubt Patrício Pitbull is the winner of this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we go now to your three judges. Your first judge, Marcel Varela, scores the fight 48-47. Your second judge, Chris Crail, scores the fight 49-46. Your third and final judge, Derek Cleary, 50-45. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, Bellator Featherweight World Champion, Patrício Pitbull.
goosebumps have goosebumps for Patrício Pitbull and Clever Koike. So it's up to Clever Koike and his good friend and training partner Satoshi Souza to try to save face for Ryzen. They're champions here on this card because Bellator already up 3-0, but Patrício Pitbull looking to make it 4 straight. Champion versus champion. It's not about the belts. It's about pride. It's about bragging rights. It's about the best around the world facing each other regardless of the promotion. And here we go. And you will notice early that Koike will flash those kicks in John and breaking down tape and talking. He usually doesn't mind in getting those kicks cocked and put on the ground because that's where he wants to be. But against a guy as good, as well-rounded, with the IQ of a Patrício Pitbull, you are playing with fire.
Yeah, he's actually got a very good front kick. He'll bring that kick straight up the middle.
Guard.
Nice. Trying to pull right here. Still being tenacious. That was a nice attempt by Koike. I don't see him taking Pitbull down with a normal double leg, single leg type attempt. It's when he gets into the clinch. He gets into the body locks. He's got good judo throws, and he's got very good foot sweeps. So that's where I think he can be successful with that. When you're looking at getting into the legs like a normal wrestler, that's going to be very difficult for him.
Pitbull, the only 3-time featherweight champion in Bellator MMA history, and avenged the loss to A.J. McKee, outpointing him in a razor-thin fight, and then against Adam Borics, who represented the here and now, the future, a guy who's a tremendous fighter, and yet Pitbull able to shut him down, utilizing his IQ and experience, and Pitbull doing the same here. Very methodical, John, picking his spots, but placing his strikes very effectively.
Nice right hand by Pitbull there, and that's what, when you're looking at Pitbull, you're looking at a guy that, like I said, he controls the fight. He makes you fight in his realm. Where he wants the fight to be, that's where it's going to be. And Koike is going to have to figure out a way of just switching that up.
Koike was looking to take him down. Instead, it's
right here, Pitbull.
Pitbull muscling him down.
He's looking to kick towards the head. Well, he's got his opportunity, and he's like, I'm looking for it.
To Pele. And Pitbull has experience under those Vale Tudo rules in his native Brazil. He knows all about the stomps and soccer kicks, and he wants the Ryzen featherweight champion back on his feet. They touch gloves.
Well, and I don't blame him for that, because if you're asking me, in looking at both guys, you can see, just take a look at the body position of Koike as far as he's kind of biting on some of the feints, and he's not confident in his stance. He's kind of leaning back. He's got to become more aggressive with this and just, hey, I got to go for it.
Pitbull catches the kick. And Koike trying to kick his way in, but Pitbull beautifully done. Great combination of the body and good defense. That head movement avoiding the return fire from Koike.
And this is where Pitbull is so good at managing space, distance, and his timing. Even though he's the shorter fighter, even though he's got the shorter reach, he's the guy that controls it. It's amazing to watch.
There's a punch-kick combination by Koike trying to find his way off the ropes, trying to keep Pitbull at distance, but Pitbull fires off a textbook 1-2 that lands.
And Koike is feeling the power of Pitbull, and he is showing that he's got to respect it.
And yet Koike's trying to fire back.
No, he's firing back, no doubt about it. That front kick up the middle, he's thrown multiple times. You know what? It's getting close, and so Pitbull needs to be aware of that.
"35 years of age. This is Pitbull's 40th professional fight. It goes down here at Ryzen 40. Team Bellator versus Team Ryzen, and that was just south of the equator, but Pitbull says, I'm okay. He's got cojones of steel.
Well,
under a minute left in the first.
Made him pay for that. Nice.
And there's an exchange going on here, but before Pitbull gets the body lock.
See, but this is good for Koike, because here's where he has his trips. This is where he wants to be with Pitbull. I know it's strange since he's the taller, longer fighter, but at range, he's at the disadvantage just because of how good Pitbull is at controlling that distance.
Low kick by Bellator's featherweight champion. There was a front kick just missing Pitbull in the face, and boy, that would have been a statement and a half. And again, going for it. So again, Koike willing to put his strikes out there, trying to find a way. And there's a right left, and Koike there with the
beautiful
takedown, but Pitbull immediately explodes to his feet, and great stuff in the final seconds of the first.
Beautiful hip toss by Koike.
He had his moments
throughout. Take a look, and when you're seeing a guy putting his hands up like Koike is, he comes after him. This was where he got tossed down. Later on, he had a beautiful throw, but Koike was able to, at least when he gets to the clinch, he has a chance. And right there you see beautiful defense by Pitbull. Big heavy shots coming his way. Koike tries for the uppercuts. That was beautifully done. And here he goes after him. Beautiful toss, but over rotates, and that's why Pitbull's able to just ride it through and get right back to his feet and land a couple of good shots.
Seconds out.
Koike, close friend, business partner of Rise and lightweight champion Roberto Souza, who we'll see in the main event against AJ McKee. They run 6 branches of the Bonsai Jiu-Jitsu Academy around Tokyo. Satoshi responsible for Koike being here in Ryzen, and well, he hopes that Ryzen's fortunes change, because so far it's been all team Bellator MMA, and here in the second round we saw him trying to go strike for strike with one of the best at it in the first round. What would you like to see him do more of here in round 2 to try to get the fight to his office, which is the mat?
Well, I think exactly what we saw near the end of that. He needs to get into that clinch. In the clinch, he has the ability to possibly get the takedown, get the foot sweeps that he's good with, and then once he's in that position on the ground, then he is more in his comfort zone. In the striking here, it's Patricio's the one that is dominating the strikes.
Beautiful. The short
and
steps, the footwork.
Take a look at the feints. You'll see Patricio, he feints, and you see heavy reactions from Koike, which is telling you he's not comfortable.
And that allows for Patrício Pitbull to deliver some heavy shots like that calf kick to the lead leg of Koike moments ago. No wasted movement for Patrício Pitbull. Always thinking.
See, but these are the moments I want to see Patricio start to step on the gas. I want to see him go after Koike. He's got the power to finish him. He's got the ability to land body shots right now. Don't just paw out, go after him.
11 of Pitbull's 34 wins have come via knockout, as well-rounded as they come, has 12 submissions to go along with that. Meanwhile, for Koike, he has 27 submissions compared to 2 knockouts. Koike has never been knocked out, has been submitted. And there, Patrício Pitbull able to use his defense, his footwork.
See, but nothing actually touched Pitbull in all of that you saw.
Oh, but that touched. Right, beautiful 1-2. Oh, there's that front kick. But again, Pitbull doesn't even flinch. Midway point of the round and the fight. And again, it's funny, Koike, his theme, his ring entrance, kind of maybe a precursor to what we're seeing in the fight. Very relaxed, very low energy in many ways, John, and it's something that, again, you feel you would like to see more out of Patrício Pitbull, knowing how much he has outclassed opposition in the past, and not saying that he needs to go balls to the wall here, my friend, but this is New Year's Eve. This is his chance to, deliver on what he wanted. He wanted to face fighters from other promotions.
Well,
he wanted to face the best.
And he
talked him to make a statement.
He talked about being a beast. You're going to see, I'm going to release the beast. Well, I'm not seeing the beast. I'm seeing the guy who is controlling. I'm seeing the guy who's dominant. I'm not saying you're not dominating the fight, but you have the ability to notch it up another gear. And he's not doing that. He's just almost in that. He's like a kid that's playing with his a fly that he caught.
Nice right uppercut, left hook by Pitbull. And Koike, talking about Pitbull in reverential terms, leading up to the fight, facing a Brazilian for the first time, and not to say that he's just happy to be here because he's the rising featherweight champion, but an opportunity for him. Imagine, he is the underdog, but he would definitely shock the world if he were to knock off Patrício Pitbull here tonight.
I'll tell you what, we saw that one, that front kick land. It landed on Patricio's face. If it catches him under the chin, hey, it could knock anybody out.
Final minute of the second. And there's Pitbull measuring with the jab. And again, Koike looking for that front kick, missing. 45 seconds left in the second. Right hand again from Pitbull lands. Oh, there's a kick that glanced off the temple of Pitbull. So Koike now, blood streaming down the left eye, around the left eye of Koike. And all he's done is gone fishing for the kicks, a cavalcade of kicks that have not delivered dividends. And meanwhile, Patrício Pitbull content to continue to fight on his terms. The punch placement is there, not a lot of offense, but just enough to remain in control. Will we see an explosive Pitbull in the third round? Some of the most savage displays of violence have come courtesy of the Brazilian fighters in the Japanese rings. Patrício Pitbull, does he have it in him here in the final 5 minutes? Wanting to show that he's a beast, wanting to make a statement against Kleber Koike, who is outclassed in the stand-up. That's clear, John.
Yeah, there's no doubt. See it right there. Beautiful attack to the body, and start throwing more in combinations. Don't just do the ones, not the 1-2. Get into the 3s and 4s. This is Koike.
Wow,
This
Koike
is where
doing
he
what he
wanted
wants
to
to
be.
do.
I don't blame him for pulling guard here, but you're pulling guard on a guy that knows what he's doing. That's not an easy position.
And yet he'll attempt to do that over and over again because that is the way.
And you can't blame him.
Exactly, that's his strategy. That's the game plan, but.
See, and right here, these leg kicks, people are looking at like, those do not feel good. And we'll see how long Jason Herzog allows it to go on.
He can dive into him like his Brazilian compatriot Mauricio Shogunua, landing the flying right hand. Fedor Emelianenko used
giant Mongolian stomps. That's all legal here. He can do whatever he wants, but it's a matter of
wow.
You got to be careful of
Heard
being
of a Mongolian
hurt also.
chop. I've never heard of a Mongolian stomp. Remember what Tenzad? Actually, Sakuraba used the Mongolian chops as well. But again, this is all Patrício Pitbull, and yet, John, it's rather pedestrian at this moment.
Yeah, and again, this is, hey, he's in control of the fight. I don't blame him. We all want to see more, though, because we know what he can deliver. And in this position, I don't blame him for what he's doing. This is exactly what he should do. Just start picking him apart. And if you get an opening, then go in for the kill with that opening. But with what Koike's doing, Patricio's just winning right now, and so you can't blame him.
It's Muhammad Ali and Antonio Inoki all over again. Except Patrício Pitbull, Ali's legs were ruined. Patrício Pitbull has full control of his legs. You agree with that?
Yes, I do. It comes a part where there's nothing happening to gain anything out of it. See, right there, that's where Patrício needs to come back with that 3 and 4.
He keeps getting caught with that kick, not with a lot of
not
power,
a lot of
but it's
yeah,
connecting.
exactly.
Again, speaks to the way of the Warriors.
Yeah, that was a nice
and
entry.
There's a takedown by Koike.
Great job by Koike. It was a nice entry. Used his hands to get into that body lock, and there he goes with the trip
And
takedown.
he has just over 2 minutes to get back into this fight and steal victory away from Patrício Pitbull.
But it's not gonna be an easy thing. It's because he's got to give space to do damage, and that space allows Patrício to do that.
Up, but he eats
and getting back
4
to his
punches.
feet.
Hey, a good striking sequence from Koike. Man, Koike connects. There's a knee, and Again, Pitbull come under fire, but again, jumping guard, as you know Koike wants to do, is get this fight on the ground from his back, and now's got that lockdown body triangle from bottom, however, now back to close guard.
That lockdown's not going to do him any good.
Not at all, especially with just over a minute left in the fight. Hammer fist from the bottom. And there's hammer fist from the top.
You see he's trying to switch that angle, trying to turn to see if he can go for the arm, looking for a triangle.
60 seconds left. Pitbull posturing, John, avoiding any attack from the bottom, and now stepping away.
See, and that's what posture does. If you have good posture.
There's a soccer kick.
Look for it. He's been talking about it, but look, gets to a nice position here. Needs to just ride his hips down. That's what he just did, sunk his hips down. That makes him heavy. Beautiful.
And of course, he's known for a nasty guillotine choke. But Koike on butt scoop position. 30 seconds left in the fight. Bellator Featherweight Champion Patrício Pitbull, Ryzen Featherweight Champion Kleber Koike. 10 seconds away from going to a judge's verdict. But the decision should be academic. Patrício Pitbull doing just enough to control.
判定の結果をお伝えします。ジャッジ松宮。青ピットブル。ジャッジマイナー。青ピットブル。ジャッジ豊永。青ピットブル。よって勝者。
There was never any doubt Patrício Pitbull goes to a unanimous decision win over Kleber Koike, the battle of featherweight champions.
Tail of the tape for this featherweight title bout. Patrício Pitbull is 36 years of age. Jeremy Kennedy is 31. Kennedy, the taller fighter here, as we have observed many times. Reach advantage on the arms is significant for Kennedy. 1-inch advantage on the legs as well.
All right, cues to victory. Takedowns under punches. Get under those punches for those takedowns. Don't start shooting cold. Head pressure, and then when it hits the floor, punch and pass, punch and pass. But Patrício Pitbull, slip and counter. We know he's got power, but he's got to get inside that range. Selective on the guillotines as well. I don't want him to be spamming guillotines constantly and find himself on his back. And if he is on his back, butterfly hooks to create scrambles will be a key.
5 5-minute rounds.
Let's go.
For featherweight gold.
Fully expect Pitbull to just stand his ground as much as he can here. As soon as Kennedy starts to throw punches, I'm thinking Pitbull's going to start slipping his head off to the sides and coming over the top and around the sides with those heavy, heavy hands. There it is. Oh. You can just see both of these guys. They're wound so tightly, waiting for the fight to start.
Good low kick from Patrício.
That was right above the ankle. That was really low. A good line of attack, though, for Pitbull to damage that lead leg. You can see how wide the stance of Kennedy is.
There's another.
Yeah, it leaves that lead leg vulnerable. You can't move it away as quickly as, say, we were seeing Gallagher dragging his lead leg back. Very difficult to do with a long stance. Ouch.
Third in a row there for Patrício. Haven't seen those calf kicks really employed on the card so far tonight, but Patrício Pitbull has been the weapon of choice early.
Ideal for him as well. You know, the other benefit to deadening the lead leg is that when your opponent steps into range to strike, they can't get out of range quite as quickly. If you're looking to slip and counter, you want someone, oh, there it is. You want someone to land heavy on that lead leg and not be able to get out of the way of the counter punch that you've thrown.
Inside kick there from Kennedy. Once again, Pitbull goes back to the lead leg, this time more towards the knee.
This is clearly the right weight class for Pitbull as well. Another hard calf kick. We're starting to see bruising on that lead leg of Kennedy.
If you've been paying attention to the sport the last few years, you know that anywhere from 4 to 10 of those can really be the difference maker in a fight, and he's already landed 4. There's the red corner. Patrício Pitbull, for those who speak Portuguese.
Careful with that straight of his. Jab right in his face. I want a little bit more movement, Patrício. Yeah, a little bit more movement. He's gonna kick, be careful. Let's start level changing.
Good combination from Kennedy.
Spin around, spin around, spin around.
After the low kick again.
Kennedy has to find a solution to that calf kick problem. He can't just keep eating them. As you said, you know, 2, 3, 4 of those kicks, and it can change the face of the fight entirely, as we've seen many times in the past. Returns a calf kick there, not a bad idea.
You can see now he's already reacting to it differently.
Starting to lift his lead leg. He's checking or move out of the way of his lead leg kicks.
Interesting. Pitbull got him to retreat all the way back towards the fence, but then pulled back. Now Kennedy.
Stop, 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 stop. Head clash. Head clash.
In a headbutt.
Neutral. Over here.
Like it hit him right in the mouth.
Hey, over here. Not in your corner. Not in your corner. Time, all right? Hey, with me. You see him? Yeah, I'm just looking. Let me see your mouth if there's any damage. Okay, I don't see any cuts. I don't see anything like that.
Oh, it was just a small bump.
Stay there for me. You ready?
The bulk of the impact went to the chest.
Listen, be careful when you come in. Came in with a head clash, all right? Okay? Ready, time? All right, guys, let's keep it clean, all right? Come on.
Back to the action with just over a minute in round 1.
And any additional time ticking away on the clock is not good for that lead leg of Kennedy. That's definitely going to feel worse tomorrow than it does now. The longer you have that damage, the more, the slower and the heavier the leg feels. I remember flying home after taking some low kicks, and it's the worst feeling. And those little breaks, it just prolongs this damage that's sitting on the leg. And you know Pitbull's going to pick his shots. He's not going to be in a hurry. He knows 25-minute fights like the back of his hand.
Continuing to attack that lead leg. You saw Pitbull with a 2-punch combination earlier as well. The hook did land. But the longtime featherweight champ, multiple-time featherweight champ here in Bellator, biding his time. Good left jab from Kennedy.
A few times now, Pitbull has postured that overhand right. It looks like he's trying to wait for Kennedy to throw his jab and then come over the top with the counter right hand. Look at the redness on that lead leg of Kennedy.
It looks so sore, even on the inside as well.
We'll see. And with that reach advantage that he's got, he doesn't even need to do anything particularly significant. Just pop him on the nose. You know, throw him off balance. Give him something to think twice before he throws the calf kick. Up to this point, they've been completely unanswered, which means that there's no reason why Pitbull can't keep throwing those calf kicks and throw them harder as well if he feels like he's not going to get countered.
Another calf kick to open the action in round 2 from Pitbull. Big John, you heard the way that Nick Sick was cornering Kennedy there. He eats another calf kick. Round 1 is over. What do you think's happening here in round 2?
You know, the first round was slow, and you got to figure in a championship fight it's going to be like that. But that was a classic Patrício Pitbull opening round. He kept the center of the cage most of the time. Kennedy needs to figure out, I have to move him backwards. That was Patricio's round, so Kennedy is down 1 round now.
More caution here in round 2. A lot of respect being shown between these two featherweights, but it is a 25-minute fight. Kennedy offers the jab after eating another calf kick.
Man, he is sinking that calf kick in every single time.
I'll say this, he's taking the calf kicks, but we have seen fewer do worse damage in other fights. So he's managed it pretty well considering how many he's eaten, Leah.
Yeah, it looks very sore. He needs to start checking it. Eric said he needs to move it in and out and using his jab and setting up shots with more feints.
He landed one of his own, and you saw it affect the balance of Patricio. Now some combinations from Kennedy. There's that jab you asked for, Dan Hardy.
Yeah, he's got to be cautious, though, because Pitbull's going to try and come over the top.
Oh, stiff combination again. And he's got Pitbull moving backwards, just like Big John McCarthy recommended.
Nice jab.
Pitbull offers a combination back. Left hook, straight right. Kennedy was able to evade the significant damage there.
That was another good jab. You can tell by the way that Kennedy responds when Pitbull starts to attack that he's got a lot of respect for the power coming up in his direction. That it was that posturing right hand again. But for some reason, Pitbull pulled it a little short.
AJ McKee still watching on with us. Right hand just landed for Pitbull. We're halfway through round number 2. What do you think so far, AJ?
I think it's a great fight thus far. Patricio's tearing that lead leg up, which is going to really affect him in the later rounds. So Kennedy needs to start capitalizing on countering while taking those leg kicks and really throwing and letting his hands go. If not, he's got to start checking.
Kennedy's starting to pick his pace up a bit more here. We're starting to see a few more straight strikes, and he's not really overcommitting, which I like as well. I would like him to use those as counters to the calf kick. See if he can knock Pitbull off balance a little more, because given the fact that Pitbull is shorter than Kennedy, he has to stay a lot closer to Kennedy to land the kick. The redness on that leg is horrendous.
Kennedy's getting the hands going, though. Hit that takedown attempt behind a jab, and here's the guillotine posture from Pitbull. Takedown successful for Kennedy. 1 minute left to work in round 2.
Good work by Pitbull, getting his knee back underneath him. You can see he's rapid on this guillotine here as well, but he has to be cautious when he's choosing to attack the guillotine, because he may end up on his back without a submission. Good control here by Kennedy. He'll try and remove that base leg. Pitbull keeping his knuckles on the floor, so there are no kicks or knees to the head.
Back to his feet.
Jeremy's definitely picked up the pace in this round. Lovely knee.
So last 20 seconds coming up here. First 2 rounds of a world title fight.
Low blow. Brief pause. We do have instant replay here in Belfast, so officials looking at every one of these inadvertent fouls to make sure they are indeed fouls. Thing with the cup shot, as you know, Dan, is even if it doesn't land direct, the grazing of the lower leg or the shin portion of the leg still does impact the cup.
No doubt. I was actually having this conversation with the commission earlier today, and we were discussing cup shots, groin shots, and sometimes it can even land on the belt line and pull the shorts out of position, which then pulls the cup out of position. And you've got to imagine, inside that cup is some very important stuff that you don't really want moving around too much, you know?
Pitbull taking his time to recover here. Has up to 5 minutes.
So we got what, 10, 12 seconds left in this round. I wonder how long Pitbull is going to take at this 5 minutes. It looks like he's gathering himself here, but he does look like he's uncomfortable.
Hey, where are we at on the time? 2 minutes down, 3 to go.
See what John McCarthy's got to say about
Big John, you've
Yes,
officiated
sir.
these exact moments in fights, and I mean, he's got 5 minutes. Is it the right move to take all 5?
If you're Patrício Pitbull, you're doing the right thing, because let's be honest about this round, Jeremy Kennedy is winning this round. The momentum has switched. So all of this time that he's taking will start to take some of that momentum away from Jeremy Kennedy. When you're taking a look at there's 12 seconds, he might come out real slow in it, but that 1 minute more, you got 5 minutes he can go, 1 minute, 6 minutes of rest, and it's a change of momentum. It's a smart move by a champion fighter.
Great insight from Big John McCarthy. Here's the reset and the restart. Touch of the gloves. Final 12 seconds. Kennedy wings a high kick.
He was ready with that spinning attack. You saw his arm postured ready in case Pitbull closed distance.
15 of them landed nicely. He's got to be wondering, man, what do I have to do to slow this kid down? Because, like Big John said, despite the damage on the low leg, Jeremy Kennedy able to land and reverse the momentum in this fight.
Seconds out.
There's definitely a sweet spot on the lower leg, and I think right now Kennedy's escaping the real damage because Patrício Pitbull's kicking a little lower than the actual target. It looks bad, and of course it's not ideal for his movement, but I think if Pitbull had have raised the target maybe by 4 or 5 inches, he would have hit that perennial nerve, and that would be very different.
I agree. There's nothing worse than that nerve right at the knee. It is very low.
Start around 3, possible 5. Featherweight title fight, Bellator Champion Series, Belfast. Patrício Pitbull's in the black. Sorry, Dan.
I was just about to say, the other thing that you mentioned a little earlier, Sean, is that he's not responding to those low kicks. It may potentially be because it's not damaging him as much as we potentially think it is. It looks bad, but we can't feel the leg of Kennedy, and he might feel confident that he can keep taking those kicks.
There was another low kick, very low on the target area, the strike zone, so to speak. Overhand right, finally sneaks around the guard partially for Pitbull. Kennedy has now started to bank some calf kicks of his own.
Yeah, he's getting more confidence now.
I think it would probably make Pitbull's life a little easier if Kennedy opened up a bit more as well. It seems like Pitbull is waiting for Kennedy. And given the fact that Kennedy's being very tentative, at least in the first round and at the opening of this third round, it's meaning that Pitbull's having to really kind of search for his individual shots to land.
Yeah, Pitbull's waiting for Jeremy to throw the counter, but Jeremy hasn't given him too much.
I think Kennedy knows that a counter's coming if he lunges in too hard.
Case in point right there. Good jab, though, from Kennedy. Oh! Stumbles Pitbull, and here's the combination. Kennedy smothers his own punches, goes chest to chest.
And we have a cut on the forehead of Pitbull as well. Seeing some blood on the shoulder. Looks like it's in the hairline. Maybe not problematic, but certainly a confidence booster for the challenger. Fighting hard for this takedown, but Pitbull's so difficult to take down, so difficult to get around those underhooks that he's got.
3 minutes left here in the third round.
Oh, another short elbow to the cheekbone, and again.
Jeremy Kennedy dictating this fight at the moment.
And this blood as well is going to make these situations a bit more fluid as well. Pardon the pun. But you know, anytime that anybody gets caught in a head control position, there's going to be a bit more lubrication there for them to move and slide.
Yeah, and like the blood can get in your eyes. I've been there, you can hardly see. And Pitbull would be happy that Jeremy's made him bleed.
Nice sequence of short elbows again there from Kennedy. Confidence is definitely on the rise.
Footwork for Pitbull. Gets himself out of that controlled position against the cage. Look at the damage on the calf now for Pitbull.
And that looks like it's in the right position. That looks like it's on the right target. You can see swelling on the front side of the car of the.
Oh, nice knee in the midsection. Oh, but he ate a right hand. Pitbull, not the type of guy you can get too much confidence against, because one strike can really change things.
It's amazing how quickly those lumps have come up on the lead leg of Pitbull.
Let's go! Another one, let's go!
Good jab to the body.
Jab and across, yeah,
right hand.
that's it! That's it!
Legs are gone! Legs are gone!
Kennedy wobbled. Pitbull hammering away. Good knees. Patrício Pitbull pouring it on with a minute left in round 3. Jeremy Kennedy surviving, and how?
Oh, this is it. This is it.
Pitbull with the flurry. Pitbull is not going anywhere. Reigning, defending, and still featherweight champion.
So this is the thing. This is the shot that opened up the cut. Oh, there's a nice short hook on the chin, and then Kennedy moved in to land more punches.
I think there's an elbow here that might have done it.
There it was.
This was a great moment in the fight for Kennedy. Confidence building. He smothers himself. He goes chest to chest. He starts to wrestle.
This is why Pitbull is one of the greatest. He was in deep water, and he came back with a devastating finish. As soon as he was able to commit to those shots.
Look at those body shots. It just seems like Kennedy's prioritizing covering his body in this exchange.
It was after the hook. He goes right hook, left hook to the body, and there it goes. Patrício Pitbull. What a fight.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, referee Kevin McDonald calls a halt to the action at 4 minutes and 7 seconds of round number 2. Declaring your winner via TKO. And still, the Bellator Featherweight Champion,